America. The shooting is horrifying, and I'm praying for Charlie Kirk and his family. I want to bring in Jordan last as we look at these images now, haunting images. Jordan was at today's event at Utah Valley University, and you saw what happened there. Sir, thanks for joining us. Can you take us through where you were, what you saw, and your reaction?
Sure. The event started about 12 p.m. I got there right in time, walked past their security detail and everything, tried to find the line to ask him a question. I actually was looking forward to challenging him on a couple things. I really respect him. I wanted to talk to him, and made my way over to where I thought the line was, which is maybe directly, I would say, 50 to 100 feet to the right of Charlie Kirk. I guess, yeah, at his 3 o'clock.
One of Trump's.
It was only a few minutes.
Political.
The first question had just finished.
Allies was assassinated live today.
For 10 or so minutes, and they had
at
just
a
gotten
rally.
into the second question, I believe.
Lord
And
have mercy.
that's when I heard like a huge pop. Whenever I hear sounds like that, first I think, okay, maybe it's just fireworks. But after a few seconds, all of us kind of standing together, it's a very suspicious sound to hear with tons of people. There were so many people there. And there was, I guess, like a cement pillar or wall kind of right behind me. So as this
Shot in his neck.
just
Charlie
off,
Kirk
I
just passed. Yeah, this is what I'm talking about.
Very, very good cover in case anything was happening. And then my brain was processing. It's a very loud sound. It seemed to me to come, in my mind, it came directly from the center of the crowd. I don't know where it came from. That's just what my mind.
A sharpshooter.
I guess was thinking, and
eyewitness.
Then that's when, after a few seconds, people started saying, like, "Oh my goodness, Charlie was shot. I saw him."
I feel like this is.
And that's when I realized this is a serious situation. We are crouched down. We have great cover, but I was then just listening for more shots because obviously this could become a much
now he shot him in the neck.
It already was, and there were no more shots coming. We were maybe 30 seconds passes, and that's when people started yelling, "Run!" There was a door maybe 10 feet away from me. I had to lose my cover to get to the door, but it seemed like the best option. So crouch down and just go with the people.
Yeah.
As soon as I got through the door, I ran
Trump rally
as fast as I could, I guess, and as far as I could.
Jordan, I'm glad you're all right to tell us about this. From all accounts, the atmosphere was,
yeah, I feel
pleasant,
like this.
Pretty chill. People were
Ooh,
into
Lord,
it.
I hate to even say what I'm thinking.
To their speaker. I'm wondering, you said security detail. You passed a security detail. Others have told us there was no security. So describe for us what it was like to get into this.
I see the video too. I saw it.
Yeah, it's like a courtyard.
I saw the video.
There was definitely security.
Right in his neck.
I mean, I'm not an expert on security, but they had the guys with little curly wire coming out. So I assume
it almost feel like, ooh.
It was definitely there.
But
this is a major deflection from the Epstein.
There was no checking anything.
So nobody's going to be talking about the Epstein file and the book. So to me, this is a deflection.
Situations before, and so I'm often thinking about these things. I did think.
Yeah, it was bad. It was bad.
No one checked me, so I was. It's just a thought that came through my head. Yeah, it's very tragic.
It was bad.
All right. Well, Jordan, thank you for sharing with us what you saw.
I mean, it just started pouring out of his neck.
Moments. I want to bring in senior White House correspondent
pouring out of his neck.
We did a lot of reaction coming in from the White House. He was very close with so many people there.
That's right, Maurice. I was actually meeting with a White House official today when the news broke, and then several staffers were in and out of the area, and they were all visibly shaken.
Oh, Lord. Hold on.
Each other because, Maurice, this wasn't just a trusted advisor to President Trump. This was a friend to so many people here at the White House.
It almost feels like a sacrifice, y'all. I ain't gonna even lie. Right when that book, the Epstein book
and of
was
course now, as
unfolded,
he
and
is in office for the second time. This is somebody who has a direct line to President Trump and his inner circle. And so it is a very solemn day here at the White House, including for President Trump. Charlie Kirk has been here to the White House several times. I remember one of the last times he was here, we shook hands, and he was always so excited and proud to have this relationship with President Trump. Most recently, Maurice, he was here at the end of May for an event, and the president was asked a question about the youth vote, and he pointed right to Charlie and said, you know, TikTok was a big reason why I won the young vote, and Charlie was the first person who told me to engage on TikTok. So he credits Charlie with so much of his victory, so much of his successes politically. And again, we are hearing reaction from the president and from so many other officials here at the White House today. Maurice.
Okay, Weijia Jiang, thank you so much for that. Our correspondent Chris Van Cleve right now is outside the Turning Point USA's headquarters. That's
what it feels like to me.
That is Charlie Kirk's organization. Again, Charlie Kirk was 31, co-founded that 12 years ago.
And they're gonna want us to not talk about it because he was just assassinated.
Well, the office behind us here, you can see, is now blocked off. There is security here. We understand employees were sent home after the shooting. We just watched one woman come up with 2 bouquets of flowers that were taken inside the building here. You know, Charlie Kirk was an Arizona resident. Arizona Governor Katie Hobbs just put out a statement, Maurice, saying that she's deeply saddened by this news, adding that this tragedy is not about who Charlie Kirk supported politically. It is about the devastating loss of a father, a neighbor, and an Arizonan who called this state home and whose life
feels like he was sacrificed
by senseless violence.
For the
not the first time an Arizona political figure has been impacted by political violence. Chris was shot and nearly killed at an event in Tucson.
It still feel like it was a sacrifice.
It does sort of echo of that. And I can tell you, in talking to people who do work on events with several of the MAGA influencers today, they are very rattled. One of them is saying this is literally his worst nightmare playing out, something that they thought about.
What was he there talking about?
Events. And now a rethinking of what that security footprint will look like. Ben Shapiro,
the way they play games and they maneuver, manipulate.
His team certainly rethinking how they move forward.
How did he feel about the?
Chris Van Cleve outside Turning Point USA's headquarters.
How did he feel about the book, birthday book? I need to know all of that.
We're on the air with a special report as Charlie Kirk, the conservative activist, has died after being shot during an event at Utah Valley University.
He was assassinated.
31 years old. He was the CEO and co-founder of Turning Point USA.
In his neck.
Mobilizing young Republican
voters.
Kirk was shot in the neck earlier this afternoon. The suspect is still at large. Police say a search is underway.
Still at large. Or maybe
Utah Valley University police say they are going building to building right now to try to evacuate people who are still there. President Trump posted about Kirk on Truth Social. The great and even legendary Charlie Kirk is dead. No one understood or had the heart of the youth in the United States of America better than Charlie. He was loved and admired by all, especially me, and now he is no longer with us. Those words from President Trump.
Wow.
Let's go now to our CBS News national security contributor, Samantha Vinograd. And Sam, the talk about the security detail.
He will sacrifice anybody.
No metal detectors, nothing like that.
To
that's
protect
that's most certainly going to be looked at going forward.
Well, Maurice, this is just a devastating development, and certainly there will be an after action of what security protocols could have been in place to try to prevent this horrific incident. But right now, there's certainly a heavy focus on how to apprehend whomever was responsible for this terrible incident.
I know,
we don't yet know if law enforcement authorities have actually identified a suspect, if they've been able to ascertain who in the crowd was responsible for shooting Charlie Kirk. So the first order of business is
Yeah, I'm
to
saying
identify a
sacrifice,
suspect.
child. Can you
They can
believe
do that
that?
through eyewitness accounts, through social media, through videos from the scene, and other uses
I
of
have,
advanced
yeah, I
technology.
don't put nothing past
Once
Trump.
they do identify who was responsible for this incident, they will certainly be working to locate the
At this
individuals
time right now,
through warrants at the
oh
individual's
yeah, and it was
property,
looking
reviewing
really,
their
really
social
bad.
media, talking to friends and family, and then, if necessary, employing a range of
Really,
federal,
really bad
state,
for
and
him.
local law enforcement assets to try to track the individual if that individual is at large. What we don't yet know is whether there still is an ongoing threat to the public. If a suspect has not been identified and has not been
Really,
apprehended,
really bad
Maurice,
for him.
that may in fact be the case.
Sam, anything from the video we have seen, anything tell you or give you any clue as to the distance of the shooter? Because initially the local authorities there thought they had him, or whoever it was, from some 200 feet away, I believe it was. I looked at it, you know, untrained eye, I thought it was maybe from close range. What do you make of it?
I think it's a little hard to tell. It certainly doesn't
wasn't
look like
too
the
far.
individual was in the first few rows.
It wasn't like
in the
it was
crowd
on the
that you're
roof or
seeing on your
something.
monitor right now. And various witnesses have indicated that it sounded like it was more of a rifle
Thank you,
rather than a pistol.
Leon.
But I would imagine that law
Thank
enforcement,
you.
federal, state, and local, again, the FBI and other parts of the federal government are likely involved at this point, are likely reviewing video from the event itself and trying to ascertain where the shot came from. There's
It did
advanced
not
technology
sound
that
like
they
it
can
was from
use
far away.
to trace the path of the bullet that fatally struck
Maybe his
Mr.
ugly
Kirk,
self.
and then from there to try to capture
Just
footage to identify the suspect.
You know, that's one of them times he was,
Our senior White House and political correspondent Ed O'Keefe joins us now. Reaction is pouring in from across the spectrum, Ed.
It is, Maurice.
At a rally, he got popped.
In from across both
Ooh,
political parties. Obviously, the president, the vice president, and others in the Trump administration,
it was
from
close.
the moment the reports first surfaced, asking
Lord.
for prayers, and now recalling their late friend and fellow conservative activist and leader. But we've also notably seen Democrats. We heard Chris Van Cleve there mention the governor of Arizona, Katie Hobbs.
Ooh, I can't remember who was the other one.
Gavin Newsom was one of the first
Was he
notable
Secret
Democrats to
Service?
weigh in on this, saying that the attack on Charlie-Kirk is disgusting, vile, and reprehensible in the United States of America. We must reject political violence in every form.
Y'all
What's
like,
notable about
share,
Newsom
subscribe, join the
weighing in
membership.
is the fact
Hit
that
the like
earlier this
button,
year, she
double
launched his own
double
podcast.
tap,
The
please.
governor invited Kirk on to discuss
Yeah, y'all
essentially how
give
Kirk had
Leon
successfully done it for years
some
for
love
Republicans,
for
and
supporting the
what it was perhaps
platform.
that Democrats could learn in their engagement digitally and in events like this to reach younger voters. As anyone may recall from last year, the big takeaway was that the Republican Party, the Trump campaign, quite effectively engaged and galvanized
Ooh, that timing. Ooh,
more
the
digitally
timing.
focused
Oh, my
voters
God.
to their side. And the Democratic Party ever since has been trying to sort out how to do it. Well, Kirk was one of those that had been doing it for several years. And Newsom, in that case, at least wanted to get to know him. And they had a rather meaty and respectful dialogue about their differences, which is what Kirk was trying to do today here in Utah. We also heard from the House Democratic leader, Hakeem Jeffries. Political violence is never
They better
acceptable.
get Trump up out of there.
Charlie Kirk and his family. And then Gabby Giffords, of course, the congresswoman who survived an assassination attempt, and said she was horrified, and political disagreements are always allowed, but we must never allow America to become a country that confronts those disagreements with violence. There was a short time ago, Maurice, a moment of silence held on the floor of the House of Representatives. Speaker Johnson asked colleagues to rise and do so. Sounds like there may have been some in the chamber, unclear who and where, who tried to interrupt that silence. I don't know if we can play this.
CHARLIEKIRK and his family.
Yeah, because we need to have a moment of silence also for the victims. This cannot be a deflection. I am so sorry for his loss. May he rest in peace.
So that was earlier in the House chamber. Speaker Johnson very quickly ran there to draw attention to it and have members of both parties stand there at least momentarily in honor of Kirk. This was before word officially came that he had died. So it shows you very quickly how
it was
quickly
pouring out of his neck.
galvanized
Oh my God.
people on both sides of the aisle to speak out, not only to denounce the violence, but to acknowledge the influence that Charlie-Kirk had.
Okay, Ed O'Keefe, thank you so much. Let's
Hey,
go to
Max, thank you.
Scott
and that's a
McFarland.
red
Now,
state. Ain't
Scott,
Utah a
first we were
red
told
state?
They had a suspect, and now
Do they need to have the National Guards in Utah?
Blanketing our FBI contacts with questions about this over the
Ooh
last
wee.
few minutes because there is a lack of
Didn't Trump
clarity
just say
over
yesterday that there's no crime in the
what
red
is the status
states?
of any manhunt for whoever pulled the trigger today. The Utah Valley University statement issued mid-afternoon was that a suspect was in custody. About 20 minutes later, they walked that back, and the FBI, we know, is on the ground at the site of this shooting. They've given no updates on whether they are
Broad
pursuing somebody,
daylight.
have somebody, or if somebody is even alive who's involved with this shooting. The
He needs to
Utah
send
Valley
he needs to
University
send the National
police
Guards.
are helping to respond to this, the local police. And we know, according to folks at the university who've spoken with CBS News, they're going door to door now on campus to help evacuate anybody who's there. They want everybody off this campus. And if you are doing a door-to-door evacuation, if you are offering to come get people and walk them off the campus, that's indicative of a kinetic threat, of something that is not fully settled at this point. But we're going to keep tapping into FBI sources here to get a sense of what's going on. But I'll tell you, it is unorthodox now. We are 2 hours and about 20 minutes since this shooting, and we do not have an update from law enforcement if they have somebody either in their sights or in handcuffs.
Door to door, Scott, that suggests a dicey situation there at Utah
You said
Valley
that. I
University.
love
We'll
it.
keep
Yep.
an eye on that for sure. Right now, former Republican National Committee Chair Michael Whatley joins us. Mr. Whatley, you knew Charlie Kirk. Our condolences for sure. What can you tell us about him, and what are your thoughts right now?
Well, my thoughts are with his family, and obviously, want to offer our prayers for me and Suzanne both. Charlie was a friend. Charlie was a father. Charlie was a husband. Charlie, every time that I met him, he had a very intense smile on his face. He was a happy warrior, and he's a guy who fought for what he believed in. And he believed in America, and he believed in his family. And I think this is going to leave a big hole
And
in
the National
America,
Guards.
really. That when we see this kind of a senseless tragedy, we cannot allow this to take place in America anymore. We really need to do everything we can to kind of prevent these political fights from escalating to violence like this.
Can we talk about that a little bit, sir? Because, everybody's wondering now, what happened? How do we get to this point where now this is almost... I don't want to say not surprising, but not expected, but people are still
I can't even say it,
Max. I knew something like this would happen. How do we get here?
Well, it's absolutely tragic.
We hear because he's a Trump supporter.
We think about,
and Utah Valley is the ghetto, and we need the National Guard there.
2 different attempts on his life, and it's really easy, in the moment to say it's the other side. But the fact is that there is no place in America for this type of political violence whatsoever.
That was the inside job.
The fact is that a husband and a father
to be able to say it was from the other side.
Way too early in his life.
This is the inside job to cover up the Epstein
Charlie Kirk
birthday book.
It's hard to believe we're
I'm
talking
sorry
about
to say
it in the past tense right now, but someone who was a provocateur, who did it with a certain amount of joy, right?
Well, look, I think that he approached every day with a certain amount of joy, and it was great to be able to work with him, to do events with him, to spend time with him.
This is what a political
very
sacrifice looks like.
He was very demanding, but in a good way, and I think that he brought a passion to politics. He brought a passion to what
allegedly
he did, with Turning Point. I think that's unbelievably commendable. And like I said, it will be a big hole in certainly my world and everybody else's world that had a chance to know Charlie.
Okay, thank you so much, former RNC Chair Michael Whatley. We appreciate your remembrances there. Reaction coming in from Governor Wes Moore, Democrat of Maryland. I condemn in strongest possible terms the attack. You see this kind of reaction from Republicans as well. Tom Tillis, the senator, praying for Charlie Kirk. Political violence has no place in our society. So I bring in our chief Washington analyst, Robert Costa. You're hearing the condemnations far and wide, yet here we are once again, Bob.
Here we are once again. The specter of violence continuing to hover over the United States and our political culture. You see leaders in both parties expressing horror at what is unfolding here on a college campus today, a time when so many students are going back to school, starting their classes in September. It's the carnage of violence at a political leader. And this country has seen it many times before. You think about President Lincoln, you think about the shots fired on President Reagan, of course, President Kennedy being gunned down in 1963, and other political figures have been shot. You think about George Wallace running for president, being shot. He survived. Charlie Kirk, at such a young age, being gunned down, assassinated.
Embarrassing story, but I can't pay my rent. My friend told me
country, but so often behind the scenes, most people I cover see the dignity in the other person across the way. Violence is not part of the American system.
When it's your time,
it's something that has scarred America's history, but it's not part of how we have dialogue. And Charlie Kirk, whether you are a defender of his, an
Trump
advocate,
is going to
an
say
ally,
it was the other side. In the reality, probably more than likely it's a deflection so that we won't be talking about the birthday book.
They believe that by going
So
in the
he
arena,
was,
they may be bruised ideologically, they may be bruised when it comes to their rhetoric.
he was
but they won't necessarily
eliminated.
have to face this sort of violence.
He was chosen to be eliminated.
Of lawmakers like Steve Scalise within the past decade or so. Of course, President Trump facing his own assassination attempts. Gabby Giffords, the former member of Congress. Both parties have dealt with this, and now
that book was coming out, more details.
Dead at such a young age.
It's a sad deflection, but it is. This was it's an inside job.
That will be chewed over as we move forward here. To recap for you, the conservative activist Charlie Kirk has died after being shot in the neck during an event at Utah Valley University. A search for the suspect is underway, and a motive is still unknown. Our coverage will continue on CBS News 24/7, your local news, and tonight on the CBS Evening News. This has been a CBS News Special Report. I'm Maurice Dubois.
Hold on, let me go to the next one. Please hit the like button. Hold on.
Directly handpicking potential leaders for the new Trump administration, cabinet secretaries and other senior government officials, weighing in saying that they were
he was chosen.
And he was hosting, in this case, as you can see there on the 10th, the American Comeback Tour. This was the opening.
American Comeback Tour. Wow.
You were telling me earlier today the format of the event. It sounded like people were lining up to ask questions. Maybe there was only one question asked, two questions asked before this happened?
It was way too coincidental with this person that was asking questions about transgenders being banned from having guns, which I totally agree with. You guys are off your rocker.
Oh,
like,
wow.
Seriously, like, we don't have to agree with what you are. Who cares? Be you, but stop trying to force it on us and stop pushing your ideology on us and going to this radical with it. Like, I don't.
You right, Donnie.
So they're talking about that.
No, will not take any accountability for none of it. Oh, Lord. Oh, no. Oh, no. What just happened? Hold on. Oh, my bad. Hold on. I don't know how did.
You saw from your perspective. I did talk to other witnesses as well here today. Many of them said the same thing as.
However, yes, they are going in force, and
I'm
they
back.
are clearing every single building, every single room on this campus. We saw them on the north end go into
The shooter is that large.
We are now seeing them go into this building here, and yeah, it is a very, very dynamic situation. In fact,
that volume is low.
More and more officers come down kind of this frontage road right next to UVU, right next to the baseball stadium, and arrive here as the SWAT teams are now going into buildings. So there are lots and lots of officers on campus, Robin, as we are looking here. More officers clearing some more buildings in the area.
Can y'all hear?
Your estimate, Spencer, is what the president is saying. As you can see, he says there that will only make things worse for every party.
go to school at UBU?
No, I may enroll there at some point, but I currently go to high school in Salem Hills.
High school. What's wrong with their volume?
Your life going forward from this time will be measured before and after this shooting, I would think.
I wouldn't be too surprised. It's
What's their volume? They having volume issues. Oh. Hold on. Let me go to another one because I can't hear them.
Just you hear the pop and then you just see like hit his chest and then just blood squirt out of him.
Yeah, I saw that.
Over and I just like I'm
Blood absolutely was squirting out of him.
shaking.
It was
I didn't
sad.
fall to the ground at very first because that just wasn't my reaction. And then my brother pulled me down and he put his body on top of me. And then he came and put his body on top of me.
Bless their
It was
heart.
happening so fast and everyone was running and screaming
I
and
feel
saying
bad
get
for the
down.
family.
I
I best to
just
educate
didn't
us.
feel real in the moment.
Trump will
Especially
not
with the
take any
blood.
responsibility for this.
Like,
Everyone knows
I'm
Trump
still really
will use this to deflect whatever harm.
Yeah, and we've
Yep.
heard similar stories from many other people today. And, you know, they will be shaken up for a long time.
How is that possible? They don't have
It's the kind
anyone.
of thing that it'll shake people up who simply saw it on television or on social media. To recap, Charlie Kirk,
They did not
founder of
search the
Turning Point
rooms
USA,
prior
is
to the
31
event.
years old.
No, they can't search people's
Activist,
rooms
mover and
prior
shaker
to
in
the
Washington,
event if ain't nothing
D.C.,
happened.
college campuses where he has events like this around the country.
They should have had some type of
Shot at Utah Valley University
entry
at about
point
12:20 today.
and
President Trump
check
is
people
reporting
coming
that
in
he
that way,
has
but you can't
died
check people's
as a
rooms
result
just
of this
because
shooting. And so
they're
we
having
are on the latest breaking news.
a
It is
rally.
everything that we get as we get it.
That's right. I mean, the video you're seeing
I mean, I
now
wouldn't let them in my
is
apartment.
before the shooting. You can see it is a large crowd. There were so many people there, and you know now we're talking about how students and faculty were trying to get off campus. So imagine all of these people who are trying to leave campus. I believe, as Spencer told us earlier, that it's
I don't know.
now than it was earlier. But I mean, this is a lot of people.
A lot of students there, and then it's a school day. A lot of students in classes around there as well. One of the students in attendance got pretty emotional about the whole thing. I'm sure a whole lot of them did, and
This is sad.
I don't want to scapegoat anybody. This is a tragedy. And I don't agree with Charlie Kirk. I agree that he has the right to say what he says.
Right.
I pray for him and his family. He's a father, he's a husband, and I hope and I pray he pulls through and he can recover from this horrific act by hopefully a lone actor. And
Rest in
someone who
peace.
does not represent our school or our faith or our state, and hopefully he doesn't represent our country either.
Well, we got a president who will bring harm to our country, our citizens.
Obviously, this is very, very wrong. Now, we have not heard from yet our law enforcement, police. Ben Winslow is live with us on maybe when we will be able to hear from them, Ben.
This is going to be a problem because
Yeah, that's right. We understand the Department of Public Safety is planning a 4 o'clock news conference.
he needs to send the troop, National Guard.
Dynamic situation. Look at this right
Hey,
here
Crystal.
on this campus. Here, this Utah County Metro SWAT unit pulling up here again. What we've been observing is they have been going building by building, clearing them. In the past, we have seen some students who have been leaving.
He needs to send the National Guards.
As what we assume is law enforcement.
Hey, Willie.
The scene here, but I'm by the entrance to Utah Valley University. We have seen some police officers leave the scene here, while again you see units like the Utah County Metro SWAT team coming in again in force, and we've been watching them certainly as they have been going in and coming out of a lot of these buildings centered around where the shooting was.
Watch, Utah's red, but it needs,
this is an alert that was passed on to me.
I guess it's the ghetto, and they need to send the National Guard.
Safety is in close contact with local, state, and federal law enforcement peers. Additional public safety patrols and layers of security will be present at university events today.
He said they only do this type of stuff in blue states. There is no crime in red states, so that's a lie.
What we have been observing, though, out here at the scene is still a number of police officers. You can see a Salt Lake City police vehicle has arrived. We've got police from all over, basically the Wasatch Front, who have responded to assist in this. From what we understand, the person that was detained earlier has been released, and they are still very much looking for the person who shot Charlie Kirk. We're now watching, I am watching some police officers starting to run into their vehicles as some of the vehicles are starting to accelerate at a high rate of speed. It makes me wonder if they maybe at least have an indication of potential sighting of a suspect as they obviously continue to work this very dynamic scene, this very active scene that's happening.
This is sad.
So I will point out we have a 4 o'clock news conference that we are being told will take place by the Department of Public Safety. We understand other public officials will be participating in this, and of course we hope to find out exactly what is happening. But as you can see, what we're observing here on the scene, a number of vehicles are starting to leave here at a high rate of speed. Again, we do wonder if they are close to, or at least making some progress in the shooting investigation. Perhaps something is happening, unfolding as we speak. I'm going to try to find out some more information and get back to you.
Yeah, I was planning to talk to us about Cash Patel, and then this popped off. Everything I was planning to talk to about Trump and his administration got thrown off now because of this.
Find gray jeans starting at $29.90.
Photographers are every bit the journalists that our reporters are, because while Ben was talking, our photographer Manuel focused in, and we saw that there was a University of Utah truck arriving, a University of Utah police truck.
Absolutely wasn't, and the passion that he brought to every conversation, you could tell. This is a guy who woke up every single day, and he was a happy warrior. And he was ready to go out there and help change this conversation. I've got two sons, twin boys. Both of them were very active in Turning Point at NC State and in Clemson. And I think that when you think about the outreach that Charlie brought to the conservative movement is absolutely fundamental. But I don't think he brought it because of he wanted Republicans to win or because he wanted Democrats to lose. I think he brought it because he wanted America better, and he wanted it better for his family and his kids.
Is there a Trump second term without Turning Point USA?
No, I mean, he was a very influential part of all of the campaign that we put together. I mean, he was involved. I mean, he started this thing when he was 18 years old. I mean, just absolutely stunning. The number of events that I participated in, that the president participated in, other members of the cabinet, have been involved with, not just in 24, but over the course of really since 16. You know, he
Mark.
has been a very important part of our coalition of
Hey,
the
Tashawn.
Trump movement. And I think really it's bigger than Trump. I think it is an America First movement. And Charlie was a huge factor. There's going to be a tremendous hole in that movement in our community going forward.
I mentioned at the opening of the show that our country is struggling with a reality in which there is not only very intense political rhetoric, but there has been violence and victims on both sides of the aisle. Maurice Dubois, my colleague, asked you, how did we get here? That's an impossible question to answer. Equally
Appreciate you
impossible
too,
is how do we
Crystal.
get out of it? Do you have anything to say about that?
Well, look, I think that right now in America, we need to be focused on keeping our families and our communities safe.
Yeah, but right now
At
we
the end of the
also
day, that
no
is the
sir,
biggest fundamental.
no sir. We hold on. That's not the biggest fundamental. We have condoled. Sorry for the loss. It's a sad situation, but it does not erase the Epstein files and the victims that we have, and thousands of women that have been victimized. You know, we're going to be sad. You know, we're going to want justice. But just as we want justice for whoever assassinated him, we want justice also for the predators who violated the women. So this by no means erase what was already in place. And we're not going to skip past that. We're just not going to do that. I am so sorry. Yeah. But you know, y'all tend to think that men are more important than the women. But yeah, but not him, but the people that he represent have to stand account, just like the person who assassinated him. It does not go anywhere. I'm just so sorry.
Piece of what the government needs to be focused on. Certainly as a father of three, that's what I am focused on every single day. And I think that, you know, when we talk about, you know, the escalating conversation in politics, there have been dozens
I understand
and dozens
what
and
Charlie
dozens of
stood
calls
for.
saying we need to lower the temperature.
So
in politics.
did he
you know, I think
stand for
that's
the
real,
victims,
right? You know, that
of
every
the
time
Epstein
that
files
we see
and their
allegations or we
families?
see charges that are going out there that this person is a Nazi or that this person hates America or that this person needs to be stopped at any cost, then that is something that is problematic.
I
You know,
understand.
when
I'm
we see
sorry for your loss,
President Trump
Pressure.
get shot, and then a number of weeks later we see a second assassination attempt, you know, that is not right in American politics. And what we saw with Charlie
There was
today,
another
I think
assassination
just kind of
attempt.
compounds that conversation, that we do need to step back and understand what is it that we're fighting for? What is it that we're so passionate about? You know, and reflect truly on where are we going? You know, President Trump made it very clear after he survived being shot that he felt like he had, you know, survived for a reason, you know, and I think that that's very important. And I really do think that we all need to reflect on what it is that we're trying to accomplish here through these political means, and that violence is not acceptable. It is not.
Hey, Minister Joyce Williams.
And that your political opponent is not your enemy.
Correct.
You fundamentally.
Oh,
believe
they
that.
tried to assassinate him before.
I think that when we talk about in any political campaign, you know, what are people ultimately running for? Politics is about helping people. Politics is about lifting up communities. Politics is about making sure that families
and that the American experiment, as we've come to know it, continues.
Absolutely.
Continues.
Yes.
Not runs off the rails in some sort of torrent of violence and bloodshed.
Right.
Yes.
Do you feel, as a candidate for the United States Senate, different about your personal safety this afternoon as we speak than you did when you woke up this morning?
No, you know, and one of the things about being the RNC chair is that when
I
was elected by the RNC to be
he has to go, y'all.
That
I ain't gonna lie.
changed my life, right? And so I have had to have security systems, you know, put into my home that were advanced, and I had to have security details when I was the RNC chair, and that I had to move around with staff and always, you know, pay attention to these things. You know, as a candidate right now, you know, I'm going to have events in all 100 counties of North Carolina. I'm going to be out and I'm going to be meeting with people. And you always want to be very
listen,
careful about that. I think
they're going to
that,
have to stop
it
playing
is
like signatures
anybody
and
in
not
this
signatures.
space has to be very mindful.
They're going to have to stop playing like the what they see is not what they see. You're going to have to stop playing in people's face. Now, we can act like this is not because of who he stood for and stands for, but come on. And you got to start moving different. But, you know, the more you play in people's face, you know, these things are going to happen. I'm sad to hear that this is the second attempt that someone has made on his life. Some people don't want to hear the truth. Oh, okay. It is not a coincidence that this happened.
You don't know necessarily what to expect
right after
in any given situation.
Right, but on the same
that birthday book.
Part of that ledger, as a candidate, you have to meet the people.
You do.
You have to see them where they are, as the phrase goes. And that might be at a shopping center, it might be at a school, it might be outside a factory, it might be at a
their
farm,
whole cabinet
but you
playing
have
in
to see them
people's face.
exactly where they are, and you can't bring a phalanx of security personnel to get in their face and do all that sort of stuff.
We can't trust nothing anymore. All of a sudden, we can't trust the FBI. We can't trust Senate. We can't trust the judges. We just can't trust nothing.
It is a real crushing story that we're dealing with here today.
It is.
And I think, I want to make sure that we continue to go back to the fact, that this man was a husband and this man was a father. Ultimately, that has been what's taken away from us today.
Michael Watley, it's a hard day. I appreciate you being here.
Thank you, Major.
And be safe.
Yes, sir.
Ed O'Keefe joins me now. Ed, you got some interesting developments to convey to the audience. Please do so.
Well, Major, as we get word on whether the suspect has been apprehended in Utah or wherever they may be, our colleague Jennifer Jacobs conveys that there have been discussions internally at the White House and across the administration today about whether other Trump administration officials who don't currently receive some kind of security protection should in fact get more protection from either the Secret Service or other agencies. But there are, and while there were several internal discussions about this afternoon, those agencies don't have unlimited staff. So to the point you were raising there with Chairman Watley about his protection and as a candidate, his concerns for it, there are also those that work across the administration this afternoon here in Washington who are quite concerned. They're all equally, they're equally young compared to Charlie Kirk. They're equally high profile in many cases. And if it can happen to Charlie Kirk at a college campus in Utah, obviously there's going to be grave concern that it could happen to others.
Absolutely.
As they go about their business, unfortunately. So that's an early sign of the reaction. The other thing we should convey, Major, if you didn't, forgive me if you did at the top, the president has ordered flags across the country to fly half-staff until 6 p.m. Sunday in honor of his friend Charlie Kirk. They have lowered them.
He's not going to send he's not going to send the National Guards.
Hours as it happens. I think you see them there now lowered at half staff. So that's another thing that has happened. And we've seen the political reaction continue to pour in from Republicans, of course, but Democrats as well. Just a little while ago, former President Joe Biden and his conveying thoughts of his own and then of the former First Lady, saying there's no
I
place
think they need to send the
in our country for
National
this kind of
Guard.
violence. It must end now. Jill and I are praying for Charlie Kirk's family and loved ones. But I think, Major, one of the things that guys like you and I who do this for a living and our staffs need to remember is there are going to be a lot of people who see this news this afternoon and have no idea who Charlie Kirk is. Mm-hmm. And that's not their fault.
No.
And it speaks to the incredibly digital and algorithmic world that we now live in, that their scroll on a daily basis is not serving them Turning Point USA or Charlie Kirk adjacent content. They have no idea what he's done for the Trump movement, for the Make America Great Again movement, for the Republican National Committee, for GOP candidates up and down the ballot across the country, and the influence he had in putting together the Trump government, the second Trump government, being at Mar-a-Lago last fall during the transition, literally sitting there with the president and a handful of other aides going, that guy, not that guy for this job, that woman, not her for this other gig, and making sure that they could get confirmed and that the Senate delivered the votes necessary. Also the guy that was putting pressure on people like Senator Joni Ernst earlier this year when she raised concerns about Pete Hegseth's nomination to run the Pentagon. He was the one that threatened potential primaries and other political retribution should they not follow through with the president's wishes. He was that kind of an influential figure. And in the world we live in, you know, you may not listen to his satellite radio channel, but a lot of your relatives and friends and coworkers probably did. They'll know who he is, and you should talk to them about who he was and what he did. And the fact that, as the chairman said and others have said, he was a happy warrior. We should be looking for happy warriors on all sides of the aisle and celebrating them and letting them be happy warriors, whether you like them or not, whether you agree with them or not.
Exquisitely well said, Ed, and I think it's worth diving just a bit deeper in that, because for some Americans in the Trump movement, especially young conservatives, this afternoon will be a where were you when you heard the news moment.
Yep.
Deeply traumatizing, profoundly meaningful.
Yep.
And to your point, there'll be those Americans who say, who? Charlie Kirk? And that's what you're driving at. This great, cavernous, algorithmic divide in information, awareness, and appreciation of those involved in our political life, where one set of Americans this afternoon is as emotionally rocked as they could possibly be about someone they might not have known personally but was meaningful to them in politics, and another set of Americans utterly unaware of who this person was or that person's involvement or role in the very governing structure influencing their life. And that divide is part and parcel of what we are and we will continue to wrestle with, and I'm so deeply grateful that you brought that up. Ed O'Keefe, thank you very, very much. Samantha Vinograd joins me here at the table. She is a relied upon and well-versed expert in the field of domestic security, domestic terrorism, international and the like. Begin to walk us through what's going on the
Charlie
ground.
was a big
Sacr
part
just told us they're still searching.
of the reason I became a conservative. Oh, okay.
That means this is an evolving and still
Hi, Deborah.
potentially dangerous situation, and that whatever happened escaped the immediate ability of authorities to put a dragnet around that particular individual.
Well, Major,
Me
based
either.
upon the fact that the
Joyce.
suspect has not been identified or located, as far as we know, it is entirely possible that there is still an ongoing threat to the public. So right now, law enforcement officials are incredibly focused on trying to ascertain who fired the gun that killed Charlie Kirk.
Yeah, you need
They'll do
to.
that
They need the
from
National
eyewitness accounts
Guards.
by using video taken by individuals at the
I mean,
event
I
and
hate
other
to
advanced
say this,
technology.
but they need the National Guard. Trump was under the impression that it's only needed in blue states. It's obvious that now he needs to change that directive. And some of these red states where there have been attempts like on him, as well as this situation right here today, there needs to be National Guard. It needs to be equality. Yeah. Equality with the National Guards. It is obvious that a sniper assassinated Mr. Kirk broad daylight on a college campus. Utah needs to have the National Guards. Yeah, get them out there. We need the troops there to protect the citizens because there is an active threat. Let's go.
To just try to figure out who the suspect is. And from there, whether it's searching buildings on the campus and or looking through the individual social media and tracing his or her movements, try to ascertain where this person is so that they can be apprehended and try to mitigate any threats to the public.
And part of that analysis will be the wound itself and the direction
Oh, horrible
of
in his
relationship,
neck.
because
It was
Charlie
horrible.
Kirk was under this tent. You can see it.
Yep, you can see it.
Came to somewhere around here. We are from eyewitness accounts and the available video that suggests a sort of area.
Law enforcement officials have a range of different technologies to literally trace where the bullet came from, what kind of rifle or other weapon was used, and then from there to just try to figure out exactly where this individual was standing when the shot was fired so that they can really narrow their search to try to locate the individual's face in video or otherwise. At the same time, there will be an after-action major of how an individual like Charlie Kirk, his death is absolutely devastating. He was such a well-known figure, mass following, how he was speaking at an event that was widely publicized. Everyone knew where he was going to be with some level of personal security, but without any kind of screening for individuals who really just walked up to this event. And it is a sad reality in our country today.
Yeah,
that
they should have had it set up where, but they thought it was,
there was not a security
Utah
perimeter.
was
There were not metal
safe.
detectors as far as we know. So some sort of after action by campus police and others will likely be undertaken.
I don't want to over dramatize this, Sam, but I have to believe that those who were there on scene,
Y'all please double tap your
local
screen and hit the
authorities,
like
federal
button,
authorities,
please.
state authorities, are looking at this and saying, this person may well have had intent, some capabilities, and some means to try to get away. And that heightens, I would assume for them, a sense of urgency.
Well, certainly, and every single counterterrorism official that you can encounter will say that the biggest terrorism-related threat facing this country comes from lone actors, individuals who radicalize and mobilize on their own. But again, there was no perimeter
About
here.
an hour and a
This was
half
an
ago.
open air event. An individual was able to relatively easily carry a weapon onto the premises, essentially able to climb to some sort of elevated position and fire a shot and then disappear. So there were law enforcement resources and emergency resources available on site, but they were not able to prevent the suspect from firing the shot and essentially from leaving the scene.
Sam Vinograd, valuable perspective as always. Thank you. Rhode Island Democratic Senator Jack Reed joins me now from Capitol Hill. Senator Reed, I appreciate your time. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you, Mayor.
There you are. This is a very hard day in America.
Yes.
I'd like to get your assessment.
Well,
Why is it a hard day in America?
one of our fundamental principles of the American
This was
way
in a
of life
spiritual
is the
attack, not
freedom
a.
to speak out and to do so without fear.
I think it was a political attack. I think it was a cover up, and I think it was an inside job. I think this was to offset
the family and for many Americans. We all
the Epstein book and exposure, as well as the FBI Director Patel admitting that he had lied and fired people. He was a bunch of stuff was about to unfold. So I don't know why you think it was spiritual and not political. I think it was a political inside job. And nobody's gonna want to talk about the Epstein files. I mean, how insensitive, no empathy, everything that we would have expected from our president. He's going to expect for us to give it to this young man right here, and he's not going to want to continue to talk about the Epstein birthday book. And everything that's coming out, billions of dollars. It's a bunch of stuff that I feel like this was could have possibly been a sacrifice on the right side. Well, I don't understand what type of spiritual. Who does he believe in? Was he spiritually? Was he in tune spiritually with Trump? I mean, were they on the same page spiritually? What's wrong with Hold on, Janet. What's going on? Janet, what do you mean? Janet, a lot of people don't understand you can assist without paper. Only the kids who were born here with a birth certificate and a social security card can receive benefits. Yeah, but we're not timing anybody out, and we're not blocking anybody. Everybody have their own opinion right now today with this. So let's not block anybody or hide anybody. Let's go.
Daily now about what the risk profile is for members of the House, members of the Senate.
You say yes, a strong believer in God. His support was about his conservative belief.
On both sides of
I have a problem with anybody who believes in God to be okay with this man being a predator who bought and a predator to kids. I'm sorry.
Well,
you can't recognize a wolf in sheep clothing. I have a problem with that pressure.
Is accelerated, particularly after.
I just wanted to put that out there. I didn't want anybody to feel like they were going to be blocked or.
Fellow Americans is suddenly cut
that don't
down.
mean but he still expect for us to know a sheep. He said, "My sheep know my voice." Hold on, God allowed Satan to bring down Job, but he still expected for Job to stand solid in his truth. I mean, so just because he allowed it to happen, he said, "My sheep know my voice." Yeah, and we have to stand the test of time, but agree with him because God allowed him to be president? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Him allowing him to be president is a test of faith to believers. That's my take on it. Who will you continue to follow? I mean, are you going to trust and believe in me and know that I am in control? Yeah. So just because he allowed it to happen do not mean that you compromise your faith and integrity to the devil. No, absolutely not.
Congress, then the Capitol Police will provide protection, but again, in this world where this violent activity is unpredictable and many times the result of an individual who has not only mental issues but also many other issues and has a weapon, and that's hard to anticipate, but we are concerned about it.
Senator Reid, I imagine this is going to influence.
Yeah, I hear he was a nice guy, but
probably the remainder of this month. And there are a lot of hard issues.
I'm sorry, y'all have to accept the fact he was a sacrifice for who he trusted and believed in.
Shutdown, those can be contentious conversations. There can be lots of sharp elbows.
I am absolutely, I don't even know him. I've never followed him. But he appears in what people are saying. He was a nice guy. So may God, bless his soul. Precious say he was a believer and a follower. Yeah. So, but I believe right now that he was sacrificed. He was sacrificed for who he believed in and followed. And it's sad, very sad. But you cannot compromise who you are and what you believe in by playing with the devil. That's just my take. And again, I wouldn't be surprised if he was sacrificed by his own party. We can't control the FBI or the Department of Justice, nor can we control Trump. Oh, absolutely. I agree, but that don't mean I have to follow him. That don't mean I have to sit up under. You know how many people have left and quit because of his practices? A lot of them. A lot of them. I focus more on what I agree with something. Yeah. But if I agree with you and I see that you are following waywardly and you're compromising, because there's just no way you can work for him and not compromise your integrity. You can be an honest person for the most part, and then this administration will insist on you lying and being deceitful to the people that you say that you're in this position for. So, you know, what they say, who report do you believe? I can't believe that you for the people. I cannot. I mean, you used to be, but right now, no, absolutely not. So why are you still, for a paycheck? Oh, okay, because you want to move higher eventually. So you compromise your integrity to continue to sit up under someone who is not really for your goal, your journey, your aspirations. So now you lying, you're faking, and you're fronting. This is what happens. And we see it every day. There's just no way you can be honest and sit up under this administration. You just cannot. Now they're saying, oh, yeah, no, that wasn't his signature. Knowing good and dang well it was. It's like, wait, what? So now you lying? You're not truthful? You're not honest? And you're going to continue to campaign? Oh, yeah, no, you're a hypocrite. And that's how some people going to look at that pressure, whether you want to accept that or not. So just like you can't control Trump, you can't control the FBI or the DOJ, you cannot control how people who really believed in you realize that you've been playing in our face, and you now look like you really are not about what you say you are about, because it has to line up. And that's just my opinion, respectfully. Let's go.
How do you anticipate that playing out? And is your advice to all concerned?
I don't know. Right now, we're not talking about Obama and Bush. Nobody has been sacrificed for them. Right now, we're talking about Trump. So don't move the goalposts. Don't move the goalposts. I'm saying that about any and everybody who showed that to me. Period. It's not about Obama. It's not about Biden. It's not about Clinton. It's about right now what we are seeing in office. Period. And he is a pedophile. He's a predator. And anybody who is okay with that, there is a problem. Anybody who is going to turn blind eyes to that and act like you can't see the truth, that's a problem. And so now it appears, I don't know for sure, it appears that because of that, and you still chose to find a reason to stay up under this leadership, you have just compromised yourself. And, you know, I mean, he rest in peace. May he rest in peace. And I'm almost sure his wife, his family, and everyone that he loved is wishing that he would have left. I know they're saying, oh my God, why didn't he just leave? He didn't believe in what he was saying anyway. He really wasn't happy. He wanted to be the change. Not up under this administration. And that's just what that is.
You lessen the intensity, and that's putting it mildly, of their rhetoric in these skirmishes?
Well, I think that's exactly right, Major. I think what we've seen over the course of the last several years is a deterioration of the sense of community and the sense of purpose and dialogue. A lot has been reduced to simply political rhetoric on both sides. And we are not going to get to a solution on major problems, both domestically and internationally, until we come together and communicate. I think we should be an example of that to the American people. And I must say, many times over the last several years, we've let the American people down by being vitriolic, by being acerbic in our comments, and that goes not just for the Congress, it's also for the White House.
Senator Jeff
I want to
Reed, Rhode
see
Island Democrat, ranking Democrat on the
National
Armed Services
Guards
Committee.
there.
Sir, thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Major.
Matthew Continetti is the Director of Domestic Policy Studies at the American Enterprise Institute. He joins us now. He's also author of the book, The Right, The 100-Year War for American Conservatism. Matthew, it's good to have you with us. There you are.
Thank you, Major.
Absolutely.
This is a shocking and devastating and deplorable day in American political history. I imagine you have a lot to say about Charlie Kirk's influence, but before the influential part, the human part, the floor is yours, sir.
Well, it's shocking on many levels. It's not just shocking because the attack occurred on a college campus, a place of learning, in broad daylight, and on video, a video that was circulated algorithmically on social media. It was shocking because of Charlie Kirk's youth. He was 31 years old. He was the father of 2 children. He was married.
Oh my
His
God.
whole life was ahead of him.
Condolences to his
stopped,
family.
Needlessly by the assassin's bullet. And it was shocking as well because it happened at a time where we're becoming inured to this violence, Major. So this is a trend of political violence that has been going on for some time, whether it was the...
Did you hear what he said? Pressure. Did you hear what he said? Political violence. Political violence. It's political. I mean, maybe you will accept it now that he said it instead of me saying it. He said political violence.
2 assassination attempts on Donald Trump, the assassination attempt on Brett Kavanaugh, the shooting at the congressional baseball game in the first Trump administration. And then there are the kind of the less political acts of violence, or rather the political violence directed at private citizens, such as the gunning down of the United Healthcare executive last year by Luigi Mangione. This kind of propaganda of the deed, as the 19th century anarchists call it, is returning to America's
the National Guards need to be in Utah.
It's a very disturbing moment, not just a sad moment for the family and for the conservative movement, but I think for the country as a whole.
And Matthew, I know you are familiar with the fire that was set at Governor Josh Shapiro's home, the attacks that left 1 member of the Minnesota legislature dead, another wounded, Gabby Giffords. So this has happened, as I said when I opened the show. There are victims of the spasms of political violence, which you suggest we have become inured to on both sides of the aisle. And it seems to me that there has to be a conversation about that fact, number one, and a kind of reconciling to a deeper conversation about how to find a different direction.
Right. Well, I think what's taking place, Major, is a polarization that's going far beyond what we were used to past 20 years or so. We were talking about red and blue America, and we were talking about cultural differences between Republicans and Democrats, NASCAR versus soccer moms and so forth. But what instead seems to be happening is
if you listen to his message, it was one community that strongly opposed.
And as this process takes place,
yeah, and they said something about
no loyalty.
What he was, the topic that he was talking about was about
to the rule of law. And I have to say, you mentioned the attack on Governor Shapiro, of course.
That
was
community
also
and
because of his
gun
Jewish
and
identity.
gun
And so these political attacks are part of the general
gun
trend
rights.
To attack and harass Jewish Americans and supporters of Israel. It's multifaceted, is what I'm saying. And this particular incident is, I think, most shocking and lands most impactfully, because here we have an attack on the very roots of a free society, right? What was Charlie Kirk doing? He was speaking to students.
Pressure, now, do you remember who lifted the requirements and made it easy for any and everybody to carry guns openly and without background checks? It don't matter if you're mental, it don't matter the circumstances, you can carry, you have the right to bear arms. Do you remember that? Do you remember what administration that was? And then it's ironic now that you're talking about, I mean, where you made that available for all citizens, what you had to be at least 17, 18 to carry the right to bear arms. And then now that it is a crisis, that we need the National Guard to come against the U.S. citizens, but you did not put a ban back on requirements or restrictions on who can carry guns, right? So the same administration that made it easily available for any and everybody to walk around with guns are now trying to say we need the National Guard to come in and control because it's out of hand and you have the right to handle them any type of way. Do whatever. You have immunity. You remember that? And look what happened today. Yeah. Okay.
He was on a college campus. He was trying to engage in civil debate. He was, as you've been saying on this program, and as everybody knows, a happy warrior.
I kind of agree with you. Are you serious? It has become a joke. It's embarrassing.
He would engage. And now, whoever killed him didn't just mean to kill him.
Yeah, but the restrictions and requirements. Everybody mentally should not be able to have access to a gun freely. I mean, so you can't have it all your way all the time. Yeah, it's okay to if you're responsible, but who it was open up to was not just the responsible, but also the irresponsible. So now innocent people are being unalived because you feel like everybody should have, the Second Amendment. Man, go on somewhere. So stop complaining. Stop complaining about innocent people being unalive. Man, you're a bunch of hypocrites.
To kill that whole
just to be able to do what you want to do.
Man, speak and to deliberate.
Half of the people are mental, just like the office that thought that it was okay. They did that on purpose to set people up.
Just the rule of, not just enforce.
Just like the PPP loan, just to set the right people up. Because when he said "Make America Great Again," it does not include you, Big Pressure. Let's be clear. Let's be absolutely clear. He is not talking to you. And if you get out of line with your Second Amendment and you don't do exactly what one of the officers that he has given them permission to handle each and every one of us that's not who he thinks is making America great again consists of, they are going to handle us the way they used to handle folk long time ago. So let's be clear. Those rights were not designed for you. And you can get lost in the sauce if you want to. But let's be clear. Yeah. Because what you have the right to carry, if the wrong officers see you with it, they're going to say it was a threat, whether you pointing it, have it or not. Just the mere fact that you have it. The mere fact that you have it. So it sounds like sometimes you get lost in the sauce. But okay, if you say so.
Have kept this country free for 250 years.
If you say so.
And Matthew,
I mean, but I love your opinion.
About that dynamic of Kirk, because it wasn't just on that campus.
Is it? Sometimes I wonder. Pressure, you playing, you Charlie, but sometimes I'm beginning to wonder, is it? Because, I really don't, I think in the long haul, the plan is not our home ain't our home. You don't like how some people feel or what they think or what they trying to do, and we gonna send you to what? Venezuela or Zimbabwe? Somewhere, what? Where you look like you may be from, I mean, that's the feel I'm getting. Like, what we doing here? Oh, wait. We absolutely rewriting things now. So we are really trying to act like the Constitution. Oh, yeah, that's old. I mean, who cares? Let's move to you do what I say do, and if you don't like it, go back to where you came from. Oh, you don't know where you came from? Oh, well, let me pick a place for you. That is absolutely what it's beginning to feel like. I am so sorry. And I mean, and I'm at a point in life, I can't even act like that is not what I'm seeing. That's just like saying, oh no, that's not his signature. And you know that that's what you see. You know that is what that is. So are we all supposed to play dumb until reality just is like right in our face? And then we're like, oh, so y'all was for real. Yeah, they was for real. Yeah. Absolutely. I am not going to act like that is not what I'm seeing. And shame on anyone else who does. Yeah, no.
Associated Turning Point USA groups at, I believe, more than 800 college campuses and some high schools. You can be a provocateur, an influencer in America, and you could have a limited audience. Charlie did not have a limited audience. He had a large and growing audience, which means he was finding something that people were in need of and wanted to be closer to. That seemed to be a very important political dynamic, not only to the Trump White House, but to the Republican movement generally. But I'd like your thoughts on what it meant more broadly in terms of communication, culture, and youth in America.
Well, we often don't think of it, but conservatism in the United States has often been a youth movement. The conservative movement of Ronald Reagan, say, really started on college campuses in the 1950s. And the great
Young Americans for Freedom, YAF.
Young Americans for Freedom. And the great leader of American conservatism for the second half of the 20th century, William F. Buckley.
I am really afraid for the youth.
26-year-old dynamo from Yale.
I am. Oh my goodness,
in that sense,
I am.
CHARLIEKIRK was very much following in the footsteps of an earlier generation of conservatives. He appeared on the scene at age 18.
Bless his
and
heart.
He was a builder. He built Turning Point USA into an extraordinarily powerful and influential organization. As you've been saying on the program, in terms of turnout, in terms of influence within the conservative movement and Republican Party and Trump administration. So he, I think, represents well the energies behind the Trump movement today. It's been caricatured as a movement of old people, of rural Americans, but what gives it its dynamism is the young people that CHARLIEKIRK has brought to the movement. And that I think showed itself in the election results last year, where Donald Trump performed much better than expected among college aged Americans. And the type of party that Donald Trump has brought into being, a Republican Party that includes people of all ethnicities, all races, is again, I think, a result of the sort of activist work that Charlie Kirk performed so well, but so tragically in such a brief span of time.
Matthew Condetti, I appreciate you coming on the program very, very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
We're bringing our panel, Molly Ball, longtime political reporter, and Olivier Knox, senior national correspondent for U.S. News and World Report, and also at the desk, Robert Costa, our senior political analyst. Molly, let me start with you. I'm just going to give you the floor.
Well, I've been thinking about the last couple of times that I spent time with Charlie Kirk, and I spent the better part of a day with him at the Republican convention where he was taping his radio show, and there was a parade of important guests, members of Congress and other
Yeah, let's listen, y'all. Let's just take a moment of silence, because I don't want to appear insensitive to the loss. I'm just disappointed in, our country right now. So let's just take a moment of silence for this young man who stood for something. Let's go.
And other luminaries in the party, they all wanted to be on his show. He was walking on air because he had been a top advocate for J.D. Vance to be named to the ticket. He really believed in this populist nationalist transformation of the Republican Party that he saw Trump as leading, and he was overjoyed to see that continue in the form of J.D. Vance. And we talked about that at the time. And then last year, I saw him in Arizona, where he was helping Kari Lake's campaign, her unsuccessful campaign for the Senate. There were volunteers for that campaign who had flown in from all over the country. And it was because he was talking about his turnout efforts on his radio show, Charlie Kirk was. He had the power to give people ways to act and mobilize them to contribute. He was an organizer. And I really think that he was testament to the idea that a single person can change the country if they work at it. And he became incredibly powerful, really on the strength of his voice, and that was it.
And Olivier, he spoke about politics in a sort of larger-than-life way. This was a civilizational struggle, and he believed that Trump and Trumpism was part of the way America could save itself. And that found a resonance that I think at times even surprised Charlie, but it caught on.
Yeah,
college campuses and elsewhere.
Extraordinary resonance through his various old media and new media mechanisms for getting his message across. We're no strangers to political violence in America. We've had a bevy of presidents assassinated in office, but the system has been really blinking red in the last few years with escalations of threats against members of Congress. I don't want to insult anyone, but random members of Congress. We've seen federal judges. And so it feels like we've entered a different era when it comes to political violence, where it's much more broad-based. And I wonder to what degree it comes out of a concern that politics has now become all or nothing, as you said earlier, sort of an existential problem, and that people are losing faith in politics, traditional politics, as a way of working out our grievances and our disagreements.
Robert Costa, the floor is yours.
Covered Charlie Kirk for a long time, and this was a major force in American politics, though he was very young.
And this will be deeply felt within the Trump White House.
Clearly already is. The president.
I mean, so many people within that building knew and worked very closely with Charlie, held him in very high regard. This will be a personal moment, a political moment, a national moment for all of them.
Close to Vice President Vance, close to Donald Trump Jr., close to President Trump.
And to Olivier's point about this idea that all or nothingism creeping in, or maybe very widespread in American political life, that seems to be a reality that has taken a horrific turn this afternoon in Orem, Utah, on a college campus.
Violence, the specter of violence is everywhere in American politics right now. Unfortunately, it's part of our history. Think about President Lincoln, President Kennedy, shots fired at President Reagan, political candidates like George Wallace. Lawmakers like Gabby Gifford, Steve Scalise survived shootings. Charlie Kirk was someone who was so happy to be in the arena. I was just listening the other day to his conversation with Governor Gavin Newsom of California, podcast conversation, and Kirk could be a rally presence,
sure,
hand in the air,
provocateur,
but he was really at ease in the college setting or the podcast setting, having a dialogue. And that's where he found so much of a following. People listened to him and found that he was articulate in raising new kinds of conservative arguments that generated such an audience.
And Molly, very quickly, about a minute, maybe less, Charlie made himself relevant. That is to say, he became a force that others noticed and then felt that, like you witnessed, they needed to be around him and they needed to be in his sphere that he created.
Absolutely, and he did it with just the simple power of his perspective. And I think, as Matthew Continetti was saying earlier, really refusing to accept as a state of nature that young people were just going to be liberal. He really believed he could go out and he could convince people to believe the things that he believed, and that was incredibly powerful.
Olivier, I was just informed in my ear that we're going to continue our conversation, so you had more than time than I suggested you might. So Olivier, you can go on as long as you want. There is already, as we speak, each and every second we're here, there is a raging social media absorption, reabsorption, recontextualizing, and angry and increasingly angry conversation about what this is, what this isn't, what it represents, what it doesn't represent. That's another factor that we have to absorb and try to weigh.
We're deep into the politics of the algorithm that rewards the most shocking, the most outrageous, and especially the most angering, infuriating kind of content. I don't know how you teach civics to a generation that is coming up right now that will only ever have known social media algorithms and algorithmic news, where you're not being exposed to a large number of topics. You're only really getting deep into a few of them. Social media right now, for all of the wonderful sentiments, sad but wonderful sentiments, bipartisan condemnations of Charlie Kirk's assassination from prominent Democrats, Barack Obama, Joe Biden, Josh Shapiro, just everyone coming out. There's a darker side on social media right now. Some folks celebrating the death, and of course people sharing for clicks and clout the actual video of Charlie Kirk being assassinated.
Olivia Knox, Robert Costa, Molly Ball. It's been a very hard day. I thank you all for joining us. We will continue to bring updates
He
on the
was most
shooting
definitely
and
assassinated.
death of Charlie Kirk. Please stick with CBS News 24/7 for the latest on all of that, plus many other
Shank.
news items. The Daily Report picks up our
Hateful
coverage
perspective he had.
right now.
Let's see what else we got, y'all.
I'm Iti Chen. You are watching the Daily Report here on Wednesday, September 10th. A conservative political activist is shot and killed while speaking at a university in Utah. Everything we know right now about the death of Charlie Kirk.
I heard what I thought was a gunshot, and I heard he took cover. And then I saw the students running out, and I thought, no, that nobody's shooting firecrackers, right? This is the middle of the day. Everyone dropped, and I was like, where's the gunman? I don't see any gunmen. And then I dropped.
Conservative political activist Charlie Kirk has died after being shot in the neck during an event at Utah Valley University.
Eyewitnesses who have spoken to CBS News have said they didn't even have a metal detector. They were barely checking tickets. This was a large open area, hundreds of people. Kirk was at a lower position, and the spectators were on sort of a grassy area with a higher elevation. So actually very difficult location to secure.
Heard a loud shot, loud bang, and then I saw his body actually in slow motion kind of fall over.
And it was just sheer panic. Sheer panic.
Kirk, a rising star in conservative politics and a fierce ally of President Trump. He is a co-founder of Turning Point USA, which advocates for conservative politics on university campuses.
Please rise for a moment of prayer for Charlie Kirk and his family.
And the concern
Thank you,
and the prayers
Naruto.
expressed by Republican leadership especially came quickly. We've seen several Democratic Party leaders as well condemn political violence in this country.
You have federal law enforcement on scene. You have university police and local police. The FBI's Salt Lake City field office is there as well.
Yes, he
And we do
was.
begin this hour with that
He
breaking
was a
news out of
political
Utah following the fatal shooting of
activist
conservative
for Trump.
activist Charlie Kirk and the ongoing manhunt for the shooter. Kirk, the CEO and founder of the conservative youth organization
He was sitting right here,
USA, was on the
and
first
he got
stop
shot in the
of
neck.
his American comeback tour. He was speaking at the time to an audience at the campus of Utah Valley University.
Oh my
School
goodness, it
says
was
at
horrible.
about 12:10 local time, a single shot was fired at the speaker in Kirk. It says that he was hit and then taken from that location by his security. An eyewitness described what that scene was like following the shooting.
All of a sudden I hear up top, I just saw him grab, it looked like his neck, and there's just blood pouring out everywhere, and his eyes kind of rolled back.
President Trump, who Kirk was a fierce ally of, wrote on Truth Social, "The great and even legendary Charlie Kirk is dead. No one understood or had the heart of the youth of the United States better than Charlie." He went on to pass along his and First Lady Melania Trump's sympathies to the Kirk family. And in honor of Kirk, the president has ordered all American
I've heard
flags
nothing
in the
but good
country
things
to
about
be
him.
lowered to half staff until Sunday evening. We have CBS News team coverage on this story. We're going to begin, though, with Anna Schechter,
So
senior
far.
coordinating producer for the Crime and Public Safety Unit. And I know you've been following this since this news first broke. What are law enforcement officials saying right now?
Well, right now they're not saying a lot, and so we actually don't know exactly where the suspect is, where the shooter is, if the shooter is in custody. We haven't got a lot of information. Now, university officials have told CBS News that they believe that they know where that shot was fired from. And we've also been reviewing unconfirmed videos. I've seen video of someone running on a rooftop, but we don't know if that is the individual. I'm sure that investigators are looking at that if they have not yet apprehended that suspect.
A lot has been made and a lot will be made of the security that was surrounding all this. One witness there spoke to CBS News.
Okay, y'all, I have 161 people who have voted, but I don't have nowhere near 161 likes. So can you double tap the screen on your phone? Just go doop, doop. If you haven't already, if you're on your computer, look at the top right. There should be 3 dots by the comment section at the top. Click those dots and it'll take you to the like button. There we go, y'all. Thank you. Please hit the like button coming in. I would greatly appreciate it.
About the scene, including the security apparatus that was at play. And here's what he had to say.
Yeah, it's like a courtyard. There was definitely security. I mean, I'm not an expert on security, but, you know, they had the guys with little curly wire coming out. So I assume that those were security detail. It was definitely there.
But no metal detectors.
No, there were no metal detectors. There was no checking anything.
So you hear that. What do you make of that? The fact that there were no metal detectors and apparently people were just able to walk around at will.
Very
Dang, so many
unsecure
times I
location.
hear people who
Already
support
they're
President
starting
Trump say
from
it's okay.
a point of weakness.
Our
It is very
president have
challenging
done
to
this.
secure an
Other
open-air
presidents
location
have
like
done.
that. So
Yeah.
that's the starting
Don't
point.
we
Now,
listen
they
to
could
our
have
mother?
erected a security
Ooh,
checkpoint,
if they jump
put
off
up a
the
metal
Empire
detector
State,
and
would you?
require
You are
people
so
to
right,
stand in line. That
Daniel.
would have
You are so absolutely right when they begin to bring in other presidents and what they have done. Just because they have done it, you don't follow them. You're absolutely right. We get in trouble as kids for doing what our friends or someone else was do, and what their parents allowed them to do. That don't mean it's right. I mean, that's why integrity is so big and huge factor for me. I don't care. I don't care what others have done. Period. It is affecting us now, and it's not right.
delayed people from entering that
And
area.
sometimes when, you know, as believers, if we insist on not being able to get it or see it, sometimes we have to be removed. Sometimes he will remove us. Now, we don't want it to be removing us off of earth. We just would rather, you know, maybe lose the job or what have you. But sometimes in our disobedience, sometimes God will remove us. And in itself, that was a sacrifice, because it's almost saying that you chose to disobey me just to stay up under him. So you chose him, and that was not your assignment. That's just, you know.
Have helped. However, we don't know if the shooter was perhaps outside of that perimeter, shooting from another building a distance away. If a long gun
Yeah,
was
but
used,
pressure, what if God moved him? If you follow God, then you know it was his time. So what are you saying? If you follow God, then you know it's just his time. So which one is it? I mean, come on now. Now you finna show your hand. You really are about to show your hand, trying to say that you don't follow man, I follow God. Yeah, it was his time. Can we agree with that? It was predestined before he was placed in his mother's womb. That's for the ones who follow God. Yeah. So we can leave it there. It's not about one. It's not about the other. If we're going to let it rest on the word, his beginning and his end was predestined before he was placed in his mother's womb. It was his time. But you see how you came with a but? You see how you came with a but? I didn't come with a but. I brought it there and left it there. You couldn't leave it there. You couldn't bring it there and leave it there. I met you where you were, and you still put a but there. So there is no medium for you.
it's relatively
You always
easy
got to
with a little
win.
bit of practice
I
to
came to
pickpocket.
where you were, and you still put a but.
A couple of 100 meters away.
So right now you just
don't know
talking.
if that would have prevented it, but it certainly would have been a visible deterrent. It would have let people know that security was present. Now, we know that Kirk has his own security team, but this is not going to be a massive amount of people.
I still believe what I believe. I just met you where you were because of what your response was. I met you where you were. And I went there spiritually where you would, but that does not erase how I feel. I just met you where you were. To end the back and forth. And you still gave me a butt. You still gave me a butt. Yeah. I mean, but that doesn't erase how I feel.
Like we did have a sniper team. Unfortunately, it was too late. A year ago in Butler, the shooter fired off a shot. A man was killed, 2 others injured. But within seconds, that shooter was taken down by snipers.
I've shown empathy. I've had a long moment of silence. You know, I almost, kind of got choked up. It's still sad, but I still sometimes believe that we find reasons to stay where we know sometimes God don't want us to be. And, it's almost it has a texture to me that, the leaders feel like, you got to look at them as if they are God. I could do whatever I want to do. I'm superior. I'm power. I'm this. If you can't follow my rules, I don't care anything about, you and your God. I mean, I know that's what I said. I know I went to church. I know what I did. But that was to get elected because I don't plan on leaving. And if you have a problem with that, I don't care nothing about how you feel. I don't care nothing about none of that. You know, you're going to do what I say do, or I'm going to fire you. You're fired. And some people just don't want to be fired. And that may be the case. It may not be the case. But that's how it feels to me.
It appears that the shooter was able to flee, and we still don't know if that person
You're
has been
right.
apprehended.
Daniel, God is in control.
It was
I
reportedly
agree.
one single shot
I won't
at a
take that
distance.
from none of
was
us.
the bullet that killed Charlie Kirk.
That appears to be a targeted attack,
Very targeted.
targeted attack. But I hesitate to.
I wonder, was there a threat or warning
We
beforehand?
just don't know. Without the identity of the suspect, without information gleaned from an interview, a sweep of that person's social media, interviews with
Nobody should die for a whole bunch of reasons why they die.
Can't say for sure. Now we do know that this event
I mean,
was publicized.
do we really want to go there?
Media, online,
And garnered some backlash too.
That's right. So it was a controversial event. What Kirk has been doing, going to campuses across the country, is inviting people to come up and debate him. He enjoyed that kind of debate. And some of the things that he was saying were
Utah is the ghetto.
controversial. Now,
They need to have the National Guard. I'm just not seeing your message.
Voice of reason in the conservative party. He says he tried to dispel conspiracy theories, but the things that he was saying was also very controversial and would stir up a lot of response. He
had Trump love him.
Provocateur on the platform X, for example. He didn't mind attracting a lot of dissent, and he invited that kind of debate. He also talked about the Second Amendment, and he talked about sort of the give and take. We have the Second Amendment, and in his words, we have to sort of accept that people are going to be shot and killed. It's this cruel irony, this tragic situation where he himself was the victim of apparently a targeted attack.
A tragic situation indeed. Anna Schechter, thank you very much for joining us with your insight.
I just don't think any and everybody should. I think that's a setup. I think that was a setup, but the setup was not, again, it was not for it to affect them. It just was not meant to be that way. It's just like you can say that the blue states need to, I mean, because is that where y'all went and put guns in the hood for people to steal and just run wild and, you know, do things to one another? I mean, is that where the plot was planted? Yeah. So that's why else would someone say we don't need the National Guard in the red states? What? Oh, yeah, there's really no crime. Oh, okay.
Own nothing, and they are miserable. Donald Trump refuses to accept this fake, pathetic, mutilated version of the American dream.
Gotta go to sacrifice.
When he was president,
he believed the hype.
Richer than ever before, and he will do it again.
Yeah, he believed the hype.
They're speaking at the
He believed the hype,
National
Christian.
Convention in Milwaukee last July. The Trump ally also spoke at the RNC back in 2020 during the president's first term in the White House. Joining us now with more on Charlie
I'm sorry to
Kirk
say,
is
but he
CBS's
believed the
senior
hype.
White House and political correspondent Ed O'Keefe. Ed, thanks for being with us on this day. Help us take a step back and give us some perspective on Kirk's role in today's conservative movement. It is hard to understate the scope of his influence.
Yeah, especially among younger conservatives or younger Republican voters, or those at least that spend a lot of time online. Kirk began his Turning Point USA organization about 12 years ago when he was only about 18. And inspired by the Tea Party movement, built it from there. It now includes Turning Point USA, which is a more of a political arm, and then even Turning Point Faith, which is designed to organize among those that are more religiously conservative. And so, then there's a radio show, and there was podcasting, and there was a pretty vociferous social media feed that included highlights from the event like the one he was holding today, where you hold these prove me wrong exchanges with people who may disagree with you. Like Anna said, one of the issues he talked a lot about in this country, guns in America. There would have been a conversation about that. Could have been something that was going on in the news or with sports. Certainly issues of faith and society in general, and then defending the Trump administration from those that disagreed with it. But the idea was that he would sit there, engage the person, try to have a, healthy and breezy back and forth. Maybe the other person walked away from it convinced. Maybe the other person walked away slightly angry. But the idea was he was trying to show his followers, you can have these kinds of healthy conversations, and here's how you can defend your viewpoint from the conservative perspective. And again, there are a lot of people in this country today, Nancy, who are learning about who he is for the first time. And that's because the way your social media feed works may not serve you that kind of content. That's to the detriment of everyone. You're not seeing the other side necessarily. And so this will be an opportunity for people to learn about maybe what he stood for and what he stood against, and whether you agree with it or not, that's what he was out there doing. And that it ended so violently and so unexpectedly is really going to be a profound marker on the conservative movement. You've seen the reaction from the president, the vice president, the Secretary of Defense, other senior White House officials like Stephen Miller, for example.
And for the record, it says a recent national survey show Utah to be one of the most Republican states in the nation. So it was deep red, super red. I mean, we need the National Guards there. I mean, in out of respect for CHARLIEKIRK, it don't matter what I believe or who I represent. National Guards need to be there so that we can get to the bottom of whoever assassinated him. Yeah, they need the National Guards there. Utah, I mean, I know that it's red, but it's violent. Yeah, they did this in broad daylight. Right there in front of a whole bunch, it looked like maybe a couple of thousand, if not more, young adults that I'm sure will be traumatized. Yeah, we need the National Guards. Yeah, they need to go knock on door to door, and we need drones all over every neighborhood, not just on college campus. We need it in the tankers up and down the streets until the assassin is caught.
By the activism that he led, and in many cases may very well be in the jobs they're in because CHARLIEKIRK told the president,
ghetto.
Yeah, that guy should have that job, or she should be working.
Every state has a ghetto.
The administration, because we know that during the transition last year,
no matter what color it is,
given what he had
that's
done,
the hood.
Mobilize
that won't.
The president, given how close
so they discriminate. There's no equality.
In transition meetings, cherry picking people for senior government roles.
Oh man!
Cash Patel at the FBI would have steered them towards certain people to put in the cabinet.
Oh wow!
And went out and used his movement to make sure that these people got the votes needed from fellow Republicans.
I'm sure he would expect for the armor guard, the National Guard to be there.
And others thinking ahead to the future of the party and the future of the MAGA movement knew that they had to be cultivating him and those that
he
follow
deserves
him,
that.
They are the foot soldiers in the conservative movement today, and guys like CHARLIEKIRK, Ben Shapiro, and plenty of others are the ones that the party leans on now to help draw attention to issues or to certain candidates who may need some money and manpower, and to make sure that they understand why it is the president is doing what he's doing.
And Ed, the thing is, it's an incredible impact for someone who is just 31 years old, and yet he's been part of this conservative scene for quite some time. He started quite early on the grassroots level. Can you talk a little bit about that impact that not only he has had as a political figure in his own right, but also the movement he has helped spawn through Turning Point itself?
Well, yeah, and that's just, we heard some on our air earlier today saying how attending and speaking at a Turning Point event could be just as effective as speaking at a Trump rally in terms of the mileage you could get out of doing so. that clips of it would spread, that the word of mouth would spread, that the donations might come in, that the volunteers willing to show up to help you because they liked something you talked about would suddenly materialize. That there was real equity, or you could get results in essence for being associated with them. There were conferences held by Turning Point and its various entities earlier this year that drew several senior Trump administration officials, because before their government work and during it, they understood they were there in part because he made it happen. He helped find the voters necessary in the swing states. He helped draw the support needed to make sure Republican senators voted for them, maybe even some Democrats. And he was sustaining that support by talking about them, having them on as guests, and making sure that his followers knew about them. But again, we talk, Nancy, in this country about making sure that young voters are engaged and that they participate in the process. That is what he was doing, whether you agree with him or not, whether you find what he said.
How could they be protected? Precious, stop. I mean, why would you say that if he wasn't?
Shaping the country to his liking through the work he was
How
doing.
was he protected?
We've seen it on the left.
How can they be protected if he wasn't protected?
Religious leaders, civil rights leaders through American history. He will rank as one of those kinds of activists.
I would feel like the party let him down. And if they let him down, they're going to let us down.
An incredible
I hope
legacy,
not, but that's what I would think.
I also find it noteworthy
if I was his wife.
See the reaction that has been pouring out, not only from leaders on the right, but also on the left, and notable names like Kamala Harris, former President Obama, former President Biden. I mean, it is rare to have the leaders on both sides be able to speak
that's good.
So movingly about one figure at this point.
Well, and most especially to denounce violence of all sorts, as they should. But also because, there are Democrats who were trying to take cues from him, trying to figure out how it is that you were convincing people to rally to your cause. I think the most notable example, that's why I'm pulling it up here, was the California governor, Gavin Newsom, who himself launched a podcast earlier this year. We've now seen the Kentucky governor, Andy Beshear, go out and do the same thing, because they understand the voters I need to reach, young, male, and either, right or center right, are out there, and they're out there listening to podcasts, and they're out there in the digital space. And they may be watching us right now on their phone or at home on their flat screen or their laptop. And Newsom specifically went to see him. They had an interview for Newsom's podcast. The governor was denounced for doing so. But at the same time, he said, look, this guy figured out how to tap the political marketplace successfully. We as a Democratic Party have to do so as well. And that's why I want to talk to him. And today, he was among the first national Democratic leaders to call the attack on Kirk disgusting, vile, and reprehensible. In the United States of America, we must reject political violence in every form. And
we do not condone the violence.
We'll continue to see how the country reacts.
I think he deserves the National Guard.
Again, a lot of people who knew him, and a lot of people have no idea what he did. And may this perhaps be an opportunity for people to try to get beyond what their algorithm serves them, and learn a little bit about the other side, whether they like him and agree with him or not.
A very fair point there. Ed O'Keefe, thank you very much for joining us with your insight.
This is so sad.
Okay, and we are following more breaking news. We're going to turn things now over to Weijia Zhang, who is joining us from the White House lawn. Weijia, when we talk about the scale and the scope of something like this, a tragedy like this, can you talk to us a little bit about how the White House is reacting?
Well, a lot of the officials inside the White House have known Charlie Kirk for years, since the first time President Trump served in office. During his re-election campaigns, they closely worked with Charlie Kirk, and of course now they did work with him because he is was a close, trusted advisor of President Trump's, and somebody who many staffers knew incredibly well. So I can tell you, Nancy, that it has been a very somber White House.
Not for war, but he has them in all the, he's choosing to believe that there is only violent crimes in the blue states, and that's not the case. Someone violently assassinated him in a red state, and I think that he deserves, for all that he has done for him, he deserved the National Guard to go in to make sure that everyone is safe especially until they find the assassin. You know, he deserves that. He helped him win. So get them out of, out of some of the blue states that he feels like only the blue states, are in need of the National Guard, and take them over to the red state in Utah Valley, until they can find the assassin.
Officials and other staff members visibly shaken, even crying, because this is such a huge loss for them.
Huge
Because
loss.
they not only considered Charlie Kirk to be a colleague, but many of them were friends with him. And so it is a dark day here. Of course, as you've been reporting, President Trump himself has weighed in. He canceled a dinner that he was going to host here at the White House.
I'm not thinking about it too hard. I'm trying to be considerate. I'm trying to show empathy. Pressure? What? It ain't about thinking too hard. It's about it's about equality, and he deserves to have that full focus on his assassin. What are you talking about? Yeah, and I would think, since he want people to not talk about the Epstein files and not go back to that birthday book where his signature is definitely down there. It's not fair signing down there. Make a bold move. Yeah, stand for something and send the guards. I think, I mean, come on. It'll make people think, oh, man, he's really, not thinking about himself. Yeah, because right now I'm looking at it. You know how I'm looking at it. So I'm not overthinking nothing.
At the White House,
I'm trying to get his assassin caught.
We will continue to hear reaction from senior administration officials, I'm sure, throughout the coming days. But
what more do you want from me? I've given a moment of silence.
Absolutely.
I'm trying to get his assassin caught.
From so many different leaders.
You just greedy.
It's striking to me because it's not only to see all of this. It's not for an elected leader, right? It's for someone who is not elected and yet has this huge influence. Given that, what do you think we can expect from the White House in the coming days?
Well, certainly, I expect a lot of
I trust me
probably President
right
Trump
now
himself to attend
Dante.
Charlie Kirk's funeral and to
I do expect for people to do right.
Talking about his legacy and the mark that he left on American politics. Charlie Kirk has been here to the White House,
and that's not just the government.
I've seen him here many times.
I expect for everybody to do right. If I have to do right, we all got to do right.
The president had him in the Oval Office, and as he was talking about the youth vote and young people in America, he pointed to Charlie and spoke about how critical he was during his reelection campaign. The president often talks about how he won in part because of social media platforms, especially TikTok. And during that visit, he said Charlie was the first person to tell him, you need to engage on TikTok. And of course he did, and went on to win huge numbers when it came to young voters. And so, the president really credits Charlie Kirk for much of his
I don't think it's
to other Republicans who acknowledge and
Democrat.
recognize
I think this was I think it was inside.
He was out there talking. He was obviously on the airwaves and made his own content, but he really understood young people and young Americans and resonated with them in a way that most people, Nancy, cannot.
A very sad day for this country. Weijia Jiang, thank you very much for joining us.
Sure.
And as we mentioned, we are waiting right now for officials to give an official update on today's shooting in Utah. It is set to happen shortly, and when that does happen, we will bring it to you as soon as it comes on the air. For now, a quick break. You're watching The Daily Report.
So, not trying to be funny, why is it a sad day in America or the U.S.? I mean, is it the same sad if it would have been the president or what? Is it equal?
Conversation over conflict.
Anyone that doesn't agree women should be.
Thank you, Janet.
Has to ask themselves.
I mean, what makes it so sad?
We do
Okay.
still have an active investigation.
Hold on.
There was a
Here
doorway
come
to
the
details that people started filing through that, and so we said, all
the
right,
press
let's move
conference. Let's go.
All right, some breaking news just coming into our newsroom. We understand that the suspect or a suspect in this shooting is now in custody, according to the
Okay, they got a
FBI. And
suspect.
Anna Schechter, still on set here with us, senior.
Thank you for the floating hearts.
Public Safety Unit. Anna, how does a suspect being in custody now change this investigation? What happens from here?
Well, law enforcement has somebody.
Oh, actually, Anna, I'm so sorry to interrupt you. We understand that authorities are now giving an update in Utah, so we'll check back in.
So that takes the pressure off of him.
Along with the Federal Bureau of
Yeah, because they was on him earlier
We're
today.
working in unison with the county sheriff's office, the local police department, and the university police department, all of which have been very cooperative and fully engaged in this process. Shortly after the shooting, we did have a suspect in custody, George Zinn, but he was released from custody after we identified that he did not match the shooting suspect and was not an accurate person of interest. However, he has been booked into the county jail by Utah Valley University Police Department for obstruction of justice.
Hey, stop playing.
We do still have an active investigation for the person of interest. This incident occurred with a large crowd around. There was one shot fired and one victim. While the suspect is at large, we believe this was a targeted attack towards one individual. This is a tragic moment in our
still at
state
large.
and in our country. As we heal, we encourage everyone who is struggling with news of the incident to call 988, our state mental health crisis line. In addition to that, our partners with the FBI will also be discussing other ways we can communicate through the public for tips and other information. Thank you.
Good afternoon. On behalf of the FBI, we extend our sincerest condolences to the family and friends of Charlie Kirk. Our thoughts are also with the people who witnessed this traumatic event. We know that what you experienced was very difficult. Our thoughts are with you as well. As soon as we heard about the shooting, special agents and personnel from the Salt Lake field office responded immediately. We have full resources devoted to this investigation, including tactical, operational, investigative, and intelligence. To be clear, the FBI will fully support and co-lead this investigation alongside with our partners. We are working on setting up a digital media tip line, and as soon as it's established, we'll get that information out to everyone. I know there's a lot of questions. This is very much an active case, and this investigation is in its early stages. We are following all the leads and all the evidence. If anyone has any information, please report it to the FBI or local law enforcement. Thank you.
On behalf of President Jimenez, who we've been communicating with, and she's on her way back right now, I say that on behalf of Utah Valley University, we are shocked and saddened by the tragic passing of Charlie Kirk. We express our sincere condolences to the Kirk family. We grieve with our students, faculty, and staff who bore witness to this unspeakable tragedy. He was invited by the student group Turning Point USA to speak on our campus. We firmly believe that UVU is a place to share ideas and to debate openly and respectfully. Any attempt to infringe on those rights has no place here. We do not condone any form of violence at UVU and seek to make our campus a safe place for all.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us on this dark and tragic occasion. I want to thank our law enforcement officers who are leading this investigation, starting with Chief Long and his response here with the UVU Police Department. We're grateful for your leadership and your team. And again, to the speakers that you've just heard from who are co-leading this investigation.
He's still at large,
I
yeah.
also want to recognize Sheriff Mike Smith, who has been an invaluable partner as this investigation moves forward. I've been in touch with President
Please
Trump,
support the
FBI
platform.
Director Kash Patel.
Super chat, super stickers,
Completely aligned with our
Cash
state and federal
App,
partners
as
we
well
work
as
through
hitting the
this
like button.
case. Now, this is a dark day for our state. It's a tragic day for our nation. And I want to be very clear that this is a political assassination.
Political.
We are celebrating
Precious says spiritual.
250 years of the founding of this great nation. That founding document, the Declaration.
Sir, Big Pressure says that it's spiritual, it's not political. I mean, I just thought I would put that out there. A shout out to Big Pressure.
Of independence. That this great experiment on which we embarked together 250 years ago, that we are endowed
Shout
by
out
our
to the
Creator with
T-Sippers.
certain inalienable rights. The first one of those is life. And today, a life was taken. Charlie Kirk was first and foremost a husband and a dad to 2 young children. He was also very much politically involved, and that's why he was here on campus. Charlie believed in the power of free speech and debate to shape ideas and to persuade people. Historically, our university campuses in this nation and here in the state of Utah have been the place where truth and ideas are formulated and debated. And that's what he does. He comes on college campuses and he debates. That is foundational to the formation of our country, to our most basic constitutional rights. And when someone takes the life of a person because of their ideas or their ideals, then that very constitutional foundation is threatened. Now, we have a person of interest in custody. The investigation is ongoing. But I want to make it crystal clear right now, to whoever did this, we will find you. We will try you. And we will hold you accountable to the furthest extent of the law. And I just want to remind people that we still have the death penalty here in the state of Utah.
Oh. Oh. What if it was an inside job, sir? 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 What if it was an inside job? I mean, huh? I mean, you talking like, I mean, but what if you find out he was sent from the inside? Because maybe he was looking at things differently with everything that was unfolding. Is that a possibility? Or you don't care? Or what if we find out that whoever it is, and they go and they're extended to the fullest extent of the law, how would y'all feel if Trump pardoned them? I mean, I'm just asking, because this may have been intentional. It may not, but I wonder how would we feel if that person got pardoned? A move to a taken off of, death row if it got to that point, or found not guilty for whatever reason, and everybody know that they are guilty. Man, this could go a whole bunch of different ways. But let's keep listening.
Our nation is broken. We've had political assassinations recently in Minnesota. We had an attempted assassination on the governor of Pennsylvania. And we had an attempted assassination on a presidential candidate and former president of the United States, and now current president of the United States. Nothing I say can unite us as a country. Nothing I can say right now can fix what is broken. Nothing I can say can bring back Charlie Kirk. Our hearts are broken. We mourn with his wife, his children, his family, his friends. We mourn as a nation. If anyone in the sound of my voice celebrated even a little bit at the news of this shooting, I would beg you to look in the mirror and to see if you can find a better angel in there somewhere. I don't care what his politics are. I care that he was an American. We desperately need our country. We desperately need leaders in our country. But more than the leaders, we just need every single person in this country to think about where we are and where we want to be. To ask ourselves, is this it? Is this what 250 years has wrought on us? I pray that that's not the case. I pray that those who...
Y'all better get him out of office.
What Charlie Kirk stood for will put down their social media and their pens and pray for his family, and that all of us will try to find a way to stop hating our fellow Americans. With that, we're happy to take a few questions.
The FBI director is posting that a suspect is in custody. I would just like clarification. Do you or do you not have a suspected shooter in custody?
We have a person of interest in custody that is being interviewed right now. We do.
That is not George Zinn.
That is not George Zinn. That is correct.
So are you still searching for or looking for another shooter or anybody else related to this?
Yes, we are actively looking for anyone and everyone who has any possible information relating to the shooting.
No one said anything about for someone's belief. I know I never did. So right now, I don't know why we keep insinuating that it's behind somebody's belief. It to me, it's more about
there is no information that would lead us to believe that there is a second person involved.
Can you guys talk about the possible shooter?
Do you want to talk about what we know there?
Yeah. The only information we have on the suspect, the possible shooter, is taken from closed-circuit TV here on campus. We do have that. We're analyzing it, but it is security camera footage, so you can kind of guess what the quality of that is. But we do know dressed in all dark clothing, but we don't have a much better description other than that.
Where did the shot came from?
The shot came from here on campus, from a location at a fair, potentially from a roof, yes. A longer distance shot from a roof.
So to clarify, with the security camera footage you have and the person of interest that's in custody, does that match up?
That's what we're trying to decipher right now.
So did FBI or DHS have anything on the threat board this morning?
I can't speak to that.
I'll just say that the investigation's ongoing, and as soon as we have further information, we will be sure to release it.
Any indications of foreign intelligence involved?
As of now, I can't comment on any of that.
Can you talk a little about the security of the event itself? Who was there security-wise, and what happens on these kind of events?
So my name is Jeff Long. I'm the police chief here at UVU, and I'll tell you right now, we're devastated. We're a small police department. We have a very large campus. We have over 40,000 students, and we love our students. We love our visitors, and we're devastated by what happened today. This is the police chief's nightmare. I'm very saddened for the Kirk family. I know his wife and parents found out about this. You know, obviously he's away from home. He's here in Utah. They find out by a police officer that visits their home. That's tragic. Nobody wants that. But I can tell you about our venue today. This was an open venue. This was outside. We did have 6 officers working that event. We had probably over 3,000 people that were in attendance. It sat down in kind of a bowl area here on the Central campus. We have a waterfall area, and so he was kind of in a lower area, surrounded by buildings. We had some plainclothes police officers that were in the crowd as well. We train for these things, and you think you have things covered, and these things, unfortunately, they happen. You try to get your bases covered, and unfortunately today we didn't. And because of that, we had this tragic incident. So we did have officers there. We had Charlie Kirk's team. He has a security team that travels with him, and they were here with him when he was shot.
Was the gun recovered?
I'm sorry, see?
Was the weapon recovered?
At this point, I can't disclose that.
Yep.
When Charlie Kirk was shot, there was a question being asked about mass shootings.
Because if it wasn't, they would have said no.
And do you know who asked that question?
Say the question again. I don't know if I understand what you're saying.
When Charlie Kirk was shot, he was answering a question about mass shootings specifically. Was that person apprehended, and do you know who asked that question?
I do not. We do not have that at this moment.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have time for just one more question. So
Because they finna get deep.
I have a question for the chief as well. Was it your team or Kirk's team or a combination of both that kind of set the security protocol for the event?
So we work together. He has his team, and they do this all over the country. We all know that. This is not uncommon for them. They're very comfortable on campuses, and I was coordinating with his lead security guy, and so yeah, we were working together.
Was this a sharpshooter type shot?
Yeah, it looked like it was.
Those
It looked like it was a sharpshooter.
Again, thank you for.
It looked very precise.
We will be updating you as soon as we have additional information through normal channels, working with law enforcement. Again, our deepest condolences to the Kirk family and to the students who were there today. I would just ask everyone everywhere to please pray for their family and to pray for our country. We need it now more than ever. Thank you.
We do.
And we've been listening there to federal, state, and local officials give an update on the
He
shooting
said
of Charlie
for the
Kirk
family and the
Utah.
country.
Conservative political activist was killed there. They are saying now a person of interest is in custody. They're still looking for anyone with any information to this incident. A Utah official there saying the shot potentially came from a roof on campus, and as we mentioned, they are saying a person of interest is in custody, but their investigation does continue. Nothing to lead them to believe that a second person is involved, but also as they scour through plenty of information, both online and on the ground, they're also, they say, looking at security camera footage that was taken from campus. As this investigation does continue, we will also note that that tributes and condolences are pouring in from across the country. And Republican Congressman from Utah, Mike Kennedy, joins us now. Congressman Kennedy, thank you for being with us on this day. What are your thoughts?
Nancy, I'm really sad that we have to be together to talk about this tragic event, but I'll just say to you, violence will not silence Charlie Kirk nor his message, and will not silence the mighty people of the United States of
Violence
America.
will not
And
silence.
we will rise up and continue to do the vital work that needs to be done. And God bless Charlie Kirk's family, his wife Erica, his children, and there were a number of young people at this event. God bless them as well in this tragic time.
Congressman Kennedy, what did Charlie Kirk mean to the conservative movement?
Charlie Kirk continued to push forward in spite of threats. He was a seasoned veteran at vigorously debating in a civil fashion.
I wonder why they were on him so
We will
bad.
not stand down. Myself, I take inspiration from the fact that he continued, in spite of threats to his life that have occurred over time, that he continued to push his message forward. The United States of America and the Constitution promote free speech and the opportunity for all people, especially with political speech, to be able to speak their mind on the issues of the day. Charlie Kirk did that, and his voice will continue to be heard. This tragic episode by this filthy assassin who committed this event will not silence his voice, and it will not silence the good people of the United States of America. And I stand with my Democrat and Republican colleagues, with Speaker Johnson, Leader Thune, and President Trump. We will continue to move forward to do the work of the American people in spite of these violent efforts to shut down the opportunities for our citizens to speak freely on the issues of the day.
And Congressman Kennedy, I can imagine this hits particularly close to home, given that it did happen in your state. What goes on in your mind when you first heard that news come in?
It's in my state and it's in my district. This place is just a few minutes from my house, and I know.
Oh
people
wow,
that were
you in the
there at that
hood.
event, and I know that this does not represent Utah nor its citizens. And this institution is an outstanding institution full of great professors as well as students, and it's a tragic event that they had to witness. But I know we can all learn from this event as far as this will not intimidate us. I've had as a state senator, I've had my house vandalized. I've had death threats against me. I know my congressional colleagues, some of them have had death threats as well against them. But we continue to do the work here in Washington, D.C. And I know my friends, my colleagues, the neighbors, they will continue to do their work to promote the opportunities that we have here in the United States of America. And violence will not intimidate us, and violence will not silence the voices of our good people.
Congressman Mike Kennedy, thank you very much for being with us tonight.
Thanks for having me.
And Anna Schechter, Senior Coordinating Producer for the Crime and Public Safety Unit, joins us here on set once again. Quite a few updates coming from that press conference from those federal, state, and local leaders and officials. With a person of interest in custody, where does the investigation go from here? And I know it's in early days, but it's all boots on the ground right now.
That's right. Well, they're still analyzing surveillance video.
I want to
They
see
wanna
the
match
troops.
this individual with everything that they're seeing from multiple cameras. So that's happening right now. They're also likely interviewing this individual. Then from there, they want to get associates, close family members, friends, colleagues that this person might have worked with, because they want to find out if anybody else might have known about this attack, plans for this attack, or might have aided it. So that's a very important part of this investigation that's underway right now. They're also going to get a search warrant for all of the electronic devices, cell phones, laptops, anything else where this individual might have communicated with others, and they're going to pull all of that in, review all of that. So the clock starts ticking now on that part of the investigation. While they're doing that, they're building a timeline of everything that this individual did leading up to the moment of pulling that trigger.
And I know we're looking ahead, but also a look back at what happened this afternoon. One thing that stood out to both of us during that press conference is hearing how many officers from the University Campus Police were actually on the ground out there. He was saying 6 officers, possibly more, that were also in plainclothes. He said that plainclothes officers were also there. But when you hear that some 3,000 people were in attendance, what goes in your head then?
Not a secure location. Wide open, no cover, no checkpoints, no metal detectors. Already, just the fact that they held the event at that location, law enforcement is at a disadvantage to keep it safe. But there are things that they could have done. And there you heard the police earlier acknowledge that, they might have been able to prevent this. But to have somebody on a roof in an open air university like that, very difficult to prevent. But had they had more eyes, more resources, maybe somebody would have seen something, said something, and apprehended that person before they took that shot.
And we're already hearing about events being postponed or canceled, political ones, because of what happened with security plans perhaps being re-examined. Do you think that other colleges or other venues could change the way they approach security given what happened here today?
Absolutely. At least in the short term, there is going to be a message that goes out wide to campus law enforcement, regionally and wider across the country. Everybody's going to be on high alert given that already law enforcement in the big cities were on high alert because tomorrow's September 11th. We are in a heightened threat environment, but looking out and finding that lone wolf before they attack, that is the hardest thing for law enforcement to do. Everybody's going to be ramping up security right now, essentially, at campuses, but other institutions around the country.
I know hindsight is 20/20, especially in cases like this, but when you do recognize that there was outcry and that people were not happy with Charlie Kirk's appearance on that campus, and that this was the first stop on a widely publicized tour that he was kicking off on, what should have been different?
Well, first of all, you should have had other law enforcement partners there, because one small campus security police, and even Provo police, they might not have had the resources to adequately secure this location.
Even for crowd control, if nothing else, when you have 3,000 people in one space like that.
That's right. And, you know, people get sick. You usually, if it's a highly publicized event, you'll have, you know, EMS teams. You might have a couple of ambulances just to make sure if somebody gets sick or needs help, that there are first responders there. So the fact that they were so lightly resourced, that was not ideal, obviously. Hindsight is 2020. I think there was a certain level of comfortability. If he might have felt, well, you know, I bring this healthy debate, and thought largely we're in sort of a friendly crowd. And I think that's where law enforcement can make the mistakes where they think that they're in a friendly crowd environment. They say, yes, let's go with an open air venue where anybody can walk in. And we heard
That was part of the appeal also for Kirk to have people come in and be able to have anyone sit down in front of him and talk to him.
That's right. Now, he did have a security team, so he was aware of a certain threat level, but he didn't seem to be, you know, he was out there speaking confidently. I mean, we watch all our politicians doing the same thing every day. It is impossible to have a 100% secure environment, particularly if you're choosing to hold an event outside like this one.
I know you've been urging caution in how we approach motive from the very, very start as soon as we heard this news come down. At the same time, it is hard to ignore the fact that he is such a prominent conservative figure. And this is all happening, of course, in the backdrop of quite a few targeted shootings that we have seen just in the past year or so. Luigi Mangione, of course, also behind one of those with United Healthcare. What does that say to you about where we are and this, you know, the landscape in which this is all happening?
Well, we've had quite a number of very high-profile targeted assassinations and assassination attempts over the last 18 months. So really a very heightened threat environment. But what I will say is there have been perpetrators also at school shootings, at other high-profile targeted attacks, where it was a free-for-all, any motive, a person with a documented mental health history who was grabbing at whatever was in the zeitgeist, using that as motivation. So that's why in the immediate aftermath of these kinds of shootings, we want to be very careful because we don't know what kind of writings this person might have had, what kind of online spaces they might have been frequenting. We don't know. We can suspect, and you just heard the governor of the state of Utah say this was a targeted political assassination. He might have information that we don't have, but at this point, we don't have information that supports that.
Which is why we always appreciate your context through all of this. Anna Schechter, thank you very much for today. And Brandon Russin joins us now. Brandon was there and saw all this happen. Brandon, I'm so sorry for what you've experienced today. Can you walk us through what you saw?
Yeah, thank you so much. I was just standing there about maybe 15 feet in front of Charlie, probably it was in the standing area, the standing crowd, maybe 3 people back behind the guardrail, and we were just enjoying listening to him answering questions. And before I continue, I don't think this is being covered. I don't know if any witnesses have come out and said that one of the last things that Charlie declared before the shot rang out was that Christ is Lord and that he defeated death. And I just find that very poetic.
Oh,
despite
wow.
this tragedy. After that,
he was aware of a certain
back that up a little bit.
level, but he didn't seem to be, you know, he was out there speaking confidently. I mean, we watch all our politicians doing the same thing every day. It is impossible to have a 100% secure environment, particularly if you're choosing to hold an event outside like this one.
I know you've been urging caution in how we approach motive from the very, very start as soon as we heard this news come down. At the same time, it is hard to ignore the fact that he is such a prominent conservative figure. And this is all happening, of course, in the backdrop of quite a few targeted shootings that we have seen just in the past year or so that have played out. Luigi Mangione, of course, also behind one of those with United Healthcare. What does that say to you about where we are in this, the landscape in which this is all happening?
Well, we've had quite a number of very high-profile targeted assassinations and assassination attempts over the last 18 months. So really a very heightened threat environment. But what I will say about the motive is there have been perpetrators also at school shootings, at other high-profile targeted attacks, where it was sort of a free-for-all, any motive, a person with a documented mental health
No
history
hashtags, no and signs in the comment section. No free promotion. I don't care who they are.
These kinds of shootings, we want to be very careful.
Respect the
because we don't
platform.
know what kind of
Super
writing,
chat, super sticker.
This person might have had, what kind of online spaces.
You're not
they might have
entitled.
We don't know. We can suspect, and you just
Sorry.
heard the governor of the state of Utah say this was a targeted political assassination. He might have information that we don't have, but at this point, we don't have information that supports that.
Which is why we always appreciate
Always
your
taken
context,
from the
throughout
needy
all of this, and
to
especially
provide for the
today.
greedy.
And Brandon Russin joins us now. Brandon was there and saw all this happen. Brandon, I'm so sorry for what you've experienced today. Can you walk us through what you saw?
Prayers for Brandon.
Thank you so much. I was just standing there about maybe 15 feet in front of Charlie, probably it was in the standing area, the standing crowd, maybe 3 people back behind the guardrail, and we were just enjoying listening to him answering questions. And before I continue, I don't think this is being covered. I don't know if any witnesses have come out and said that one of the last things that Charlie declared before the shot rang out was that Christ is Lord and that he defeated death. And
Amen.
I just find that very poetic, despite this tragedy. After that declaration, he moved on to the next question, which during that time was when the shot rang out, and it just seemed like everything went in slow motion. It didn't seem real for that split second, and then I saw very up close the graphic detail of what happened, and at that point, me and the friend that I was with and the crowd around us ducked down and quickly got on the ground.
It sounds like an incredibly harrowing experience that you had to go through, Brandon. When you did see this unfold so close to you, you said that you got on the ground. Can you talk a little bit about that immediate reaction of the crowd that was around you? I know there were so many students that were there.
Yeah, I think it took probably 1 second for everyone to process what had just happened, and all of a sudden we were all piling on the ground. I just remember instinctively shouting, "No, no, no, no." I reached for my phone to text my wife and to tell her that there was a shooter, and that I loved her in case anything happened to me. And at that point, we were on the ground for about a minute, and not hearing any more shots ring out gave everyone the confidence to just start running to the buildings. And so that's what we did.
Brandon, a lot has also been made today about what kind of safety measures were in place. Can you tell us about what you saw when you were there? What kind of safety apparatus that you had to go through, if any, and what your thoughts are on that now?
I'm going to be completely honest. When I walked into this courtyard, the first thing that I thought, with everything that's happened in the past decade or few years, the first thing I thought was, I hope they have good security here, because this does not seem like a safe place for Charlie to be giving his message. In terms of the layout of the courtyard, not in terms of the people, which like she was saying earlier, that it was a mostly friendly crowd, and so just the layout of the courtyard, that was my initial thought, is that this does not seem very safe. What
drew you to go there to begin with?
I I love hearing debates. I'm not totally engaged in politics, but I think the dialogue in this country is extremely important, and I think Charlie was a very, very intelligent man, and I appreciate hearing his evidence for his claims and hearing the debate on the other side too, and hearing that dialogue. That's initially what drew me.
An important dialogue to have. Brandon Russin, thank you very much for being with us tonight.
Thank you.
And we are going to have continuing coverage of the fatal shooting of conservative activist Charlie Kirk in Utah. But first, we are going to take a quick break. You're watching The Daily Report.
Hello, G. Hold on.
What happens when you get conversation over
confident that there wasn't a threat. Now, in hindsight, looking back, given the resources, we learned about 6 police officers were there for about 3,000 people. I think anyone in security would say that is not enough to secure a vulnerable location like that one.
We've been hearing from, of course, so many witnesses who were there when you consider how many students had to experience this, and so many young students also. I do want to play some of an interview that we had earlier today.
Yeah, it's like a courtyard. There was definitely security. I mean, I'm not an expert on security, but they had the guys with little curly wire coming out, so I assume that those were security detail. It was definitely there.
But no metal detectors.
No, there were no metal detectors. There was no checking anything.
Yeah, so you hear him say right there, no metal detectors, no checking of anything. Some people saying that there weren't really even tickets. It could just be something that anyone could walk up to.
Anyone could walk in, exactly, with bags. No bags were being checked. Guns could have been concealed. So it seemed like a very upbeat environment. Everybody seemed excited to be there. There's video of Charlie Kirk himself, throwing like a baseball cap, souvenirs out to the crowd. And he was sitting there under like a little covered tent area, taking questions, inviting this debate. He seemed very relaxed in the video right before the shot was fired.
We also understand as part of the material that investigators will be parsing through in the coming days and weeks that they are looking at security, closed-circuit television cameras and what they captured on campus.
I think this is who they have as a suspect.
When you have that many, there are also a lot of phone cameras that are recording what's going on. How do you start to go through and sift through?
They're saying that this may be who they have as a suspect.
It's a great question. And even in just the last few hours, the most interesting videos have been surfacing on social media. So I've been reviewing videos of an individual appearing to be running on top of a roof. Unconfirmed. We don't know if that was the shooter, but that has been circulating online. And guess what? Law enforcement, they're seeing all of those videos too. So they're monitoring social media and then they're doing their own investigation. So it's really interesting. Now in this day and age with everybody having cell phones, a lot of us are seeing the very nuts and bolts of the investigative material that those police, those FBI agents themselves are looking at.
Where does the investigation, I know that there are so many different branches that it could go from at this point, especially when you have federal, state, and local authorities involved in all those different jurisdictions. But where does it really go from here that you're going to be looking out for in the coming days?
Well, this individual who is in custody has already been asked, why did you do it? This individual has already been asked to give a list of people they were in contact with. Those search warrants are like, they're going to hustle and try to get a hold of that's technology, the phones, the laptops, as soon as possible and scrub those. So all of that is underway, but let's pull back the aperture and take a look at what's going on in this country. A little more than a year ago, there was an assassination attempt on Donald Trump.
It may be him.
We just saw Charlie Kirk get shot on video a few hours ago. We are right off of that Minneapolis school shooting where those children were shot, 2 of them killed. It's just an unbelievable
and a couple of other lawmen, a lady, her husband, and another guy,
even more of a
and his wife.
tense environment in this country.
As it does continue to seem to ratchet up to a new level every single week, every single month, do you see security changing when it comes to these kinds of mass events, whether or not they're political and involving a
Yeah, I
figure
want to
like
see the
Charlie
armored
Kirk or
guard,
people gathering
National
together?
Guard.
Well, they might be canceled if they're outside. When you hold an event indoors, there are just more opportunities to be checking. Now, the bad thing about that is it's harder for people to escape if they're inside of a venue. So there are pros and cons.
That's a good point.
As security, as these teams are planning out these kinds of events. But we're a democratic country, so politics happens out in the open. Politicians or activists like Charlie Kirk, they go out and they try to talk to people, draw crowds, and convince them of their way of thinking. So I don't know if there's going to be a full pullback. We just heard from a local member of Congress who's saying we won't be deterred. We are not going to be intimidated. So remains to be seen.
All right, Anna Schechter, thank you very much. This attack in Utah does come, though, nearly a year after a man attempted to gun down President Trump on his Florida golf course. And CBS News legal reporter Katrina Kaufman joins us now with more on that. Katrina, thank you for being with us today. So 59-year-old Ryan Ruth has pleaded not guilty now to charges of attempting to assassinate a major presidential candidate, also assaulting a federal officer, and several firearm charges. So opening statements in that trial are expected tomorrow. What do these attacks, being nearly a year apart, say about the rise in political violence that we're seeing play out in this country?
I mean, Nancy, we are seeing an increase in threats of violence related to political disagreements, to political aims. As Anna said, we don't yet know the motivations of the shooter, but these threats are escalating. There were Minnesota legislators who were Democrats who were attacked. There's also an increased threat to judges. I recently interviewed Judge Esther Salas, whose son was actually killed by someone who was trying to go after her. And now there are judges around the country receiving pizzas in her son's name. And what that means is they're saying that we know where you live and what happens to her son could happen to you. We're now seeing this shooting of Charlie Kirk. And it's almost a year to the day of that attempted assassination of Donald Trump, who's now president, but at the time was a candidate, by Ryan Ruth. That was on September 15th, 2024. And just about 2 months before that was that first assassination attempt on Trump's life in Butler, Pennsylvania. And Charlie Kirk, of course, as you've been talking about, was instrumental in helping Trump get elected for a second time.
Katrina, can you also walk us through how the legal process works in high-profile shootings like this one, and also in the case of Ryan Ruth?
Well, you know, it will occur the way a traditional criminal investigation would, but of course with a heightened scrutiny. First, they will arrest and then charge the suspect. There will be an intensive investigation of their cell records, of their electronics. In the case of Ryan Ruth, there was actually an interesting twist. While investigating him, they looked at the computer of his son, Orem Ruth, and actually found child pornography. His son is now in federal prison on 7 years. Ryan Ruth, in fact, wants his son to come be a character witness for him in this trial. But after the investigation is complete here, there will be an
Why would you
indictment,
bring
and
that up?
likely
And we got
there
a
will be
whole
some form of
president
murder charge.
that's
In
dealing
Trump's
with
case, it was an attempted assassination charge, but Charlie Kirk is not a federal government officer.
All right, Katrina Kaufman, thank you. And earlier, Utah Governor Spencer Cox shared his reaction to Charlie Kirk's death, as well as the state of political violence in this country.
This is a dark day for our state. It's a tragic day for our nation. I want to be very clear that this is a political assassination. Charlie believed in the power of free speech and debate to shape ideas and to persuade people. When someone takes the life of a person because of their ideas or their ideals, then that very constitutional foundation is threatened.
And we will have much more coverage on the fatal shooting of Charlie Kirk in Utah. But first, a quick break. You're watching The Daily Report.
You know, anybody could have a weapon here. So, yeah. UVU, I do believe, is a concealed carry campus, I believe. I just checked that out this morning or last night. But yeah, I don't know. Those are my observations.
Under Biden, our young people own nothing and they are miserable. Donald Trump refuses to accept this fake, pathetic, mutilated version of the American dream. When he was president, young people were richer than ever before, and he will do it again.
And that was Charlie Kirk speaking at the Republican National Convention in Milwaukee last July. The Trump ally also spoke at the RNC back in 2020. That was during the president's first term in the White House. Joining us now with more on Charlie Kirk is CBS News senior White House and political correspondent Ed O'Keefe.
Not all young
Ed, thanks
people
for
were
being with
richer
us,
than they were
on this
before.
day. Help us take a step back and give us some perspective on Kirk's role in today's
It's sad to
conservative
me
movement.
that they don't want
It is
equality.
hard to understate the scope of his influence.
Yeah, especially among younger conservatives or younger Republican voters, or those at least that spend a lot of time online. Kirk began his Turning Point USA organization about 12 years ago when he was only about 18, and inspired by the Tea Party movement, built it from there. It now includes Turning Point USA, which is a more of a political arm, and then even Turning Point Faith, which is designed to organize among those that are more religiously conservative. And so, then there's a radio show, and there was podcasting, and there was a pretty vociferous social media feed that included highlights from the event like the one he was holding today, where you hold these prove me wrong exchanges with people who may disagree with you. Like Anna said, one of the issues he talked a lot about in this country, guns in America. There would have been a conversation about that. Could have been something that was going on in the news or with sports. Certainly issues of faith and society in general, and then defending the Trump administration from those that disagreed with it. But the idea was that he would sit there, engage the person, try to have a, healthy and breezy back and forth. Maybe the other person walked away from it convinced. Maybe the other person walked away slightly angry. But the idea was he was trying to show his followers, you can have these kinds of healthy conversations, and here's how you can defend your viewpoint from the conservative perspective. And again, there are a lot of people in this country today, Nancy, who are learning about who he is for the first time. And that's because the way your social media feed works may not serve you that kind of content. That's to the detriment of everyone. You're not seeing the other side necessarily. And so this will be an opportunity for people to learn about maybe what he stood for and what he stood against, and whether you agree with it or not, that's what he was out there doing. And that it ended so violently and so unexpectedly is really going to be a profound marker on the conservative movement. You've seen the reaction from the president, the vice president, the Secretary of Defense, other senior White House officials like Stephen Miller, for example, others who work in the West Wing who were close with Charlie, who were inspired by the activism that he led, and in many cases may very well be in the jobs they're in because Charlie Kirk told the president, yeah, that guy should have that job, or she should be working in that part of the administration, because we know that during the transition last year, given what he had done to help mobilize the conservative vote for the president, given how close he'd become with the president and his son Donald Trump Jr. especially, he was at Mar-a-Lago in transition meetings, cherry-picking people for senior government roles, urged them to put Kash Patel at the FBI, would have steered them towards certain people to put in the cabinet, and then went out and used his movement to make sure that these people got the votes needed from fellow Republicans who may have been skeptical about their qualifications, and made sure they got their jobs. And others thinking ahead to the future of the party and the future of the Maga movement knew that they had to be cultivating him and those that followed him, because they are the foot soldiers in the conservative movement today. And guys like Charlie Kirk, Ben Shapiro, and plenty of others are the ones that the party leans on now to help draw attention to issues or to certain candidates who may need some money and manpower, and to make sure that they understand why it is the president is doing what he's doing.
And Ed, the thing is, it's an incredible impact for someone who is just 31 years old, and yet he's been part of this conservative scene for quite some time. He started quite early on the grassroots level. Can you talk a little bit about that impact that not only he has had as a political figure in his own right, but also the movement he has helped spawn through Turning Point itself?
Well, yeah, and this is, we heard some on our air earlier today saying how attending and speaking at a Turning Point event could be just as effective as speaking at a Trump rally in terms of the mileage you could get out of doing so. That clips of it would spread, that the word of mouth would spread, that the donations might come in, that the volunteers willing to show up to help you because they liked something you talked about would suddenly materialize. That there was real equity, or you could get results, in essence, for being associated with them. There were conferences held by Turning Point and its various entities earlier this year that drew several senior Trump administration officials, because before their government work and during it, they understood they were there in part because he made it happen. He helped find the voters necessary in the swing states. He helped draw the support needed to make sure Republican senators voted for them, maybe even some Democrats. And he was sustaining that support by talking about them, having them on as guests, and making sure that his followers knew about them. But again, we talk, Nancy, in this country about making sure that young voters are engaged and that they participate in the process. That is what he was doing, whether you agree with him or not, whether you find what he said, acceptable or vile. He was a voice in the system. And he was shaping the country to his liking through the work he was doing. And we've seen it on the left, we've seen it on the right, we've seen it among labor leaders, religious leaders, civil rights leaders through American history. He will rank as one of those kinds of activists that drew people to the streets, drew people to causes and events, and was gunned down way too soon.
An incredible legacy. I'm also
gunned down way too
find it
soon.
noteworthy
Wow.
to see the reaction that has been pouring out, not only from leaders.
Please double tap the screen. Hit the like button, please. Thank you.
President Obama, former President Biden. I mean, it is rare to have the leaders on both sides be able to speak so movingly about one figure at this point.
Well, and most especially to denounce violence of all sorts, as they should. But also because, there are Democrats who were trying to take cues from him, trying to figure out how it is that you were convincing people to rally to your cause. I think the most notable
and have a very public debate.
And this was the moment Kirk was rushed from campus to the hospital.
He was. That is what he was doing, whether you agree with him or not, whether you find what he said,
Data and violence will not silence the voices of our good people.
Congressman Mike Kennedy, thank you very much for being with us tonight.
Thanks for having me.
Welcome in. It is 7:30 in the East, 4:30 in the West. I'm Juliette Goodrich. We're following breaking news. CHARLIEKIRK, a conservative activist and close ally of President Trump, Donald Trump, who was shot and killed today on a Utah college campus. It's an act that the Utah governor is calling a political assassination. What happened at Kirk's Prove Me Wrong debate at Utah Valley University, where he invites students to challenge his political and cultural views. Sources tell CBS News Kirk was killed by a single shot fired from a distance just after noon local time. Authorities say the shooter wore dark clothing and fired from a roof on campus.
So that man I showed y'all is not him. He didn't have on dark clothes.
People in the crowd started screaming and running away after the gunshot was fired.
Wow.
And this was the moment Kirk was rushed from campus to the hospital. He was pulled through the crowd of people running to safety. And the governor of Utah gave an update about the investigation at a news conference this evening. Let's take a listen.
I want to be very clear that this is a political assassination.
I've had death threats against me. I know my congressional colleagues, some of them have had death threats as well against them. But we continue to do the work here in Washington, D.C. And I know my friends, my colleagues, the neighbors, they will continue
This
to do
just
their
proves
work
America
to
is
promote
deeply
the
divided.
opportunities that we have here in the United States of America. And violence will not intimidate us, and violence will not silence the voices of our good people.
Congressman Mike Kennedy, thank you very much for being with us tonight.
Thanks for having me.
Welcome in. It is 7:30 in the East, 4:30 in the West. I'm Juliette Goodrich. We're following breaking news. Charlie Kirk, a conservative activist and close ally of President Trump, Donald Trump, who was shot and killed today on a Utah college campus. It's an act that the Utah governor is calling a political assassination. What happened at Kirk's Prove Me Wrong debate at Utah Valley University, where he invites students to challenge his political and cultural views. Sources tell CBS News Kirk was killed by a single shot fired from a distance just after noon local time. Authorities say the shooter wore dark clothing and fired from a roof on campus. People in the crowd started screaming and running away after the gunshot was fired. And this was the moment Kirk was rushed from campus to the hospital. He was pulled through the crowd of people running to safety. Now, the governor of Utah gave an update about the investigation at a news conference this evening. Let's take a listen.
I want to be very clear that this is a political assassination. We are celebrating 250 years of the founding of this great nation. That founding document, the Declaration of Independence, that this great experiment on which we embarked together 250 years ago, that we are endowed by our Creator with certain unalienable rights. The first one of those is life. And today, a life was taken. Charlie Kirk was first and foremost a husband and a dad to two young children.
Condolences to them.
He was also very much politically involved, and that's why he was here on campus. Charlie believed in the power of free speech and debate to shape ideas and to persuade people. Historically, our university campuses in this nation and here in the state of Utah have been the place where truth and ideas are formulated and debated. And that's what he does. He comes on college campuses and he debates. That is foundational to the formation of our country, to our most basic constitutional rights. And when someone takes the life of a person because of their ideas or their ideals, then that very constitutional foundation is threatened. I pray that those who hated what Charlie Kirk stood for will put down their social media and their pens and pray for his family, and that all of us will try to find a way to stop hating our fellow Americans.
At the White House, the American
I agree
flag
with
is
that.
lowered to half-staff in honor of Charlie
Hate is
Kirk.
not good.
President Trump says he's ordering all U.S. flags across the country to half-staff until Sunday evening.
The chair would ask that all members present in the chamber and those in the gallery please rise for a moment of prayer for Charlie Kirk and his family.
House Speaker Mike Johnson led the chamber in a moment of silence and prayer for Charlie Kirk and his family. Speaking to cameras outside the chamber, he condemned the violence and called on political leaders to use their voices.
I'm just going to state the obvious here. This is detestable, what's happened. Political violence has become all too common in American society, and this is not who we are.
I agree. It's not who we are.
The core principles of our country, our Judeo-Christian heritage, our civil society, our American way of life, and it must stop. We need every political figure, we need everyone who has a platform to say this loudly and clearly. We can settle disagreements and disputes in a civil manner, and Political violence must be called out, and it has to stop.
And starting at the top.
Let's bring in CBS News congressional
Starting at the
reporter
top.
Torian
It has
Small for
to
more on this.
stop.
So Torian, Charlie Kirk
Starting
had
from
close
the
ties
top.
with people inside the White House. So
It
break
has
down
to stop.
their response this evening.
Yeah, off the top, we saw the president ordering flags here at the White House grounds, but also around the country at half staff. We saw that happen just about 2 hours ago. Since then, we've seen just a wave of reaction from folks, not just within this administration, but also down the road on Capitol Hill, from lawmakers holding that moment of silence on the House floor. To the House
It
Speaker
has to
giving
stop.
that very
Starting at the
impassioned
top.
plea for an end to this political, this type of political violence. And then we saw presidents of past. George W. Bush just put out a statement sending his condolences to the family. Barack Obama, former president, also sending out his condolences and condemning this violence. What was also curious to me, I also saw a post from California Governor Gavin Newsom. One of the first reactions to come out of this, he said, of course, there's no place for this type of violence. And he also is one to reach across the aisle. He had Kirk on his podcast just earlier this year. So they had some type of a cordial relationship there. But I can't underscore enough just how important of a figure Kirk was to the president's life. He has visited the White House several times this year. The president, when he would come to visit, would often tout how he was instrumental in helping him win with young voters. And part of that was because of the strategy that we saw at this event today, this debate me or prove me wrong, as the events as he called them, where he would meet with folks across the political aisle and have a very public debate that extended to digital spaces as well, where he would also then attach President Trump's 2024 campaign to it. So a lot of folks working at the White House not only worked with Kirk, but know him intimately, which is why we're seeing this outpouring of responses.
Sure. Torian, is this incident sparking any discussion in Washington about security measures in place?
Yeah, what's interesting, I saw my colleague, Caitlin Huey-Burns, have a conversation with Mike Lee in the Senate. He represents Utah there, and he was understandably so distraught at the murder of Charlie Kirk, but also went on to say that this is something that should be considered, whether or not it's safe for these public figures, especially connected to politics, to be out in the public. No word yet on if legislation will come from that. We haven't necessarily heard the president weigh in on needs or security changes for folks in his orbit, but it is at least on the discussion and these early discussions as it relates to this shooting.
Torian Small. Torian, thank you. Charlie Kirk was the founder of the conservative youth organization Turning Point USA. It was founded in 2012, and as of today, the group says it has a presence on more than 3,500 campuses. In a statement this afternoon, Turning Point confirmed Kirk's death and asked for his family and loved ones to be kept in people's prayers during this time. Chris Van Cleve is outside Turning Point headquarters in Phoenix.
A clearly elevated security presence in front of the Turning Point headquarters here in Phoenix. While Phoenix police say there are no clear threats against the organization here locally, we've seen a number of officers arrive in the last couple of hours. A white van there blocking access to the parking lot. Employees were sent home this afternoon. We watched as people lowered the American flag and the Arizona state flag to half staff after the word broke that Charlie Kirk had died in this shooting. We've also watched a steady stream of mourners come here to place flowers, leave hats. We've seen people in tears, a lot of hugging, praying, people coming together, including a lot of young people coming to pay their respects. One young man we talked to said he felt like Kirk gave him a forum and a safe place to share his views, and Kirk became a voice for his beliefs, a voice that's now been so violently silenced. Back to you.
Chris Van Cleve, thank you. Our partners at CBS affiliate KUTV in Salt Lake City are following this story. One of their anchors says her son was at the event when Kirk was shot.
Oh, wow.
Heartbreaking day for so many. Thousands were in attendance. We know that many of you had students that were either on campus or at this event. Thousands of students there watching as this happened. I feel you today. My son, a student here at Utah Valley University, a sophomore this year. I did not know he was going to be at the event. He was actually texting me from the event earlier today saying, I'm going to talk to him. I was trying to figure out who he was talking to, and the next thing I heard was a call, him panicked and running, scared. You could hear screaming on campus. All the kids were running after that shot was fired. Hopefully we can talk to him at some point, but I know many of your students probably have had similar experiences. Brian, he told me on the phone that when this happened, he was standing in line. He was number 10. He wanted to debate or ask Charlie a question. He was waiting there not far from the stage. He heard one shot. He saw his head go back, and then just sheer panic, everyone running from campus and all of these students trying to figure out where to go. This is not a campus where students live on campus, so they were all just trying to find a safe space to be.
That's very consistent with what we've heard also from other students, other event goers that were out there earlier today. This transpiring just after noon, just after the event and the speaking portion started to get underway. This was the first stop on Charlie Kirk's tour. This is what he does. He travels the country and debates students on topics, and there were 2 stops in Utah. There was this one here at Utah Valley and the one also at Utah State University. Oddly enough, there was also the conversation last week about the early coverage of this event where he brought in Senator Mike Lee to talk about this conversation, and then lo and behold, what happens here today was just, I think, something that nobody expected and nobody really anticipated transpiring. The people that were out here earlier today, I was speaking with a high schooler from the nearby UCAS school, the school that's just local here. A lot of them were here today. He even told me that other students from other schools were getting extra credit to be here and just listen and take in the spirit of conversation and the debate, which is hard to come to grips with in today's society here.
And the sad part is this is the reality for our kids. My son had a couple of his friends meet him from South Jordan and Bingham High School. They came down here for this event, and earlier this week they had a lockdown at the school where it was the first of its kind, where they actually had the kids cover the windows, lock the doors, get under their desks, hide in a closet. After that trauma, they were already scared. They came down here today and this happened. I'm just sad that our kids live in this world, especially when the whole concept behind this, whether you agree with Charlie Kirk or not, is that kids could gather on campus, they could discuss politics, ask questions, and in a fun way, debate those. Absolutely did not end that way today.
We will continue to keep an eye on this breaking story. Charlie Kirk dead at 31 years old after being shot on campus at Utah Valley University. We also are covering more breaking news. Yet another school shooting, this time on a Colorado high school campus.
Oh,
We have the
wow.
latest developments on the investigation. That's next, right here on CBS News 24/7 Primetime.
Oh, wow. Hold on. Oh, my goodness. We need a healing. We need a healing.
Straight to the neck. There are some really, really graphic videos out there of the moment he got hit. We're not going to show those right now, but
Please
the
don't.
chances are you might have already seen them on your timelines. But here is the moment leading up to that fatal shot because it's important.
Okay, now 5 is a lot, right? I'm gonna give you some credit. Do you know how many mass shooters there have been in America over the last 10 years? Counting or not counting?
Oh, wow. They was talking about mass. Ooh. They were talking about mass
It's
shootings.
hard to watch. There's a lot of confusion about the shooter. For all we know, that person might still be at large, but it looks like there is a suspect in custody, possibly a person of interest. There is some confusion at this
Oh,
moment.
y'all, they were talking about mass
You
shooting.
were close with Charlie, and you spoke to him just the last few days. How are you doing tonight?
You know, we're extremely shaken up and heartbroken. Charlie Kirk was that larger-than-life figure, and the last person that you imagined this happening to. Charlie Kirk was a walking, talking beacon of hope, and I can really confidently say, as someone who has been on college campuses with him, who's been on the campaign trail with him, who has seen him in conversations with the president, that the only reason that President Trump is in the Oval Office this evening is because of Charlie Kirk's tireless efforts to reach out to the next generation. And that's what makes this so hard. Such a fighter for the movement as a whole. And I got to say, the first time we met, it was in the 4th grade. I just started a
Oh,
podcast at 11
wow.
years old. And I'll be honest with you, not a
Hey,
lot of people wanted to come on a
OG504,
4th graders
Mikey.
podcast, but Charlie took a chance on me. He came on, and afterwards I asked him for some advice. And this afternoon, just reeling with the news and speaking with his family and friends, it brought a smile on my face thinking of the advice because it was so authentic and so Charlie. And he said, Brylan, the left will have all the money and fundraising in the world, but nobody can ever say they
Yeah, I
operate.
believe
I
it
will wake up as early
was.
as I need to. I will stay up as late as I need to. I'll travel to whatever campuses I need to. But he always
I believe
took
it
that
was an
time
inside
to fight for
job.
the next generation, and that's what we'll be remembering.
Matt, you've been in Republican politics a long time. Again, I'm sorry for the loss of somebody, within the Republican Party and in the movement you work
It's
for.
sad.
How are you and your colleagues taking this? I mean, you're out there with political candidates all the time. You're out there doing Republican events. This guy wasn't running for office. He wasn't elected. He was an influencer, huge following, huge, we know how big his movement was. But it's just wild that he was assassinated, right? And he wasn't somebody that he had even run for office.
No, he wasn't even a traditional operative per se in the
But he
traditional
was,
sense
it
of
appears
the
that he was
word.
big.
But you talk to almost any Republican in either the Trump
More like
administration
than the
or just
president.
in power or around power today, it was always either 1 or 2 degrees of separation from not just meeting Charlie once, but knowing Charlie. He was that ubiquitous in circles. And Brylan is right in many respects. His get out was instrumental last year to knock on doors, chase mail ballots, and really ensure that people came out to vote, but a particularly hard demographic, young people, right? And that's always very tough to get them out. And also going to college campuses, and his reach was very strong there, but he was also a massive advocate for family, for getting married, having kids, going to church or having religion as one's role in life. Very, very important.
Hey, plus size Betty.
Young people especially.
Hey,
Brylan,
NYC.
how did he break through with young people? Because he had podcasts, he was huge on social
He
media.
was just
What was it
trying
about his
to
message, as
share the
Matt alluded
word.
to? He sort of
It's so
broke the mold when it
different
came to
than
Republican
all the
operatives, and he
other
probably wouldn't
people
call
out there.
himself that as well, because he kind of came out of
No
the
different
MAGA movement,
than
and that sort of the people that
Candace
wanted
or
him to get rid
anyone
of the swamp in
out
Washington, D.C. on the
there,
right.
or even Brett
Charlie was
Cooper.
authentic, and I think that's what resonated with people so well. He really took the time to talk to people. He didn't come to campuses and scream at
As soon
college
as he
students like I'm
started
a
to
freshman at
speak
Auburn
on that
University. People loved to
one,
see him actually come and
it was
interact with
over.
people. And Charlie was doing this the right way. Every event that he's ever done on a college campus, he has a Q&A. The entire event is just come and ask me questions. And he encourages people that are on the opposition, people that disagree with him, to get in the front of the line. He wants to have conversations. And I think that that's something that we've lost in the country. And if anything comes from this, it's a need for civil discourse.
They
Because Charlie is
proved
doing
their
that. He was
point.
bringing back
What was the
conversations,
point?
and this whole
What did they
tragedy could have
prove?
been prevented
I
by a
don't.
conversation.
What did they prove? They're gonna make this. They're gonna say it was a Democrat. I mean, what did they prove? What they proved to me is that Trump seems to think that there's only violence in blue states, and that only blue states need National Guard. I mean, and it's not it's not divided like that. This is devastating. This is pretty tragic, and it's not a blue state. So I don't know what they prove. What did they prove? They didn't prove that this was blue against red. Yeah, I mean, you let me tell it. They proved that anybody can be sacrificed. And if this man really did, I mean, maybe he had different views, but they seem to think that he had that he had integrity, and that just is not a match with this office. So I don't know. But I will follow it. I will follow it. He was a strong believer in God that so happened to be a conservative. We should not. Okay, I said I'm going to sit, I'm going to watch. We should not what? Yeah, so if he had integrity, like I said, then that's not something that would be, especially at this time. If you have morals, integrity, and you line it up with your belief in God, that what's going on right now is not a match. And if you believed in someone, I mean, are we going to keep it real? Are we going to fake the funk, Pressure? If you are a believer and that's hypothetically say he wholeheartedly believed, he believed in his leader, and a lot of people do and did, and then this that's coming out now, and you come into the realness of it and not want to manipulate yourself. Okay? It is hard for you to line it up accordingly. And if he had integrity, he would have concerns that would not match his leader. And I am not going to act like that is not a possibility. If he is a believer, as you say, and he had integrity, as you say, I believe you. I also believe that he would probably be one who did not believe it. And now that the evidence that's coming out, probably was in shock and may wanted to have a conversation with him. I don't know. I don't know. But if he is who you say he is, then I can see that being unequally yoked. And that's going to be a problem, because anybody who will not go along with him and lie for him and, make believe like, everything is a lie, no, you are expendable. That's just my opinion.
That's why he was there. I mean, how do you explain this to his two young kids today? Your dad went to a college campus, a place of free expression and free conversation, and didn't come home? Like, where else was this supposed to happen?
Yeah.
He wanted the files released. Okay.
Campaign and the way people try to get their message.
I believe that. And once, okay, I believe that, Pressure. I believe that he wanted to have the files released. But in the back of his mind, he was probably like the rest of them, thinking, he says there is no case, there's no files, there's no nothing, let it go. He probably wholeheartedly believed that until the facts, the truth started coming out. When they got the unredacted, when they got the evidence from the state, from Epstein's estate, everybody who really has integrity, their belief is shattered. The disappointment is real, and the conversations have to be had. I just jumped on, but AunTeaFee, did you see the video of the? Yes. The video is what made me go live. Yes, I saw it. I absolutely saw it, and it was horrible. I mean, that was a lot. I mean, it was one shot, but it was a lot, and it was graphic. God grant me the serenity to accept the things I cannot change, and the courage to change the things I can, and the wisdom to know the difference. Amen. Amen. Oh my, wow. Yeah, it was horrible, y'all. It was devastating.
Just social media is necessary right now, and any political candidate wants to get their message out. You still sort of have to go out there. The president does it himself, even after his assassination attempts. But you have to go out there and you have to start the movement and press the flesh.
Trump's assassination attempt was nothing like what they did to this young man. Nothing. It was spot on. There was no one around him, you know. It was horrible.
Charlie, who again was incredibly popular on the right, is assassinated.
I'm worried it could have a physical, but also maybe a different type of barrier between, people like Charlie, whether it's on the left or the right, and, people on a college campus, or his ability to engage with kind of the general public, right? We saw this in some respects after the shooting in Butler of President Trump, right? His events got more controlled, more guarded. He got more distant. He had to for his safety. I hope that, free expression, as Brian was saying, was such a cornerstone of what he believed in, and debate and civilized debate. I hope we don't lose that, and we can still talk and be civilized without, barriers, physical or otherwise, in between us.
Yeah, Brian, I'm gonna give you the last word here of what you're gonna remember about your mentor, Charlie Kirk.
A family man and a man of faith. That is how I will be remembering Charlie in conversations this week. I got to tell you, you understand like the hecticness of a campaign and like traveling and crisscrossing the country. Charlie, in my entire 10 years of knowing him, never didn't take the Sabbath. Every single Sunday, flew home, took his wife and 2 young kids to church, actually took the time to be a father figure, took the time to turn his phone off on Sundays and actually be present with his family. That's so rare and so unique, and just shows that genuinely he was a family Christian man, and America lost a really good one tonight.
Lynn Hollyhan, you are a political commentator, but also a freshman at Auburn University. We thank you for joining us tonight. Matt Gorman, we know I'll see you again here on Top Story. We thank you for your analysis as well.
Thank you, sir.
That's going to do it for us tonight. Thanks for watching this special edition of Top Story. I'm Tom Yamas in New York. Stay right there. More news on the way. We're coming on the air with the shocking assassination of conservative influencer Charlie Kirk. Kirk was 30.
Bear with me, y'all. I just got noticed that we have faith and family and freedom. Having an outage in my area again.
Understood or had the heart of the youth in the United States of America better than Charlie. He was loved and admired by all, especially me, and now he is no longer with us. Melania and my sympathies go out to his beautiful wife, Erica, and family. Charlie, we love you. Kirk was speaking at the Utah Valley University in the question and answer style that made him so popular.
Long live Charlie.
A single shot straight to the neck. There are some really, really graphic videos out there of the moment he got hit. We're not going to show those right now, but the chances are you might have already seen them on your timelines. But here is the moment leading up to that fatal shot, because it's important.
I said wasn't nobody around him, but yes, it was, I guess.
How many mass shooters there have been in America over the last 10 years? Counting or not counting gang violence? Great.
Okay, so what? Hold on. Did y'all see that? Did y'all see that? Oh, Lord. Why did I have to see that with my good eye? Who is that guy that's behind him? Did y'all see that?
He had podcasts. He was huge on social media. What was it about his message, as Matt alluded to? He sort of broke the mold.
Turned his phone off on Sundays and actually...
Who is the suspect? What we know...
Did y'all see that? Please. I know that they just sent me a message. Oh, yeah, I need for y'all to watch this with y'all good eye. Hold on. I'm trying to get back to it. That guy who he was debating. I'm talking about the guy behind him. I'm trying to get back to it. Hold on.
He's here with us, Liz.
Did I go too far?
It's very hard to understand whether...
This person is not believed.
Hold on. Y'all didn't see that. Oh, my goodness. Okay. In the white shirt. No, not him. Hold on.
Straight to the neck. There are some really, really graphic videos out.
Okay. Oh, Lord. Do I need to slow it down? Yeah, let's slow it down. Lord. Yeah, I need for y'all to get your good eyes. He or she who wears glasses, put them on. Put them on.
The moment he got hit, we're not
hold on. Right now, but stop. Oh, I wanted y'all to see this guy right here move up. He moved up and put his hand on him. And then he did something with his watch. He raised it up. This one. Him. I need for y'all to watch his movement. Oh my God, I went back too far. Hold on, I should have looked at the time. Hold on. What did I do?
Let me for your analysis as well about this ongoing pattern of political violence in America
right now. My goodness.
It's very concerning for America and family. Charlie, we love you. Kirk was speaking at the Utah Valley University.
Stop. Okay. Okay, are we clear who we watching? Him. Watch his movement. Watch him move up, put his hand on his shoulder when he started talking about mass shooting. He is standing behind him now, right? Right? Y'all okay. Give me a 1 if y'all can hear me. If y'all understand what I'm saying. Give me a 1 if you hear me. Oh Lord, I may be having a system. Okay. Watch him.
An answer style that made him so popular when he was hit by a single shot straight to the neck. There are some really, really graphic videos out there of the moment he got hit. We're not.
Why he do that?
Right now, but
why he do that?
The chances are.
Why did he walk up? Why did he walk up, put his hand on him, and look at his watch right before he was unalived? Why did he do that? Oh Lord, that's good. You didn't see going bad. He didn't touch him. Pressure, I know you lying. Pressure, I know you lying. I know you lying. I know you lying. Man, I know you lying. I know you playing with me. I know you playing with me. I know you playing with me. Pressure, stop. Pressure. Did anybody look at the video from a different angle? Look like he was giving a signal. He didn't walk up and put his hand behind him. Let's go.
Because it's important.
Okay, so he's nowhere near him right now, right? He's nowhere near it. His hand is not reached out to him at all. Oh, hold on. Do I need to make it bigger? Is that bigger for you? Y'all see that gap in between them? I know you lying to me. He looked up. He raised his arm up. I want y'all to see him come put his hand on him.
Okay, now 5 is a lot, right? I'm gonna give you some credit. Do you know how many mass shooters there have been in America over the last 10 years? Counting or not counting gang?
You lying to me? Right when the gun went off, he went up to him, put his hand, and he raised his hand. You lying to me? You lying to me? I'm saying from right here. I don't know what you have. Oh my God. Did you see what I just showed you? I don't care nothing about your angle. Pressure, I'm asking you, did you see what I just saw? Why do you always have to do that? You say he didn't put his hand on him. Yes, he did. He walked up and put his hand on him and raised his arm up with his watch. Even boy tipping the hat seemed like signaling. I'm not asking you about your angle. I asked you, did you just see right here? And you can't answer. Thank you, Zonnie. Thank you, plus size baddie. Thank you for the ones who ain't lying. Talking about he didn't touch him. Pressure, you play too much. I can't do you. Oh my God. Now you're going to tell me I can't see with my good eye. Well, you the only one that didn't see it. I enlarged it to you. Why did he move from here to come up right with, did you hear when the gun went off? You the one loving on him. I'm trying to tell you, it was
on campus. It may have been captured
right there
on video.
And he was hit.
Campus,
he was set up, y'all. It was a hit. I know y'all saw it. Now we can act like you acting like his signature, Pressure. You acting like that was not his signature, although you know it was.
That is how I will be.
I done made it this big, and you still trying to act like you didn't see that.
You understand, like, the
I don't care. He still did what he did.
traveling and crisscrossing the country.
Pressure, stop. I don't care what you send me. I just saw it on this one. NBC News. And what I saw, he moved up. Why did he move up? Why did he move up? Why did he move up? What was the point at that time for him to move up, touch him, raise his watch arm up, and then he gets shot? What was the point of that? What happened that required him to move up, put his hand on him? No. He ain't my, you love him. I'm just saying. I ain't no fool. I know what I saw.
Is a suspect within the Republican Party and in the movement you work for. How are you and your colleagues taking this?
Let me see what you say.
You're out there with political candidates all the time.
Even Boy Tip is the one.
This guy
in the white shirt beside. I didn't even see the guy in the white shirt beside him.
He was an influencer, huge following, huge. We know how big his movement was.
Oh wow!
But it's just wild that he was assassinated, right? And he wasn't somebody that he had even run for office.
No, he wasn't even a traditional operative per se in the traditional sense.
I wasn't expecting to see that. Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh my God! Pressure. I was not expecting to see that. So you can go on with that crazy stuff. Let me lower this back down. You act like I was planning to see that. I don't even know where it was where I saw it.
What is the latest? Both the FBI and local. All right, Jason, I should say,
And if you want to get proven.
Why did that man move up? With the question of mass shooting, why did he move up? No, that was the one who got away. That was not a skin suit. That was real blood that shot out his neck at the time that he was hit. Hold on. Yeah, I saw that, but they said he had on all black, and that man don't have on all black. This is the man that they may be questioning, but they said he had on all black. So, yeah, I, at this point, I'm not buying that. The old guy in there, he may be the one who was giving them a hard time. But they specifically said that he had on all black. And this old cat right here got on a blue shirt and some khaki pants. Now I know, let me see, unless they finna give some more information, because where did they get the all black? Now, whether I don't know the cat, so I don't have any reason to not handle it look at it any different than how I always look at stuff. But they said that it was a cat on the roof that shot that had on all black. This old cat. That they dragging. Here, old man. Heck, he almost looked like him. He almost looked like this guy right here. Police arrested suspect moments after. Yeah, but this is the one that they said that they let go. They had the wrong guy. If this is the guy that they arrested moments after they arrested the wrong guy. Yeah, because the one they was looking for had on all black. Yeah, so this is the one that they arrested initially and let him go. And then they was questioning somebody else. There's a different video of a different old man arrested with a rifle and a scope on it. Oh, okay. Well, hold on. Is it the one that have on a blue shirt? Reacting different. See, this is why I don't like the open carry. I don't like the open carry. Because, see, just because somebody have a gun, they going to assume that it's him. But they initially said they arrested a guy that they thought was a suspect and they let him go. And now they're questioning another guy. But they said that who they were looking for had on all black. So now, you know, I don't know. I'm looking for them to be carrying somebody off in all black. And then this one says moments after. Oh, wow. This is sad, y'all. Over the news. Let me suspect arrested. Let me see. Yeah, I can't show. That's the same guy I showed y'all earlier. And he had fell to the ground. This older cat right here. But he don't have on all black. And the message says police arrested him shortly after. And so that would not be him because he don't have on all black. He's the guy that they arrested in error. The one they dragged away was not the shooter. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to explain to people. That guy right there is not the shooter. They arrested him and detained him in error. That's what they said earlier with the press conference. But they said that they had, so Patel was wrong. He got his intel wrong. And then they said they had another guy that they were questioning. So that guy right here was not the shooter. And they said he had on all black. But they detained him because he was being combative. Well, of course, I would be too. If you grabbing on me and there's an active shooter out there. But they said they was looking for somebody in all black. So, you know. Okay, back to this. Pressure, everybody except pressure. Please tell. Let me see. WR332, thank you. The guy they detained was yelling that he did it and to shoot him. The old white guy is part of the reason people didn't keep looking. So the old guy was the one that was screaming, I did it, shoot him. The guy they detained was yelling that he did it and to shoot him. So the old cat was trying to get them to shoot him, to unalive him. Is that what you're saying? So he says the guy they detained was yelling that he did it and to shoot him. The old guy is part of the reason people didn't keep looking. That's crazy. Well, the old cat is not him. They need to get this guy right here and ask him some things. Because I don't understand what about the question about mass shootings made him move up. Why did he move up? The one they arrested with the rifle had on a white hat. That guy probably had on a white hat too. With black pants. Okay. He had neck length gray hair. Whew. Okay, so good eye people, logical people, can y'all help me understand what about the question of mass shooting made this guy? Now, I didn't watch this guy. I don't know what he did because I got my eye on this one. What made him move up? Use his right arm to go forward? That's probably the security detail. I'm sure everybody around will be questioned. Everybody except pressure. I need for y'all to look. Cause he trying to play with, he trying to Donald Trump me. He want me to act like I don't see what I saw and gonna tell me my eyesight is going bad. And I know good and dang well he moved forward. Okay, watch white shirt guy right before black shirt signal too. Oh, Lord.
Wrong, you just have a nice, peaceful, And at that time,
oh my God. I was trying to stop it. Oh my God. That man touched him and moved his arm. Oh my God. Oh my God. every time I think I'm looking at, I can't get past not looking at that guy. I can't. Let me try to look. Let me try to get back. Okay, so you want me to, let me make it bigger. Just look at the, I don't want to look at a different one. I saw it here. Pressure! Stop! I'm not trying to look at it at a different, I'm questioning what I'm seeing here. Why would you say look someplace else? Why? And what I saw right here. Why would I need to look someplace else? I know what I see right here. Oh, Pressure, I'm finna have to remove you. Stop playing with me. Don't tell me to go someplace else. I didn't spot it someplace else. Don't Donald Trump me now. Don't do that. So you want me to look at this guy? Oh my God. Oh my God. Somebody telling me, well, go down the street and look around the corner and look at it from that angle. No, I didn't spot what I saw down the street around the corner from a different angle. I spotted it right here. It's the manipulation for me.
Custody for this crime.
And it looked like they knew that they.
Oh, so when he grabbed his hat. I'm not the only person that saw wrong. Okay, so you talking about him grabbing his hat? Is that what you wanted me to, is that what you wanted me to see? Watch white hat signal first, okay? So he grabbed his hat. Yeah, but see, maybe because he didn't move in toward him like the guy in the black did. So yes, I see him with his hat. Got it. But I think whether he touched him or not, it was signaling yes. Because at this time, he's being asked about mass shooting. The guy in the white didn't move forward. There is a big gap in between Charlie and the guy in the black. He intentionally moved forward right before the shot went off.
We're looking for somebody specifically that was on campus that might have been captured on video getting off of that campus wearing dark clothing.
I know y'all just saw that.
On a roof. What are the details there?
Yeah, they say that they have closed circuit TV video, which appears to show this person.
I know y'all saw that.
And right now, from what we understand, this person is not believed to be a student. This was an event that was open to both.
And the question and answer style that made him so popular when he was hit by a single shot straight to the neck. There are some really, really graphic videos out there of the moment he got hit. We're not going to show those right now, but the chances are you might have already seen them.
And in real time, right when he moved up, put his hand on and the gun went off. No, I'm not debating that. I know my question still remain. Why did he touch him and signal right before the gun went off? It don't matter what angle, you being undefeated or not, it still happened. Yeah, and because you're a narcissist, you always have to be right, and then you always got to make it be about this, that, and the other. My question still remains the same. Why did he touch him? Why did he signal? Why did he move forward? There's no debating that. He moved forward, put his hand on his shoulder, and raised his arm right when the gun went off. Period. Now, if you want to stroke your own ego, Donald Trump, pressure Trump, go ahead and do that. Go ahead. Stroke your own ego. You always got to be right. So his right arm didn't move forward.
Assassination attempts, but you have to go out there and you have to start the movement and press the flesh. How do you think this changes everything when somebody like Charlie, who again,
Now you're going to make me bear crawl it.
on the right, is assassinated?
Now he going to make me bear crawl it, child.
Thank you for your now.
Closed circuit TV video, which appears to show this person.
Dang it.
And right now, from what we understand, this person is not believed to be a student. This
hecticness of the campaign and like traveling and crisscrossing the country, Charlie, in my entire 10 years of knowing him, never didn't take the Sabbath. Every single Sunday, flew home, took his wife and 2 young, and whether I'm worried it could have a physical.
Thank you for your analysis as well.
That's gonna do it for us.
Oh, hold on.
12:24 more than all dark.
All dark. He's supposed to have on all dark. Oh, Lord, I can't find it.
While that he was assassinated, right? And he wasn't somebody that he could even run.
Oh, man. I wish I had my styles. I don't have that stylus. So trying to... Okay. Okay, so everybody other than Pressure, I need for y'all, the guy in the black, I want y'all to see if that right hand moves forward as he's moving forward, and his left arm with his watch on goes up. I want y'all to see if y'all can see the right arm go towards Charlie, and his left arm with his watch on it goes up. Are y'all able to see it? Is it big enough for y'all to see it? Can y'all see? I'm asking Ed, check your messages. Okay. Are y'all able to see? Is that too big? So I'm looking for the right arm to go forward to Charlie's back side, and his left arm to kind of go up, like raising his watch up. Let's go.
That was on campus. It may have been captured on video getting off of
Did y'all see that?
campus, wearing dark clothing, maybe on a roof. What are the details there?
Yeah, they say that they have closed circuit TV video. Which
Okay, so let me check whatever it is that I was just saying.
And right now, from what we understand, this person is not believed to be a student. This was an event that was open to both students on this campus and open to
America better than Charlie. He was loved and admired by all, especially me, and now he is
Okay,
no
let me
longer
check.
with us. Melania and my sympathies go out to his beautiful wife, Erica, and family. Charlie, we love you. Kirk was speaking at the Utah Valley University in the question and answer style that made him so popular when he was hit by a single shot straight to the neck. There are some really, really graphic videos out there of the moment he got hit. We're not going to show those right now, but the chances are you might have already seen them on your timelines. But here is the moment leading up to that fatal shot because it's important.
Okay, now 5 is a lot, right? I'm gonna give you some credit. Do you know how many mass shooters there have been in America over the last 10 years? Counting or not counting gang violence? Great.
Even that is hard to watch. There's a lot of confusion.
Right
about
before.
the shooter. For all we know, that person might still be at large, but it looks like there is a suspect in custody, possibly a person of interest. There is some confusion at this moment. But Charlie's killing has been sending shockwaves through America tonight, with politicians from across the spectrum expressing their shock over all of it, especially about this ongoing pattern of political violence in America right now. NBC's Liz Kreutz is here with us. Liz, I mean, it's been very hard to understand whether or not a suspect is in custody or not in custody, and whether it's a suspect, person of interest. What is the latest?
Yeah, I mean, all day there's been this back and forth, because even just hours ago there was a statement put out that there was a suspect in custody. There's a video that was going around appearing to show police actually arresting a man, but then it came out that no, there was not a suspect in custody, and as of right now, we don't believe that that video shows the person who is the suspect.
They saying they know he didn't do it.
Has put a post on X saying that there is a suspect, the person they believe is responsible for this shooting, in custody, and then shortly after that, the governor of Utah came out and held a press conference, and there he said that they have a person of interest in custody. So at this point, it may be just down to semantics here, but it does sound like they have.
Yeah, I'm awake because these, you know, the description that they gave.
For somebody specifically that was on campus that may have been captured on video, getting off of that campus, wearing dark clothing, maybe on a roof. What are the details there?
Yeah, they say that they have
no pressure.
TV video, which appears to show this person. And right now, from what we understand, this person is not believed to be a student. This was an event that was open to both students on this campus and open to the public to come. And they believe that this was someone who was on a roof shooting from about 200 yards away. And the video shows that they were wearing dark clothing, but we don't know much more than that at this time.
And was there a lot of security at this event?
From the witnesses that have been coming on our air and talking to NBC News, it does not sound like there was a lot of security.
Yeah, I see it, but I don't right now. I don't know. I don't know if that's true. So hold on, y'all.
And really, I was looking on the website. They've been promoting this event, which was part of the American Comeback Tour, where Charlie Kirk was going to be going and holding these events on different college campuses across the country. This was the first of that tour, and you could just register online and show up, and hundreds, if not thousands, of people.
Hold on, let me refresh. Ooh,
was saying, was telling our colleague Kristen Walker.
I mean, they was. They came out. Let me refresh and let me see if there has been another update before I go. I'm almost 4 hours in. And I am not, and I do mean not, about to play. We saw what we saw. There was no need for that man behind him to move up, nor reach out and to touch nothing and raise up his other arm. He could have did that back where he was. And I'm not gonna play like I didn't see what I saw. And none of that. And I'm glad to see that they are still moving forward. Hold on. Trying to see if there's been any updates. Cause it just looked like they grabbing any and everybody. And these people that they grabbing don't even fit the description. So now they feel like they gotta grab somebody. That's what it's looking like to me. Consider and kill Utah. Person of interest. Breaking down the reaction. It don't look like they have he's deploying to Chicago. I saw where he was about to send them to Memphis. Who's the second man? I don't know who either one of them is. Precious say ain't nobody even there. He said they ain't moved, they didn't touch him, and ain't nobody there. So I definitely don't know, because I thought I saw somebody, but Precious told me I didn't. Child, please. Who clapped Charlie Kirk? So right now they not talking about the Epstein file. They not talking about it right now, y'all. So he think it's clear. He think it's over. Yeah, no, they not giving no Israel, UFO. Hold on, y'all. I don't see they not talking about can Trump attorney face sanctions? So okay, I'm gonna believe what I believe, because right now ain't no should have stayed in hiding. They're not talking about the Epstein. Oh yeah, but they was getting beat up yesterday.
Himself, who works in the Trump administration now, said back when he was the prosecutor that Epstein was tied to government intelligence. When they attack me, I feel obligated to win.
Okay.
Executives, he thought that lawsuit alleges Patel knowingly broke the law when he carried out the fire.
Okay, hold on.
Camp is safe for those kids. Yeah, so thank you.
That is so very true, and you can see this is a live picture and potentially any moment now. I think they're about to give a mic check real briefly, so.
Camp is safe for those kids.
Okay, here we go.
Thank you.
That is so very true, and you can see this is a live picture and potentially any moment now. I think they're about to give a mic check real briefly. So, Mike, thank you so much for your time here live now from Fox. I appreciate your time. I'm glad, obviously, your family is safe there, saying they were on lockdown. A suspect now.
Let's see what they got to bring us before I go.
Here quickly on live now.
And thank you for covering this for us. Thank you.
All right, thanks so much. All right, let's quickly shift gears here on live now from Fox. Take you right out there to Utah. Spencer Cox providing an update.
We'll first hear from Utah Department of Public Safety Commissioner Bo Mason. Then we'll hear from the FBI Special Agent in Charge, Robert Bowles. We'll then hear from Utah Valley University Vice President Val Peterson, who's been in touch with President Jimenez. And then we'll hear from Governor Cox. We'll turn the time over to Commissioner Mason.
Oh, this is the same one. Oh, that was the same one. That was the same one earlier. "11 minutes ago,
I think we're just getting some breaking news to hand as well. I'm hearing that the shooter has been questioned and released.
Well, he wasn't a shooter.
The FBI saying, and we'll bring up, I think this is this coming from Kash Patel? I'll just get word from our producers whether that has been confirmed. Yeah, this is a tweet from Kash Patel. The subject in custody has been released after an interrogation by law enforcement. Our investigation continues and we will continue to release information in the interest of transparency. So they do not have this shooter.
Correct.
They do not have, they have two people of interest, and this second one has now been released. So that shooter is still on the run. Paul Murray, I'll see you tonight. You'll be speaking to Megan Kelly. You'll have that full interview. Look forward to seeing it. Let's go live now to Michael Harrigan. He's a former FBI agent and a partner at Pax Group. Michael, thanks so much for your time. This news just through. You would have heard breaking news on the bottom of your screen. There's been a bit of confusion this morning, so I just want to bring our viewers up to speed. When Charlie Kirk was first shot, the university said that they had someone in custody being detained. That person was not charged, believed not to be the shooter, but was detained for obstructing justice. Then we heard from Kash Patel that there was a second suspect, the likely shooter, in custody. That was about an hour ago. Now, in the last 15 minutes, he has updated that, saying that person in custody has been released.
More lies.
For interrogation. What do you make of this?
Well, it sounds like it's very preliminary. And
lies.
The police department, especially, and the management of that university.
It was an inside hit.
Pressure to put information out to the public, to try to
question the man behind him,
to reassure people that things are okay. So sometimes in these instances, they may jump a little too quick, and someone who's being questioned by the investigators, someone like Mr. Patel may have been somewhat removed, gotten inaccurate information or information that was very preliminary, and it turned out not to be the case. And that's normally what happens in these situations. You can have many people that are scooped up, potentially taken into custody, that are questioned, and they're eliminated as suspects, especially if this individual, the actual individual who did the shooting, fled.
Y'all please hit the like button.
And if he wasn't from there, or if
like, share, subscribe, join the membership, support the platform, super chat, super sticker.
So this is just normal thing.
Cash app is pinned at the top.
Aggressively.
I've been on 4 hours.
But you know, it just tells me that law enforcement is churning away, working very hard to try to figure out.
Over 4 hours.
Yeah, absolutely, Michael. And from what we know, what has been stated publicly by the FBI, they have grainy CCTV footage of a person dressed in very dark clothing. But from that, the inference is, and reading between the lines is, the grainy footage does not help them identify with any
grainy
features
footage
that would be easier for them to track down or identify this suspect.
We may not never know the truth.
To say
I'm not saying we'll never know the truth, Pressure. See, you be arguing points that's not an issue for me. I never said we'll never know. I don't know. He was your friend. He wasn't mine. I just know what I saw, and I'm not gonna play dumb to what I saw. I'm not saying it'll ever be solved. I mean, I care about what I care about, and your point is not my point. You always go someplace else, and what you're thinking is not what I'm thinking. I don't want to say I don't care, but I will say I never said anything about the truth. He stood for a liar. His leader is a liar. You said he had strong beliefs and like he had character and integrity. I'm taking that off of your word. I'm trying to understand how you can have those standards and work for someone who's a habitual liar. So you are the one who's confused, not me. And then now I'm over here looking at something where everybody is showing oh man, it just left. I should have snapped it. It was a saying where he said he don't even believe in empathy. He said that he felt like that's made up, and now the world has empathy and sympathy for him and his family, and now I'm reading where he has said he don't even believe in that. So it seemed like maybe you was deceived about what he was really about, because at one point Trump was saying that he was a Christian and he believed in God, and now he's saying Christians, vote for me, vote for me, vote for me. I'm not a Christian, but vote. Yeah, man, God, it sound like he had you fooled.
The best chance of catching a suspect like this, it seems to be a sniper from some distance away, about 180 metres, is immediately after the shooting. And
yeah, he had,
I would say, pretty much closed.
Yeah, so I shouldn't care. So do I need to take back my condolences? I mean, should I? I mean, if he is a man who, I mean, everything that God is about, it don't seem like that's what he's about. I mean, y'all conservatives are confusing the hell out of me.
Society anywhere, cell phones, security systems, campuses are filled with security cameras. But you think of the hundreds of cameras they have on campus, it takes a lot of time and resources to go through that footage, to have people looking through the footage. And from a grainy photograph may become enough. They may get enough information to then match it up with other clearer photographs. But there's a lot of work to be done. It's made more difficult from the fact that the individual, like you say, he was 180 meters away. He wasn't right there in the crowd. So he was secreted somewhere. Sounds like it might be a route.
So, all you JFK people, that guy right here, let me take this down. The guy right here, that guy right there is the guy who was standing behind him. Reached out and touched him, raised his arm right before the shot went off. Let me say it again. This guy right here reached out with his right hand. No, he moved forward, reached out with his right hand, and raised his left arm up right before the gun went off. Who is he? Y'all need to talk to him. He need to take a lie detector test. There was no reason for him to move up and touch nothing. This ain't reach out and touch somebody. Make this world a better place if you can. This is not reach out and touch. But he did. This one right here. I saw it with my good eye. And 99% of the T-sippers saw it too. Only 1% has that Trumpism where you can see the signature is the signature, but that's not the signature. Yeah, I need to know why he moved forward right at the time that the shot went off. Listen, so was Epstein. He played with girls with Epstein. Epstein became a threat. Yeah, and what happened to him? He locked that ass up. he locked him up, allowed him to come out sometimes, and then moved him. You say he ain't unalive. You say he's still alive, and he was Trump's best friend. So he nothing special to Trump. I'm sorry to be the bearer of bad news. If Epstein wasn't nothing to Trump, then this young man right here was not either. Respectfully. Okay? Okay, we on the same page with that? Okay. He loved him some Epstein. He drew him pictures. He drew him pictures.
On an elevated surface. So from that distance,
grew a little hair down there.
time to go down, flee the scene.
But when he did not agree with him, did not let him have his way, he put them, per Epstein, he put them people in his life, turned on him, they arrested him, and the rest is history. Yeah, I don't know nothing about that. But anyway.
You know, whether he took this rifle or not, he could have left his rifle there, which is going to be a treasure trove of information and evidence, or if he took it with him. So, again, I think you look at this, I think that makes it much more difficult when you have a sniper shot from a distance here. But it's going to be, I think this case will be resolved fairly quickly. It's just going to be a lot of churning here as they go through that campus and try to identify not only the individual, but they're trying to identify if there's other or a greater conspiracy. There could be other individuals that were working with this person. That's their main concern. They want to make sure that the threat is finished for the university and that whoever the person is didn't have plans potentially to move on to some other target somewhere. So that's law enforcement's main concern.
So yeah, it's saying I'm looking over here and it says that Charlie Kirk's person of interest released from custody after interrogation over fatal shooting. So Patel jumped the gun.
I'll get it definitively an arrest made and then start the hard work.
Hey, a desire and fire.
To see who they were, what they were thinking, and what issues they may have been facing that caused them to act out violently like this.
Yeah, indeed. And this is just the confirmation from Kash Patel. He's used Twitter or X.
He your daddy.
To confirm this.
He your pappy.
In custody has been released after interrogation by law enforcement. Our investigation continues, and we will continue to release information
he your
in
pappy.
the interest of transparency. Michael, at the risk of getting you to repeat yourself, it doesn't seem like they have.
So Patel, again, got it wrong. Got it wrong. Got it wrong. Misinformation. What you mean? Who's clearing? Got it wrong. They lie in your face. Cause they know if they don't come up with somebody, they right back early in the morning. They'll be back on the Epstein. And boy, I was supposed to talk about you today anyway. I ain't forgot. I have not forgot. You are part.
All that much information at the moment, but I mean, what happens right now? Are they, in a practical sense, would they still be looking in the vicinity? Do they start searching further afield? Would there be roadblocks and things like that?
Oh, well, ask your friend. Oh, well, you told me not to say that. But ask the boy, is Rico coming? He'll tell you. Ask Quet. Ask him. Ask him. What information did he have sealed? And who did he tell on? Ask him. Do you know him? Ask him. He know. Oh, yeah, he know. Ask Quet. Is one coming? Ask him what he think. Ask him to what did he seal and who did he tell it on? Yeah, ask him.
Depends on whether they get
He done
information.
all but told you. He done all but told you. But you don't want to hear it. But carry on.
They've been a student
Shit.
there. You know, they're going to be looking hard at that. But if they don't know what is going on, like what we see through the media here, we're getting bits and pieces. Likely they have much more information than they're sharing, which is normal in these cases.
Which is why Manny told him to apologize and shut the fuck up and start talking about something else. Yeah, that's what Manny told him. Apologize. Shut up. You are not out the clear. They still want you to be a part of a RICO. Ask him. Yeah, why he humble himself? Because Manny told him to. Yes, indeed.
But I think this is where the media is key, because the media is putting this information out in a timely manner when they get it. And that's important for the public to know, because at some point this individual is going to be identified, or there'll be pictures of him unidentified, or maybe a vehicle or something. And that's where the public really plays a huge role here in providing information to the public or to the police on who this individual may be. So there's going to be a lot more work to be done here, and it's really hard.
Well, one thing I ain't gonna say is for sure. I'm just saying, if he was of color, they'd have had him by now. Ooh, I hate to say that. If they was looking for somebody of color, somebody would have been arrested by now, and we know this. And we know this, even if it was the wrong person.
Stayed on campus or if they left campus. There's really, I mean, a lot of times in these situations, you're going to see the individual flee, and they're going to leave the scene to get themselves to safety. But it all depends on the mindset of the person doing the killing. He may be thinking that, you know, he's got anonymity here. He may not be thinking clearly. He may be staying there in a dorm room. But I think the police at this point probably have a good idea whether he left or not. And, you know, they'll probably be doing some intensive searches in the surrounding area.
Michael, just one final question here. You would have seen the raw footage. I've seen it. It is shocking.
It is, yeah, it was wow.
And I can't really get it out of my head, to be honest. There was some commentary online that it looked like the bullet bounced off perhaps a bulletproof vest and hit him in the neck. Have you seen that video? Would you like to make any observations about it?
Oh, wow, I didn't see that.
You know, I didn't. I did the assessment on the bullet that went by President Trump when he was speaking in Pennsylvania. I know I did a lot of interviews on that one. And the tricky part with ricochets is you really don't know until the actual projectile is examined to see if it had hit another surface. And a large part of it is, you know, is the deformation on the projectile. You know, if it hit his spine, it's going to cause deformation. Potentially even soft tissue will cause deformation. So
yeah, that looked like it hit his neck. I don't know.
Circumstances that we know of where someone just gets very lucky in a shot. Yeah. You know, they may not have a rifle.
So do you think this is luck? I mean, it's 180 meters away, one shot.
Yeah, I would say, yeah. I wouldn't really jump to that conclusion myself, but you know, it depends on they'll be looking at when the person's in custody, they'll be looking at the training he had. They'll be examining the rifle. They're going to be test firing the rifle. They're going to find out if it was sighted in. They're going to find out how accurate it is. They're going to do all this work. That's long after the case an arrest has been made. And then we'll be able to tell whether this individual has some type of training or skills here. But 180 yards with a modern hunting rifle is not in any way considered a very long distance. That's considered a very short
Hey, Judy.
distance. So that's not a difficult shot with a hunting rifle. So, you know, if it was a handgun, that would be a different ballgame. That's a very long shot for a handgun, very unlikely. But with a rifle, you know, modern hunting rifles, again, combined with the skill of the shooter, puts that within the plausible range. But you look at the shot to the neck. Usually when someone is shooting to assassinate someone, they're shooting for the head, right? They want instant, the spot on the body, which is most likely to cause instant incapacitation and death, which is a headshot. So the next shot gives some indication that maybe the shot did fall low. Or maybe it was aimed at the head and it fell low, or maybe it was aimed at the chest and it rose up. There's a lot of factors here. But we'll find that out once they do the forensic analysis.
Oh, thank God.
Michael Harrigan, thank you for your time today.
Okay, good people, I'm finna go. Y'all, it's been 4 hours and 23 minutes. Whew, Lord have mercy. Condolences to his family. You know, this is pitiful. It makes no sense to me. I hate this happened to the young man. I'm trying to see if it was something else that popped up. Okay. If something pops up, I'll be back. Let me charge up my phone. Okay, good people. You see I did not use any bad words today. Oh, I'm sure this.
So, do you know how many transgender Americans have been?
Oh, okay. Hold on. Pressure, can you leave? Hold on.
Mass shooters over the last 10 years?
Too many.
So why did the quality change?
It's 5. Okay, now 5 is a lot, right? I'm gonna give you some credit. Do you know?
What?
So do you know how many transgender Americans have been mass shooters over the last 10 years?
Too many.
It's 5. Okay, now 5 is a lot, right? I'm gonna give you some credit.
I don't know why the quality changed.
In America over the last 10 years?
Counting or not counting gang violence?
Great.
Oh yeah, now. I saw it again. I didn't know this guy. Shout out to you for showing it. Maybe you thought you graded it up. It don't matter what phone I look at it. I still see the same thing. It wasn't my phone. This guy right here changed the grade. He graded up. It wasn't my phone. When I saw his quality is what made me say, okay, well, let me look at it from here. And I still saw the same thing. So, no, it's not the phone. The content creator changed it.
So do you know how many transgender Americans have been mass shooters over the last 10 years?
Too many.
See, he changed it right here. So for whatever reason, he graded them out like that. He did that on purpose. Yeah. But the guy still moved forward.
Do you know how many mass shooters there have been in America over the last 10 years?
Counting or not counting gang violence?
Great.
He still did the same thing. Yeah, he still did the same thing. See, from forward, hold on. See, from this angle, where are the people that was behind him? Y'all remember earlier when I said he didn't have nobody standing behind him? Where are the people at now? But I'm sure Precious said he sees somebody behind him right here. Because this is the angle that I saw it initially. Where are the people that was behind him? So it looks like, so somebody did come in and say it was a fake body, something. Because where are they at? The initial picture, a video that was sent to me was this angle right here. I can show it to you. And there was nobody behind him. Because when I started saying about security, remember I said, where's his security? Where was his security? And then when I saw that other angle, there's a guy right here. But where the guy in the white shirt? Where's the guy in the black shirt? Where they at? I see Big Boy down here. It was another one I thought I saw earlier. But where's the guy in the white shirt? Where's the guy in the black shirt? Because this right here is the angle I saw. And I can show it to you. And so they blinked it out. Now, I know you, Pressure, you're going to say, you see people standing behind him. But for the people who not playing Trump, where are the people? So from this side angle, it's people behind him. But I know Pressure going to say, I see them people. Fee, you can't see. You ain't got, wow, they should, okay. But Pressure still, he see him here and he see him the other way. So what you sent me earlier, it wasn't nobody behind him. Now I'm slow. Okay, so where these people at right here?
Counting or not counting gang violence? Great.
Okay, so now I'm gonna have to go to what I was initially sent. And I'm gonna move it when it comes time. Cause, you know, y'all know. Well, where this come from? Where this picture come from? Did something happen to him? They're talking about you're such a monster. They edited. Keep it, Fee. You got the original. Ooh. I wasn't supposed to catch that, was I? Stop playing. But Pressure gonna tell me I'm tripping. What I saw, I didn't see. And he see people standing there, although it ain't nobody there. But hold on, good. See, this is why, T-Sippers, I can't with the foolery. I cannot. I cannot. Oh, child, they done blocked that. Says not real blood. not real blood pack. They done blocked it. They done blocked it on this tablet. Hold on. Somebody sure put a not real blood pack. Let me see what else they're saying. You can't tell me them presidents who got killed wasn't a setup. The movie. Somebody else said it sound pretty close range. You own it. Don't pay per. Yeah, I'm not. I know I ain't crazy. And he'll be right on over there in Alabama hitter saying, man, he'll be right on over there saying exactly what I done said and be like, nah, man, that man arm move. He put his hand on his back. And I'll be right in them bushes saying, oh, that old knothead. Yeah. Oh, I'm going on what I see. I wasn't trying to see it. I was not trying to see it. Hold on. Ah! Oh, my God. I'm trying to stop it. Okay. Okay. Whew. Now, right before he falls over. Hold on, y'all. Hold on. Let me position this right. Lord, have mercy. Hold on. Y'all, please hit the like button. This is, oh, Lord. Oh, my God. Now, Lord, oh, my condolences. If it's real. If it's real. Excuse me. And I am saying, now I'm saying if it's real. Lord, have mercy. Now, why would they need to stage this right here? Blood was coming out, but one of them on that where you sent it to me, it said blood pack. Oh, wait a minute, y'all. Now, it is something in that shirt. Oh, hold on. Was it in his face? Okay, so hold on. Yeah, I want to make sure that everything is legit and it ain't nothing. Now I see some on his face. Y'all see that dot on his face? Y'all see that hole right there? Stop playing. You see that? You see that dot? You see that dot? But I see something in his shirt too, though, y'all. What y'all saying? Hold on. What y'all saying? Hold on. Hold on. Let me look. Let me see. Oh, yes, pressure. We already know. Okay, that blood came out like a water fountain. Yes, it did. Hey, Denise. Yes. The trajectory in air is pushing the shirt in a distorted way towards his face, and the dot is projectile. What do you mean projectile? Damn, they boomed him. Hey, Clinton. A young man showed the unedited at the laundromat. Oh, yeah, I saw it. I mean, this is the unedited. I just stopped it. Sick, he was heartbroken. Okay. I just stopped it. But that shirt right there, it looked like something's in the shirt. And this, the noise had went out. I stopped it right before the head went over. So that they can't say I'm showing nothing drastic. It just looks like he's sitting there. Cause as soon as I move it, he gonna fall over. They say a blood pact. When you go to the notes in the comment section, it says, did they say what he? They just saying a high power rifle. Let me bring it down. It's a little too big for me. So what's this? If they had something, you know, like they said a blood pack or something, then that it would shoot out, wouldn't it? I mean, cause soon as I take it off of pause, you know, then it'll get a graphic. So I'm safe right here. But I do see a dot on his face. And I do see something that's up under the t-shirt that could look like a blood pack. My question is, where are the guys that was behind him? Where are the guys that were behind him? Where are the guys? Pressure, we see you. Ain't nobody times you out. We see you. Where are the guys that were behind him? Where are the guys? Do y'all see the guy in the black shirt? Do y'all see the guy in the white shirt? Yeah, I know. From another angle, I've been showing it all day. I'm just saying, as close as that guy walked up on him, I would think you would see his hand, you see him behind him or something. I just don't see the people. I don't, we are all under deception in massive amount of AI, okay? He had a vest on, okay? Okay. I just want us to all stay woke and be not deceived. I mean, we can play and whatever. It was 200 feet away. I'm talking about the security guy that was behind him earlier. That me and Pressure been, rest in peace. Yeah, it's sad. I would rather it be a hoax. I'm just saying, at this angle, it happened in broad daylight. Yeah, it did. It absolutely did. But I know, because I've been arguing with, not arguing, but going back and forth with Pressure about the man that's standing behind him, and the original video I saw with the actual straight ahead, it wasn't no guy. And then as I was going, thank you for your time and effort, T, first timer here. Oh, thank you. Welcome, Cheryl. I thought you've been here before. Welcome. Yeah, so when I look at this angle, there is a guy. The side angle shows a guy behind him. Oh, that's what they were showing us, the guy on the roof. That's why I went to this one. Before I go, for real, this is it.
Oh my God. Counting gang violence. Great.
Oh.
How dare you! How dare you! How dare you! A monster! What a monster! Such a monster! Monster! A monster!
This is not the man. That is not the man. This is the one they had to let go. Did he have braces on his legs?
How dare you! A monster! What a monster! Such a monster!
I'm trying to see if he had what was down here. Did he have pants on? Did they pull his pants down? Oh Lord. Let me stop looking. Is this man pants down? Did they pull his pants down? Oh, I know he mad if they let him go because they had the wrong person and y'all done. But why you have on pants and shorts now? Come on. So they done.
Back it up! Back it up! How dare you! You freaking monster! Yes!
I said he shot him, but I don't know,
Charlie Kirk has died after being shot in
Oh,
the neck at
there's
an event
family.
at Utah
Oh my
Valley University
God.
The conservative commentator, 31, was hit by a single bullet while speaking to crowds
condolences
at
to
the
his
public
family.
university in Orem on Wednesday afternoon. Father of two, Kirk, known for his fierce views and thrilling debates with college kids across the country, collapsed immediately after being hit by the gunfire. He was rushed to the hospital where he succumbed to his injuries. Kirk's killer is still on the loose, with a major manhunt by the FBI and Utah police underway. Donald Trump wrote on True Social, quote, "The great and even legendary Charlie Kirk is dead. No one understood or had the heart of the youth in the United States of America better than Charlie. He was loved and admired by all, especially me, and now he is no longer with us. Melania and my sympathies go out to his beautiful wife, Erica, and family. Charlie, we love you," end quote. Kirk's spokesman, Andrew Colvette, also confirmed the conservative's death just before 5 p.m. Eastern Time. Kirk leaves behind his wife, Erica France V, with whom he had a 3-year-old daughter and a son, 16 months. The couple celebrated their 4th wedding anniversary in May. So I'm Joseph Morris, and don't forget to like and subscribe. Let's dive right into what unfolded this afternoon at Utah Valley University. Charlie Kirk, the 31-year-old founder of Turning Point USA,
he showed the guy on the roof.
American comeback tour with a high-energy Q&A session under a pop-up tent on the bustling campus. Thousands of students and supporters had...
I just don't understand how we can see people behind him here, but not straight forward. I don't understand that, but anyway.
Gathered, the atmosphere electric as Kirk fired up the crowd. Just minutes before the chaos, he posted on X, "We are so back. Utah Valley University is fired up and ready for the first stop back on the American comeback tour." But here's where it turns deadly. Kirk was in the middle of answering his second audience question. Fired up and ready for the first stop back on the American comeback tour. But here's where it turns deadly. Kirk was in the middle of answering.
Where are those people? Where are those people? Where is the guy in the black shirt and the white shirt? Right here he is, but that's not where he was before. Where's the guy in the white shirt? There were 3 or 4 people behind him. Where they at? So right here he is. I see that. But where's the guy in the white shirt that was standing next to him? Donald Pressure. Where's the guy in the white shirt that was standing next to him? Where you at? Come out wherever you are. And before he was standing right behind him. He was right behind him. He wasn't all the way over to the side. Yeah, no. I ain't going. Y'all going with that? He went from behind him to way over on the other side of him. But where's the guy in the white shirt that y'all had me keep my eye on? Yeah, I agree. Right here, he's rolling up with his hand is, yeah. But this is not the same because he was directly behind him. He moved forward. Yeah. No. Where's the guy? So if you trying to tell me that where's the guy that was standing next to him in the white shirt that they was telling me to look at the one in the white shirt. No, he was directly behind him. He was directly behind him. Okay, thank you, Leon. Stop playing with me. Thank you. Yeah. Yeah. He gonna be where Epstein is or something like that. I don't know. But even if they was playing, there still should be a guy in a white shirt right next to him. And he's not. And he was directly behind him. But you know, I'm going. Precious say I'm getting up there in age, so I can't see. He said my eyes playing tricks on me. Dum bum ba dum bum 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 bum. I know he not behind him, and I know when we could see it from this side angle, he was right behind him. And I said, why he moving forward? Right when it's about to go off. So yes, I agree. This right here, yeah, it's totally different. This is not the same one. Let me see this.
His second audience question, one that zeroed in on mass shootings committed by transgender individuals when a single crack echoed across the quad. Video footage captured the horrifying moment. Kirk's head snapped.
Hold on. So I could see these letters right here.
Back.
It killed me that they keep zooming out. So they zoom out and he changes this up. He zooms out and then he changes this up. And then he started fading these people out.
And clutching at his throat as blood sprayed.
I don't know what to expect.
He slumped limp to the left.
Yeah, he did all of that.
Body going slack while the crowd erupted into screams and a frantic stampede. Eyewitnesses describe pure pandemonium.
Yeah, we can't see but he still moved forward and reached out to touch on this one. So I don't know what they're doing. They playing in our face. Let's go.
People.
Oh Lord, please let me go before Miss Tom come in here and ask me have I ate. I too saw very quickly, but I thought there had been 3 men. Yep. I mean, I'm not going to play. I believe the guy could be part of a sabotage. In the white shirt, he got out the way. Yeah, but he's still
Diving for cover, chairs toppling, and the air thick with terror. Former Utah Congressman Jason Chaffetz, who was there with his family, watched it all unfold.
Yeah, hold on.
Former Utah Congressman Jason Chaffetz.
Yeah, so before he got, if that's the case, then before he got shot, at this, I mean, I'm telling you, we see different things at different angles because at this point, they're no longer up under the tent. And we saw that guy in the white shirt. So that means he got out the way after he grabbed his hat and got out the way. I don't know what they're doing. I'm with Leon. Some dove. Oh, Lord. Oh, pressure. I can't with you. Fee, I once died. But God sent me back for whatever reason. But my discernment is now different. Pressure, you play too much. Let me see this.
Who was there with his family watched it all unfold from just feet away. He later told Fox News that the shots seemed to come from close range, right from the front of the stage, despite a handful of security guards milling around. Quote, he fell back to his left, everybody hit the deck, everybody was screaming, then everybody was running, end quote. Chavez pointed out the glaring security lapses. No bag checks at entry, only a light police presence for such a high-profile event. And he couldn't shake the eerie timing. Quote, I believe it was no coincidence Kirk was shot during the question about transgender mass shootings, end quote. But he worried aloud that pointing that out might draw backlash. Now let's zoom in on the shooter. University officials quickly confirmed the bullet came from a long gun perched atop the Losi Center, a building about 200 yards from the stage. A sniper's dream spot with a clear line of sight. An alert blasted to students read, quote, a single shot was fired on campus toward a visiting speaker. Police are investigating now. Suspect in custody, end quote. Footage circulating online shows
he's since been released. He's been released.
Man, his face twisted in fury as he yelled about his rights while they forced him to his knees and cuffed him tight. Witnesses like Justin Hickens, who was in the thick of the crowd, told NBC News he saw the whole
He's
arrest
been
go
released.
down. Quote, I kind of turned around and all of a sudden I saw officers walking with this very elderly gentleman with white hair. They had him arrested. He was screaming about his rights and all that stuff. They cuffed him and put him away, end quote. Sources say he was ranting about defending the vulnerable as they shoved him into a squad car, hinted at some twisted motive tied to Kirk's trans-related comments. Orem police are tight-lipped on his identity for now, but they're promising updates as the investigation digs into his background, weapons, and possible online footprints. Was he a lone wolf radicalized online or part of something bigger? The weird part, no one noticed him climbing that roof amid the chaos of the arriving crowd. However,
that old man climbed the roof.
A suspect in custody. Utah
That's why they had to let him go.
Spokesperson Ellen Trenner said the school had said earlier in an alert that police had detained a suspect. Utah Valley University students who are still on campus are being offered police escorts as authorities continue to search for a suspect. The university wrote
I'm glad you made it back.
Quote, police will come and escort you out
a little
of the building.
touched.
Public transportation
you
available
made it back.
at Orem Station by pedestrian bridge. As the dust settled, or rather,
oh Lord,
as
I'm
the
5
sirens
hours
wailed,
in.
Kirk was rushed to a nearby hospital in Orem. A source close to the situation told Daily Mail that doctors were still battling to stabilize him hours later. His condition listed as critical. The neck wound was severe, with reports of massive blood loss, and surgeons were working furiously to repair the damage.
There would be massive blood loss.
Hit like lightning. Bipartisan prayers poured in. Even California Governor Gavin Newsom, no fan of Kirk's politics, condemned the violence outright, writing, the attack on Charlie Kirk is disgusting, vile, and reprehensible. In the United States of America, we must reject political violence in every form. But let's pause here for a second. What do you guys think? Was this a politically motivated hit timed perfectly to silence Kirk mid-rant on a hot-button issue? Drop your thoughts in the comments below. I'm curious to hear if you see a deeper conspiracy at play. In my opinion, the shooting isn't just a tragedy. It's a flashing red warning light for where we're headed if we keep letting rhetoric
the shooter was younger on the roof.
Charlie Kirk thrives on controversy,
did have a person up on top.
That enrages opponents, but no one deserves to pay with their life for words, no matter how inflammatory. It's got me wondering if events like this will finally force both sides.
They said he had on all black.
or if it'll just fuel more fire. Either way, the trans question timing the sniper's perch that elderly suspects wild arrest screams
Yeah,
a story
that's not him, because he's been let go since then. But his this guy right here, his thumbnail had a sniper on the roof, which is why I these people play too much. He had somebody on the roof. Trump on Kirk. Yeah, I'm 5 hours in, and this is not the yeah. Hold on.
Let's see.
Oh Lord, I'm afraid to listen to what Trump has to say, because he gonna say something crazy, and he's gonna make it a Democratic thing. So he's gonna lie again. See, this is why it's not good to be a lying president.
All right, everyone, you are watching live now from Fox. Again, we appreciate everyone continuing to join us during this breaking news of Charlie Kirk, dead at the age of 31, shot and killed at a rally in Utah. And now we are learning that the suspect, well, there is no suspect right now under custody, because the police says they had someone detained. They were questioning that person, but that person has now been released. So that is the new information that we have. It's been really a back and forth between the FBI, the local police officials there on the ground, and we are still waiting for more of a clear direction from this investigation. But this was the moments just a little bit ago, and the governor as well as the police giving their update and saying at the time that they did have someone detained, but unfortunately that is not true anymore. That person
true.
has now been released. So we will keep an eye on this for you right here on Live Now from Fox. All right, moving on. I want to take you now out to the White House, because we are getting word that we have some video now of President Trump with a recorded statement on the passing of Charlie Kirk. Let's listen in.
To my great fellow Americans, I am filled with grief and anger at the heinous assassination of Charlie Kirk on a college campus in Utah. Charlie inspired millions, and tonight all who knew him and loved him are united in shock and horror. Charlie was a patriot who devoted his life to the cause of open debate and the country that he loved so much, the United States of America. He fought for liberty, democracy, justice, and the American people. He's a martyr for truth and freedom, and there's never been anyone who was so respected by youth. Charlie was also a man of deep, deep faith, and we take comfort in the knowledge that he is now at peace with God in heaven. Our prayers are with his wife, Erica, the two young, beloved children, and his entire family, who he loved more than anything in the world. We ask God to watch over them in this terrible hour of heartache and pain. This is a dark moment for America. Charlie Kirk traveled the nation, joyfully engaging with everyone interested in good faith debate. His mission was to bring young people into the political process, which he did better than anybody ever, to share his love of country and to spread the simple words of common sense. On campuses nationwide, he championed his ideas with courage, logic, humor, and grace. It's a long past time for all Americans and the media to confront the fact that violence and murder are the tragic consequence of demonizing those with whom you disagree day after day, year after year, in the most hateful and despicable way possible. For years, those on the radical left have compared wonderful Americans like Charlie to Nazis and the world's worst mass murderers and criminals. This kind of rhetoric is directly responsible for the terrorism that we're seeing in our country today, and it must stop right now.
Oh.
My administration will find each and every one of those who contributed to this atrocity and to other political violence, including the organizations that fund it and support it, as well as those who go after our judges, law enforcement officials, and everyone else who brings order to our country. From the attack on my life in Butler, Pennsylvania last year, which killed a husband and father, to the attacks on ICE agents, to the vicious murder of a healthcare executive in the streets of New York, to the shooting of House Majority Leader Steve Scalise and 3 others, radical left political violence has hurt too many innocent people and taken too many lives. Tonight, I ask all Americans to commit themselves to the American values for which Charlie Kirk lived and died, the values of free speech, citizenship, the rule of law, and the patriotic devotion and love of God. Charlie was the best of America, and the monster who attacked him was attacking our whole country. An assassin tried to silence him with a bullet, but he failed, because together we will ensure that his voice, his message, and his legacy will live on for countless generations to come. Today, because of this heinous act, Charlie's voice has become bigger and grander than ever before, and it's not even close. May God bless his memory.
It's
May God watch.
What did he say? Did that make sense to y'all? Did he go a little too deep? That he got lost in what he was saying?
Over his family, and may God bless the United States of America. Thank you. Bigger and grander than ever before, and it's not even close. May God bless his memory. May God watch over his
What's
family.
not even close? I'm trying
Live
to.
on for countless generations to come. Today, because of this heinous act, Charlie's voice has become bigger and grander than ever before, and it's not even close. May God bless his memory. May God watch over his family. And may God bless the United States of America. Thank you.
Okay. He tried. I mean, whoever wrote it was good. But it sounded like he tried to add something in. He's speaking in code. Yeah, I guess, because he kind of went off somewhere. And it's not even close. Well, bigger. Okay, y'all. I'm 5 hours and 14 minutes in. And yeah. I hope they find the right person. Not just any person, but the right person. And I hope they figure out if this was... Yeah, it's already confusing for me. And I'm out of juice. He been having meth head write it. Is that what it is, Clinton? I don't know the meth ebonics. I ain't know, like, what? I mean, I could tell he didn't write it, but then it started going someplace else, and it's like they would say what now? What? What? Who is this guy?
We're bringing you team coverage of that shooting today. Our team of journalists has been on the ground all day talking to students, gathering information from authorities there. Sarah Murphy is live for us from the campus of Utah Valley University. Sarah, let's begin with you. Let's set the stage.
No sense whatsoever. Okay, I thought it was just me, Jay.
Good evening, Brian. A heavy day here at UVU in Orem. We wish we were here under better circumstances, but we want to give you a glimpse of what we've seen so far and what we are seeing at this point. I'm live here on campus. I'm standing just a little bit in front of the Fugal Gateway building. That's the big sign they have on this. If you go through those front doors, through that building, on the other side, you'll make it into a courtyard. From what we've been told, what we understand, that is where that shooting happened. Shortly afternoon, around 12:20, we're told, where one gunshot was fired. Witnesses say hitting Charlie Kirk in the neck. They described seeing Kirk hit the ground. Now, we've heard from many witnesses today describe their own experience. Some say they hit the floor themselves. Others say they immediately ran for safety, trying to get through these doors screaming, there's someone with a gun, there's someone been shot. We've been with them today as they've tried to process through some of these emotions and hearing the news that indeed that gunshot was fatal. We're going to bring those accounts to you, those experiences.
She do look like Megan.
The latest we know, though,
they cloning. Is that what that is?
As you mentioned, Brian, is in custody. We just heard from state and local federal leaders.
Yeah, this is a movie.
Our Kate Garner has been there covering
when we can't understand what they're doing and why, it's a movie.
And I know we heard some strong words from the governor this afternoon.
Yeah, Governor Cox really didn't hold back. We heard from him and law enforcement officials. They came in saying that they had a suspect in custody earlier today. They found out that wasn't the person who shot the gun. They are now being held on charges of obstruction of justice. Governor Cox called this a political assassination, saying that this is something that is sad for Utah and sad for the nation.
I thought you was gone, Pressure.
There was a single gunshot, just like you were saying, Sarah, and that it came from the top of a building nearby. They say that they had 6 officers working this event, as well as Charlie Kirk's team of security. Said they travel with him around the country and are there to support.
They seem happy and chipper. It's a movie.
The police departments do at these events. Now, we do know that they have a suspect in custody, like you were saying. When they were able to identify a suspect, it was from some closed caption TV that they got some security footage. On top of that building, they said this person was wearing dark clothing, and from what they were able to gather, they said it wasn't great footage, obviously, because it's just a security camera, but from what they were able to gather from it, they were able to identify a suspect. They were not able to tell us if this was politically motivated, if this person wanted to shoot more people, what kind of gun was used, if a gun was recovered, but the governor said that they will find this person and they will prosecute them to the fullest extent of the law. Listen to what he had to say.
This is a dark day for our state. It's a tragic day for our nation. And I want to be very clear that this is a political assassination. We are celebrating 250 years of the founding of this great nation. That founding document, the Declaration of Independence, that this great experiment on which we embarked together 250 years ago, that we are endowed by our Creator with certain unalienable rights. The first one of those is life. And today, a life was taken.
Politically motivated.
You know, talking about the beliefs that we have as Americans, Governor also said that Charlie Kirk believes in the freedom of speech and opening conversations through the use of debate, and that was why he was here at the University of Utah Valley University. He says, again, that makes this even more tragic. He reminded people that here in Utah, we do still have the death penalty. Now, earlier today, when I was making my way down to campus with all of the roads blocked off, I ran into a group of people. They were obviously physically shaken up. I asked them if they wanted to share their feelings on what they saw, and they didn't. But they invited me to join them in a prayer circle, and they took turns praying for Charlie Kirk, his family, for the police officers, and for the students who witnessed this.
I ain't seen nobody crying.
That the suspect would be found
Where
and
the tears?
prosecuted again to the fullest extent of the law, just like Governor Cox was alluding to. Sarah?
They done tried to play tricks in front of us, so.
Score big savings and watch live NFL games this season.
Arcade Gardner sharing the latest with us.
She laughing.
From that press conference
Ain't nobody
today.
crying.
We appreciate it very much. We know Governor Cox.
The man moved from behind
today
him.
A political assassination. You heard from him there. You heard what Kate described. Governor Cox taking this very seriously, using some strong language today, describing what happened today was unacceptable and what might happen in the future to making sure there are consequences for today's actions. Kate also mentioned the emotions of some of the people who were there, who witnessed it all, who were involved. Continuing on with our team coverage, our Bayan Wang has been speaking with many today. He's been here for hours, hearing their firsthand accounts, their firsthand witnesses. Bayan, I understand you're talking to even more this evening. I'm going to send it over to you now to bring us the latest on what they have to say.
Well, there are so many people across the nation that have been condemning this sort of violence, and a lot of the students, as Sarah and Kate were both talking about, hit their knees. They were saying prayers, and one of the students said he saw a group of people doing the complete opposite. He said when he hit his knees and started praying, he looked up and he saw a group of protesting participants who were fist bumping and
fist bumping. Fist bumping. Fist bumping. It's a movie. Fist bumping. He saw people fist bumping. So the guy behind him reach out right before the gun goes off, raises his arm up. Now we hearing people was fist bumping. Let's go.
His knees and started praying. He looked up and he saw a group of protesting participants who were fist bumping and appearing to have been cheering. And that's why we're hearing so many of our political leaders condemn this kind of violence, including former presidential candidate and former Vice President Kamala Harris, saying we have to ensure that violence does not arise out of something like this. Because of that exactly, people cheering on violence like this. I want to go ahead and have you guys
2
take
seconds
a
from laughing.
to an emotional
2 seconds from laughing.
from one of the students who were there. Take a listen.
They talked about transgender gun violence, and then as the guy said shooting or shooters or something like that, you just hear the gunshot and I'm sorry.
Now bless her heart. She's the first person that I've heard that seems like she's crying. She's the first. So bless your heart, look, precious. I understand.
You just see his neck just like open up, and there's just like so much blood that just came out.
Group of protesting participants who were fist bumping and appearing to have been cheering. And that's why we're hearing so
Jay, I'm 5 hours and 23 minutes in, and she's the first that I've heard crying. 5 hours, 23 minutes, and she is the first.
Many of our political leaders condemn this kind of violence, including former presidential candidate and former Vice President Kamala Harris, saying we have to ensure that violence does not arise out of something like this.
Automatic
because
straight A.
of that exactly, people cheering on violence like this. I want to go ahead and have you guys take a listen to an emotional account from one of the students who were there. Take a listen.
Bless the
They
Lord.
talked about transgender gun violence, and then as the guy said shooting or shooters or something like that, you just hear the gunshot and I'm sorry. You just see his neck just like open up, and there's just like so much blood that just came out. It was horrible, and all I felt was like everybody bringing me down to the ground, and I was sorry. All I hear is screaming, and I see people running, and I'm like, it's not safe to run, it's not safe to get up, it's not. And all I'm saying is, please God, please God, please God, because I don't want to die, I don't want anybody else to die, and I think I just saw a guy die, you know? And we ended up getting up, and about 20-30 seconds later, and running into the building, and they took all the witnesses that were pretty close, me and about 12 other people, and we sat there for about an hour, and we're all just crying and seeing people posting the videos on social media. It was horrifying. It was horrible. I looked to see if there was a shooter. I didn't see anything. All I could see was Charlie was taken right away, and we were just still on the ground freaking out, not knowing what to do. And I would never wish death on anybody, no matter what opinion. Like, there's no reason for that. Like,
she's going to need therapy,
yeah. We all love one another. I don't understand why.
Yes, because she saw
somebody who obviously has a family, or somebody in general, and then also for so many people to see that too. Everybody
might be a crisis actor. You're right. She's a good one.
Need a way to process things like this. I've never seen something like that.
And it's Danielle, right?
Danielle, yes.
Danielle, you saw.
Oh, he talking
to Senator Mike just a couple days ago on his channel on YouTube, calling Utah a beautiful state. This was a planned event here at UVU.
Exactly.
What was the climate? We know that
Pressure is the director of the movie, y'all.
Or would you feel like, or what was that like?
I mean, I don't think Charlie is necessarily contentious. I think he's very good at
He got an answer for everything.
If you're interrupting him, there was only maybe, I would say,
she switched up kind of
quick
quick
on this balcony that couldn't even see Charlie. They were like on a balcony above like his tent that were all saying,
I need to take my sympathy and empathy back. She done switched up. She ain't crying no more. This the second cut. She all right now.
you know, chanting F Charlie Kirk, things like that, and had signs saying some pretty upsetting things about him. That was it. Everybody else was drowning out the sound and saying how grateful we are that he took the time to see us and talk to us. We had questions. We wanted to talk to him, and instead somebody selfish didn't care.
Yeah, and to be clear, I wasn't saying Charlie Kirk was contentious. I'm describing the climate because you see his
she became normal again.
So much support from the videos I saw. There was an incredible amount of support for students who were just looking forward to Charlie Kirk coming and speaking to them. Let me ask you this, Danielle. When
the T-Sipper said, AunTeaFee, she's a crisis actor. Don't. She doing her job. She got paid to make you think that it's real. She majored in theatrical arts. Oh, Lord, please forgive me. You say she majored in theatrical arts. Oh, y'all, look at how she looking at him. Lord, she had me going. I'm a percent. Oh, Lord, bless her. So, AunTeaFee.
We're just looking forward to Charlie Kirk coming and speaking to them. Let me ask you this, Danielle. When you guys were entering the building ahead of Charlie Kirk speaking,
I need to hear her change. Hold on.
Or that he took the time to see us and talk to that couldn't even see Charlie. They were like on a balcony above like his tent.
Ain't no way.
You know, chanting F Charlie Kirk, things like that, and had signs saying some pretty upsetting things about him. That was it. Everybody else was drowning out the sound and saying how grateful we are that he took the time to see us and talk to us. We had questions. We wanted to talk to him, and instead somebody selfish didn't care.
Yeah, and to be clear, I wasn't saying Charlie Kirk was contentious. I'm describing the climate because you see the environment that he was in, and there's so much support from the videos I saw. There was an incredible amount of support.
You know what? Didn't Charleston White, didn't he pull a stunt at a university yesterday, the day before yesterday? And it was he was acting like he. So is this a movie? This is a skit. This is a skit. Charleston White was just at a college the other day, falling out with folk and the kids on campus, and they was chasing them down. I mean, because I don't understand why some angles, well, you know, some cuts, there's a guy behind him, two of them, maybe three, and then the next time we see him, ain't nobody behind him. I don't get that. I don't get it. I don't get it. Yeah, and I forgot about old Charleston White up there at them schools. Pressure, I knew you was coming.
To Charlie Kirk coming and speaking to them. Let me ask you this, Danielle. When you guys were entering the building ahead of Charlie Kirk speaking, what kind of law enforcement presence did you see? Were they patting down students? What kind of checks were there before people got on campus?
If I'm going to be honest, I had friends coming in asking if they needed tickets, and I said they didn't even check for my ticket, which I did get a ticket. They did not pat us down. I feel like I maybe saw 3 or 4 police officers in this whole environment of hundreds of people, I would guess.
They know that they have to have more police. Where is the National Guard? This is Utah hood. This is the ghetto. And they need to have the National Guards. Yes, she running game, Clinton. Baby, listen. Where's the National Guards? Where's the National Guards? Homie, don't play that. This the hood. Broad daylight.
It was a little odd, but at the same time, I thought, well, you know, it's Utah, which is probably an ignorant thought to think, but there was not much security precautions taken. There was none.
And you saying you were 15 feet away from the stage, you were up close and personal with Charlie when he was speaking. Did it sound, and I'm, no worries if you don't know this answer, I don't suspect you might, but did it sound like the shot came from behind?
Yes. It sounded exactly from behind us, and that's why I was so worried, and I looked, but I couldn't find anything. But you could also see, obviously, from the way that the blood just, it definitely was from behind. So, or in front of him, I would say, you know, but.
You guys all get down. Describe the moment you guys tried to escape.
I just saw everybody running, and I ran in, like, the second people started getting up, I'm like, I don't want to be left here alone. I didn't want to get up. I wanted to stay there.
Oh, no, don't leave me here.
But I also knew I needed cover in case. And so I just started leaving with everybody. And all I could think is, like, is he dead? Is he dead? Is he dead? It's just,
wow.
Oh, my gosh. But it was beautiful the way that we all came together, like people praying over one another, people loving one another, people asking if we're okay, sharing numbers with total strangers just to check up on us after this, not just now, but later. I thought that was beautiful how we, as a party, came together and loved one another in this horrible time. Obviously, I'm inconsolable and so many others are, and we still united in prayer.
Amen. Amen to that.
That she ended the interview that way because Charlie Kirk was a devoted Christian. Those were the principles that he stood by before even his political beliefs. And we're also hearing from participants who are just now starting to head out of campus, including Eric West. Eric, if I could have you step into...
And we still united in prayer.
And I love that she ended the interview that way because Charlie Kirk was a devoted Christian. Those were the principles that he stood by before even his political beliefs. And we're also hearing from participants who are just now starting to head out of campus, including Eric West. Eric, if I could have you step into our frame here. What was this like for you? You're just getting a chance to leave campus.
Well, I've been here for 5.5 hours. I was here 45 minutes before it even started. It's a good chance to talk to people, figure out the pulse, and support Charlie and his belief in the Lord Jesus Christ and what he's saying about what's going on in our country.
And you were anticipating coming to this. I took off work.
Clinton Rogers.
Because Charlie is a huge deal. You got here 45 minutes earlier. Can you describe just as people were starting to come in, the kind of security or police presence you saw here?
I've graduated from Utah's Police Academy, California's Police Academy. It was very bad. How I walked in today, I was blocked from seeing a BYU football game, dressed the same exact way, having the same thing in my pockets today. I was blocked from a football game.
And our Brian McElhatton mentioned this earlier in our coverage that obviously it is legal to have a concealed carry, even on college campuses like this. We were wondering, and you know this, Eric, Charlie is such a profound speaker and a political activist. He goes to so many different campuses. We were wondering, did police pat down anyone with concealed carries? Because you had yours on campus today, right?
Yes. How I walked in today, I was blocked from seeing a BYU football game, dressed the same exact way, having the same thing in my pockets today. I was blocked from a football game.
And our Brian McElhatton mentioned this earlier in our coverage that obviously it is legal to have a concealed carry, even on college campuses like this. We were wondering, and you know this, Eric, Charlie is such a profound speaker and a political activist. He goes to so many different campuses. We were wondering, did police pat down anyone with concealed carries? Because you had yours on campus today, right?
Yes. Oh, like I said, just as I was dressed today, I was blocked to go to a BYU football game.
You lying?
And
Pressure, you
I was
lying.
arguing my jug of water, or I could have got into the BYU football game.
Right.
I was arguing the football or the jug of water, and
Yeah, he got his
we were
age on
talking
the
about
on the
what
side of
else was
his
in my
hat.
pocket.
Right. Right. Okay.
But I was blocked at BYU football.
Yeah,
but not at
What it
today.
look like, Pressure?
Okay, so at
Dressed the same way.
So there's some school discretion on whether you're able to walk in with a concealed weapon or not. You're saying at BYU they asked you to put it in your car.
I had to walk 2.5 miles back to my car.
Here, not even a pat down.
Not even a pat down. They didn't even do the mic.
Dolph. It's Dolph.
The speakers.
Then you got me looking. Don't let me see. I better not have no
his
Dolph.
first rodeo.
I want
But
that
it
hat.
looks like it's his last rodeo. I bet you the school put restriction on where they could put the speakers. We couldn't even hear and talk to 60 to 70% of the people could not hear with the speakers.
And I know you're a staunch advocate of the Second Amendment. This is not a Second Amendment debate at all, believe me. My question for you is, because you've been following for Charlie, you know how contentious these things could be.
Well,
do you think there should have been
truth breaks up.
Do you think there should have been additional
Truth
security
where?
measures at the door, even
Truth
for people
where?
coming in with concealed carries?
Well, I interviewed with Secret Service in 1992, and they told me you're a white male, we don't want you. So this horse sense has been going on for 35 years.
Okay, Eric, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Brian will
What did he?
send things.
Oh Lord, no. What did Trump cousin? What did he say? Where did he go? He went out somewhere too in the conversation. Clinton, what did his cousin just say? What did he say about Secret Service? Well, wait, what? The conversation.
Amendment debate at all, believe me.
I had to walk 2.5 miles back to my car.
What?
Here,
What
not
just
even a pat
happened?
Not even a pat down. They didn't even do the mic, the speakers. You couldn't even hear Charlie. And this is not his first rodeo, but it looks like it's his last rodeo. I bet you the school
here it
put
come.
restriction on where they could put the speakers. We couldn't even hear and talk to 60 to 70% of the people could not hear with the speakers.
And I know you're a staunch advocate of the Second Amendment. This is
Okay, so all I know is he started talking about he applied for Secret Service or something, and they told him no because of the color of his skin. What happened? What did I miss? The sun and the moon is the closest thing to God that you can see on earth. Okay, so Pressure, you just went somewhere. What? Pressure? Is all these Trump people going somewhere in the conversation? The sun and the moon is the closest. I'm up here thinking you was gonna say something was in the closet. What? Okay. What is this man right here talking about? Let's listen. Because all of a sudden he was saying he had to walk, they didn't pat him down, and then he went to the Secret Service. What is going on today? This got to be a movie.
not a Second Amendment debate at all, believe me. My question for you is, because you've been following for Charlie, you know how contentious these things could be.
Well,
do you think there should have been
truth breaks up.
Do you think there should have been additional security measures at the door, even for people coming in with concealed carries?
Well, I interviewed with Secret Service in 1992, and they told me you're a white male, we don't want you. So this horse sense has been going on for 35.
Where did that come from? What are you talking about, y'all? That went, I mean, hey, I don't proclaim to think I know everything. Where did that come from? What are you talking about? He talking about security. He definitely went, I mean, whoa. He was talking about how far he had to walk. He missed the football game. He had to walk far. Nobody pat him down. And he went to Secret Service, wouldn't give him a job because of the color of his skin. Now, it sounds like to me, he is a security guard that has always wanted to be a police officer, and he could not pass the psychological test. And he just had a flashback, and he wanted to say, if they'd have hired me a long time ago, this wouldn't happen. He might be black.
You know how contentious these things could be.
Well,
do you think there
Truth-
should have been?
Truth breaks up.
Do you think there should have been
Truth break
additional
up people.
security measures at the door, even for people
He
coming in with concealed
look like
carries?
OJ.
Well, I interviewed with Secret Service in 1992, and they told me you're a white male. We don't want you. So this horse sense has been going on for 35 years.
Oh wow.
Eric, thank you so much.
So
Really
so I wasn't tripping. That had nothing to do with what they asked him. He just went from security, didn't pat me down. I had to walk 3-4 miles, turn left, went down the walkway in the breezeway, and I applied for Secret Service, and they told me I was too far. And oh boy, got rid of him real quick, fast in a hurry, didn't he? He's like, oh, okay. And look, oh, you can't see because he barely hear it. He looking at him like he is
Truth breaks up. I think there should have been
cray.
additional security measures at the door, even for people coming in with concealed carries.
Well, I interviewed with Secret Service in 1992, and they told me you're a white male. We don't want you. So this horse sense has been going on for 35 years.
Okay, Eric, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Brian, we'll go ahead and send things.
He's saying, what in the was that? What was that? We had baby girl over here crying, and then she stopped. Then she started back. She ended well. We got to give her that. She ended well. She ended on the Lord, and they all came together in prayer. So she ended in unity. So we just gonna X out all that other stuff because they ended in unity. I appreciate that. He started with the Lord. He started with the Lord for Charlie. He did do that. Let me double check. I think he did. Yeah, he started with the Lord, and then he went to.
Eric, if I could have you.
He went somewhere else.
Our frame here. What was this like for you? You're just getting a chance to leave campus.
Well, I've been here for 5.5 hours. I was here 45 minutes before it even started.
Oh wow!
It's a good chance to talk to people, figure out the pulse, and support Charlie and his belief in the Lord Jesus Christ and
Amen.
what he's saying about what's going on in our country.
And you were anticipating coming to this.
I took off work. Absolutely.
Because Charlie is
Did
a
you-
huge
was
deal.
you
got here
approved
45 minutes
out?
earlier.
Did you
describe
get
just as people were
PTO?
starting to come in, the kind of security or police presence you saw here?
I've graduated from Utah's Police Academy, California's Police Academy. It was very bad.
Oh, so he graduated from the police. I am so sick of all these narcissistic men. Oh my God. Everything is about you. Sir, how was the security coming in? He done went back to what year? What year? Yeah, this is a movie. This is a skit. Listen, this gotta be 1992. How was the security coming in? Well, way back in 1992, when I was a part of the police academy, and then he ends on the year he applied for Secret Service. How did it work out for you in the police academy, sir? Are you still a police? Oh, you had to go out on medical. Oh, okay.
Coming to this.
I took off work. Absolutely.
Because Charlie is a huge deal. You got here 45 minutes earlier. Can you describe, just as people were starting to come in, the kind of security or police presence you saw here?
I've graduated from Utah's Police Academy, California's Police Academy. It was very bad. How I walked in today, I was blocked from seeing a BYU football game, dressed the same exact way, having...
So he done went from from the police academy in 1992 to he was blocked from watching the football game. Y'all, what is this? What is this? What is this? What is this? He asked them about security. He said he went to the police academy. Then he was blocked from watching the football. And Precious is telling me to pay attention to the sun and the moon. What is what is Willie D? What was Willie D? Boom 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 boom. My mind's playing tricks on me. Y'all trying to play tricks with us. Is that what y'all doing? You talking about the sun and the moon. They done switched up the actors behind. They gave signals and clues. Baby girl came on crying. Then she went, she was in and out of character. Now this man right here, he started out okay, so Pressure, what is the 45 and the 47? What are the 2 4s, 5 and 7 mean? Are you into numbers too? What's the 4 4 5 7? Or is it 4 4 7 5? Since it's skip a 4, go 4, jump to 5, go 4. Okay, and then so you come back with the 7, jump to 4 and 5. So what does 4 4 7 5 mean? I mean, help me. Cause right now, I'm feeling cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. I feel like y'all are playing in my face. Me and the same tea sippers y'all are playing. Can't nobody answer nothing. Can't answer nothing. We know his whole
same thing in my
career.
Today. I was blocked
same
from
things in his pocket.
And security or police presence you saw here?
I've graduated from Utah's Police Academy, California's Police Academy. It was very bad. How I walked in today, I was blocked from seeing a BYU football game, dressed the same exact way, having the same thing in my pockets today. I was blocked from a football game.
And our Brian McElhenney mentioned this.
What he had in his pockets have to do with anything?
Obviously, it is legal to have a concealed carry, even on college campuses like this. We were wondering, and you know this, Eric, Charlie is such a profound speaker and a political actor.
So what he got in his pocket? I mean, so did he answer? Did he answer what the security was like? Or is he trying to say on the cool he got a gun in his pocket and that went over my head. I missed it. I didn't hear.
He goes to so many different campuses. We were wondering, did police pat down anyone with concealed carries? Because you had yours on campus today, right?
Yes. Oh, like I said, just as I was dressed today, I was blocked to go to a BYU football game. And I was arguing my jug of water, or I could have got into the BYU football game.
Right.
I was arguing the football, or the jug of water, and then we were talking about what else was in my pocket.
Right. Okay.
But I was blocked at BYU football, but not at here today.
Right, okay, so at BYU...
Dressed the same way.
So there's some school discretion on whether you're able to walk in with a concealed weapon or not. You're saying at BYU they asked you to put it in your car.
I had to walk 2.5 miles back to my car.
Here, not even
Got
a
it.
pat down.
Not even a pat down.
Okay, I understand
They
that.
didn't even do the mic, the speakers. You couldn't even hear Charlie. And this is not his first rodeo. but it looks like it's his last rodeo.
Oh, wow.
I bet you the school put restriction on where they could put the speakers. We couldn't even hear and talk to 60 to 70% of the people could not hear with the speakers.
And I know you're a staunch advocate of the Second Amendment. This is not a Second Amendment debate at all, believe me. My question for you is, because you've been following for Charlie, you know how contentious these things could be.
Well,
do you think there should have been there should have been additional security measures at the door, even for people coming in with concealed carries?
Well, I interviewed with Secret Service in 1992, and they told me, you're a white male, we don't want you.
Well, if truth breaks up people, then he had, again, I'm going to say, I don't see how he could be with his leadership, because he does not like the truth.
So this horse sense has been going on for 35 years.
Okay, Eric, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Brian, we'll go ahead and...
Okay, good people. Have we had enough? I'm almost 6 hours. I am not going past 6 hours. 5 hours and 51 minutes. It has been a treat to be with you guys. I feel like we have bonded like never before. And I don't see anything within the last hour as far as an update of, let me see. I don't see anything as far as an update. National Guards is on its way to Memphis. I just saw that. Focus on the sun and the moon together. It's smoke in the mirrors. I just saw something that says that the National Guards have been on their way to Memphis. Hopefully, I was trying to find it again. I did an update and it's gone. Rest in peace, Charlie. Oh, weighing in.
Your favorite movies are on YouTube. Enjoy the latest releases.
We're going to be announcing another city that we're going to very shortly. We're working it out. The governor of a certain state would love us to be there, and the mayor of a certain state.
He said they would love. The mayor wants y'all to be there. Hold on, let me change the background up. I'm done. I may never say anything else unless God tell. What? Why? Why pressure? What done happened? What done happened? Let me change the background. I don't want Charlie mixed up with Memphis business. Let me change the background. Here, red man, orange man, pink man. He's saying they on their way to Memphis.
We're going to be announcing another city that we're going to very shortly. We're working it out. The governor of a certain state would love us to be there, and the mayor of a certain city in that same state would love us to be there.
On the heels of those words from President Donald Trump yesterday, many Memphians today wondering if the Bluff City could be the next to see National Guard troops deployed to our city. Thank you for joining us for the news at 6. I'm Stephanie Skurlock.
And I'm Greg Hurst. At this point, no one within city or state leadership has confirmed the National Guard is coming to Memphis. Just over an hour ago, though, Governor Bill Lee did tell your news leader he's working with the Trump administration right now to determine what comes next for fighting crime in Memphis. The governor told us, in addition addition to an ongoing FBI mission, he's now sending another 50 Tennessee Highway Patrol troopers to Shelby County. He went on to say, while the FBI and THP operations continue, we are actively discussing the next phase of our strategy to accelerate the positive momentum that's already underway, and nothing is off the table.
WREG's Brian Didlake joins us live downtown tonight.
Hey, Brian.
What can you tell us about where the conversation stands this evening on this?
Yeah, well, right now, Stephanie, Greg, we were able to confirm an operational meeting was held with city leaders and community stakeholders about bringing the National Guard here to Memphis. As we go to video, as you just heard from Governor Bill Lee, not saying yet if the Guard is coming to the Bluff City, but says the Highway Patrol is set to send 50 more troopers. Shelby County General Sessions Clerk Tammy Sawyer, familiar with the operation, says they can and will make arrests on any perceived criminal activity. Another source close to these developments surrounding state troopers says, this is all a part of THP's targeted enforcement, which started this week. It's unclear how long this operation will last or what troopers are specifically targeting. All this comes as Memphis police report crime at a 25-year low. We got a chance to catch up with Dr. Earl Fisher, who says with that in mind, folks need to watch how the next few days go.
So it definitely doesn't seem to be something that's necessary.
All this comes as Memphis police report crime at a 25-year low. We got a chance to catch up with Dr. Earl Fisher, who says with that in mind, folks need to watch how the next few days go.
So it definitely doesn't seem to be something that's necessary. And I've observed the federal administration deploying the National Guard similar to the Confederate Army. I mean, you get from southern states, sending them to pretty sure nobody from the National Guard in Illinois or Michigan or Minnesota is going to be deployed to Memphis. And at the end of the day, I don't think that National Guardsmen are equipped to engage in the type of policing practices that need to honor people's civil and human rights.
Hey, Miss Naturally Norland.
And now coming up at...
Did he say civil rights?
Sure
that's been erased.
From the National Guard in Illinois or Michigan.
Reverend Dr. Deacon. Reverend Dr. Deacon Doug. Thank you for the GGs. Thank you for the makeup brushes. Thank you. I thought the civil rights stuff had been erased. I thought that they were rewriting. Oh, so you think they're sending the National Guards that's going to be concerned about your civil rights, baby? Y'all got the game twisted.
Minnesota is going to be deployed to Memphis, and at the end of the day, I don't think that National Guardsmen are equipped to engage in the type of policing practices that need to honor people's civil and human rights here in Memphis.
So he's thinking that they have to treat y'all special. Ooh, party hats. Party over here. Who? So the Reverend, ain't he the one who did Dolph's funeral? He said he feels like the National Guards need to be able to honor he feel like y'all are special and that the National Guard need to go to training to know how to handle your civil and human rights for Memphians. Now, he don't care nothing about how they have handled people anywhere else. But Memphis is special. And he needs to know how the whole guard need to know how to handle. Now, don't nobody else know how to handle them. I mean, they don't listen to nobody else. They don't even know how to handle each other. But don't send them over here to Memphis without them having training and knowing how to do what these switch carrying, no driving, hidden pedestrians, gangsters. I'm going to just put a period right there. Is that what you're telling me, Reb? That y'all special and they need to go to training before they come to Memphis? Okay, well, let's go. I mean, this
are equipped to engage in the type of policing practices that need to honor people's civil and human rights here in Memphis.
And now, coming up at 10, we are going to hear more from
Wow.
Dr. Earl Fisher, as well as many other leaders in the Memphis area, and have a full wrap of what we know so far about potentially seeing National Guards men and women here in the Bluff City, as well as...
This is going to be interesting, y'all. I'm going to tell y'all that now. That this is going to be interesting. Because Memphis feels entitled. Wow. Wow.
That in mind, folks need to watch how the next few days go.
So it definitely doesn't seem to be something that's necessary. And I've observed the federal administration deploying the National Guard similar to the Confederate Army. I mean, you're getting a bunch of National Guard troops from southern states, sending them to D.C. I'm pretty sure nobody from the National Guard in Illinois or Michigan or Minnesota is going to be deployed to Memphis. And at the end of the day, I don't think that National Guardsmen are equipped to engage in the type of policing practices that need to honor people's civil and human rights here in Memphis.
And now, coming up at 10, we are going to hear more from Dr. Earl Fisher, as well as many other leaders in the Memphis area, and have a full wrap of what we know so far about potentially seeing National Guards men and women here in the Bluff City, as well as seeing how the state plans on reducing crime as well. But for now, we are live here in downtown Memphis. Brian,
how y'all think that's going to turn out?
News Channel 3. This video right here.
How y'all think this going to turn out?
We've got over 8 million views. It's one of the first videos.
How y'all think that's going to turn out? And the sad part about that is if something happens to him.
Story tonight is the possibility of the National Guard troops. For weeks, we have been hearing from state and federal lawmakers as well as other community leaders about the prospect of the National Guard in Memphis. But as the possibility looms larger tonight, how are Memphians feeling about the idea of federal troops patrolling the streets?
Oh, man. Dang it. Out of juice on that one. Got to be more careful. Dang, I was they was in South Memphis too. Real bad, Cynthia. Oh, he was in South Memphis and it went bloop. It said, hold on, let me see if I can get it back up real quick. Oh, he was finna talk to a brother. Lord. Lord. Lord, Lord. Let me say this. It took for one of the mega. Yeah, that's not gonna go well. Hold on his head. It took for somebody to be unalive that's a part of the mega Trump for them to stop talking about the Epstein file and the birthday book. It took for someone to have to, in their party, to lose their life. I'm just telling you what it looked like. For people to give it a break. Hold on. It's still, I ain't gonna let me put all this on here. Feels like at this time that it was a sacrifice. Or it looked like it was one. I don't know what's going on. Then we hear they going to Memphis. So I done gave you one scripture earlier. In closing, I'm going to give you another one. 2 parts. Part 1. There you go. Now, why is it not taking off? There go part 1. If my people. Hold on. Oh, I ain't trying to see him right now. I ain't trying to see him either. I got too many windows open. Lord, hold on. Hold on, y'all. It's telling me I got too many windows open. Close some of this. Lord, I've been doing too much research. Dang, it's gonna be a part 3. We need a healing, y'all. I'm saying all of this to say we need a healing. Oh, this not the King James Version. This is not the King James Version. If my people who are called by my name humble themselves and pray and seek my face and turn from their wicked ways, then I will hear from heaven and will forgive and heal the land. That's where I was trying to go, but I didn't hit the right version of it. But y'all know where I was going with 2 Chronicles 7:14. If my people who are called by my name shall humble themselves, pray, seek my face, and turn from their wicked ways. It's wicked out there, y'all. It is wicked. Then I will hear from heaven and will forgive and will heal the land. We need a healing. I said all of that to say, we, the people, need a healing. We got some changing we need to do. We need to pray. It's ugly. It is ugly. And it is sad. Troubling times are way more closer than we think they are. We need a healing, y'all. We need a healing. So I don't know what this was I was about to post because it wasn't the right verbiage. But that's it right there. That's the scripture. 2 Chronicles 7:14. We need a healing. All right, good people. Until next time, hit the like button on your way out. Like, share the video, subscribe to come back and see me next time. Join the membership. Support the platform. Okay, good people. Good night. Good night, tea sippers. Be safe. Look at Precious say, look at the sun and the moon. He said, go outside and look at it. It's doing something crazy out there tonight. But y'all be safe. Stay solid. Okay? Good night.